YOGPRAVAR SWAMI RAMESHCHANDRANAND ji MAHARAJ BANKHANDI.
An autobiography. Blessed with the bounties of natural endowments and spiritual personalities, our motherland, Bharat, has been famous since the beginning of the universe as Jagat Guru, teacher of the world, and Tapobhumi, the land of spiritual attainments. The blessed land has been long, along with being the Tapobhumi, the Yog Bhumi too. In this wonderful arena of nature, there has always been some superman or yogi playing with Brahmagyan, divine knowledge, like a toy. Which epoch, which age, nay, which moment has there been when the motherland's lap has, Mother India's lap has been bereft of the presence of some soul of great man? In some part of or other of this vast land, some tapaswini mother, practicing spiritual austerities, with her sacrifice, virtue, devotion, and self mortification, has given birth to some superman, shaded him under her protecting cover, and nurtured him with the milk of her sanskar, virtuous influence. Dharma and Gyan, spiritual knowledge. Just as the mother harmonizes and balances all the diverse powers and limitations, traditions, and tendencies of the various members of the family, in the same way, our great mother Bharat has been keeping a balance and purposeful equilibrium in the world. If any day the arena of Mother Bharat is divested of the presence of such super personalities, the day will not be far off when Pralay, a complete deluge, will take over and dance ruthlessly over the entire creation. All through the ages, the honor and the characteristic of Bharat Bhumi have been that every moment it has been the abode of Devatva, godliness. Truth has always prevailed. Evil has time and again been vanquished and laden low. This is a historical truth that whenever evils prevailed upon the earth and dharma, virtue and duty, was suppressed, noble persons were persecuted by devilish people. Then Bharat Mata, Mother India, raised a hue and cry at this intolerable affliction. This pain of the mother, through the blessing of some sage, transformed itself into the birth pang of some manifestation of God. He put all matters right and proved to be boon to the humanity in the form of a beacon light for unlimited spiritual knowledge for the entire world. The credit of this great transformation goes equally to the great immortal soul that manifested itself, as well as the mother who produced forth the enchanting God entity. Really, that mother must be great who, by the power of her austerity, could give a physical form to the endowment of God to this earth. The great man is a light whom the mother concretizes in the form of a lamp. These mothers who bear out with unique fortitude and aloofness all the pain and do not even open their mouth to give expression to it. Such mothers have always existed in Bharat Bhumi, the holy land of India. And it is another thing that they have been in small numbers, because such great souls have been born from the womb of mothers whose assets of spiritual austerities during innumerable births have accumulated so much that they can bear such great souls into themselves and can carry the fulfillment of the fruits of this tap and yog. Such mothers are truly rare who receive such a blessing of God. Countless pranams, salutations to such goddesses, to such tapaswinis, to the mothers of such great souls. Manifestation of each great soul is correlated to a particular person, to a particular time, and to a particular place. In this context, we take you to such a divine mother residing in a small corner of our great country, Bharat, who was accomplished with all the above mentioned attributes and capacities, who gave a new life to the honor and glory, great traditions, and perennial ideals of this land through the birth of a great yogi son, Hetram. Every child has a direct interrelation with his parents, ancestors, and the family influences under such he under which he is born. But above all is the supreme power of the all-pervading Almighty existence of God, which prevails all the land, water, and the sky. The nature of the Supreme Soul and the universe itself passes from the inception and irrepressible thirst or affinity for procreation. This sacred tendency of generation is one of the basic tendencies of nature, the cause of life, cycle, and soul of the universe. A new birth is an expression of the highest bliss then offered to the soul by nature. Moreover, man, who by himself is the most superior product of the nature, has always been influenced by the involuntary tendencies or instincts of nature. If the human mind has achieved contented satisfaction, it is through the joy of having children. For this choicest creation of God, man, the joy of having child, particularly son, is meaningful joy, which, after extremely satisfying the soul, inspires him to proceed on with his efforts for attaining supreme bliss. Hence, it is an eternal truth that man has experienced a perennial thirst for being blessed with a joy of having children on the basis of procreation, which fills the entire nature. The soul itself, for its reunion with God, has accepted the easy and natural way of rebirth as the best one. But is this path of procreation available to all? Are all human beings blessed with children? Is this communion with the Supreme so easy and comfortable? No, it is not so. This eternal thirst for some people has remained only a thirst all the life. The history of mankind tells us that from the beginning of human civilization, many kings and monarchs and great souls kept on pinning all the life for the joy of being blessed with a child. Even after lifelong good actions, their thirst was not quenched. The providence of God is such a mystery, such a puzzle. But the history of the universe is also a witness of the lives of many dharmshil, dutiful devotee dharmatma kings who have been blessed with children according to their desires by the endowment and powers of sages, seers, and yogis. The Ashirvad, blessings of these great yogis has always been immortal and eternal. What is needed is the power of determination, sacrifice, and completely wholehearted surrender. The ideal of kings, Raja Dashrath, even after many years of benign rule, was issueless. He began to question as to who will be his successor after his death. He and his ancestors had always carried on the administration strictly in accordance with the tenets of dharma, humanity, virtue, and duty. Who would now continue and foster these noble traditions? Thinking long on this problem, he respectfully invited the sages, seers, saints, rishis, and scholars of his kingdom. The sages told him that he was laboring under very mistaken apprehensions. The blessings of sages and seers were always with him. See, 148 years old young celibate Rishi Shringi was busy in tapasya, spiritual austerities, and self-mortifications at Kajrivan jungle with a constant practice of yoga. No one else was capable enough to be the priest at the Putreshti Yagya sacrifice for securing a son. Accordingly, King Dashrath ordered the services of an Apsara named Urvashi to try to bring Rishi sage Shrangi from the Kajri Van to Ayodhya. On hearing this order, the Apsara proceeded to Kajri Van. She was able to persuade the great Rishi to come to Ayodhya from his Tapovan in Kajri Van. The sage Shrangi performed the Putreshti Yagya with all classical rites and rituals. Thereafter, the prophecy of Rishi Vashisht came true. Maharaja Dashrath became the proud father of four incomparable sons. The eldest son was Lord Ram. In a similar way, Maharaja Singhvati of Sialkot and his queen for 24 long years dedicated their kingdom, body, mind and soul along with all their property and servants in the service of Guru Gorakhnath and his 1400 disciples. It was thereafter that they were blessed with a great Yati, Sant, Saint and Dharmadhuri son, excel of virtue and nobility, Puranmal, who won immortal fame for his parents and Guru in the world. It was the spiritual power delegated to him by Guru Gorakhnath that Puranmal became a name to be remembered as the highest upholder of dharma, charity and piety in all the three worlds for time immemorial. In the same way, the birth of Swami Rameshchandranand Ji Maharaj also is a blessing granted to this great family through a long tapasya of self-denial, austerities and mortification of the parents, the fruit of the noble lives and deeds of the ancestors and the blessings of the gurus, elders and souls of forefathers. The influence of the service of elders and gurus and their supernatural powers is such that even the Creator does not have the might to ignore their boon or curse. That is why even kings and monarchs tremble before them. The crowns of emperors also bow before them. In accordance with her vow, before she finally passed away into the earth, Mother Sita, wife of Lord Ram, had to take a rebirth as the daughter of King Bhishma. As soon as Rukmani, the reincarnation of Sita, was born, the city was altogether transformed. Greenery and prosperity flourished. Every being was filled with a divine pleasure, and Bhagwan Lord Ram had to assume the incarnation of Sri Krishna to kill the demons and punish the evil kings. The same city of Rukmani, Bhojkatdaravar, now was proud to have another great mother full of divine capacity. Her name was Somti. Mother Somti had the proud privilege and great fortune to be the wife of the King Raja Ram of Bhojkatdaravar. She was a sweet-natured lady, true tapaswini, austere, sati sadhvi, sage-like and faithful to the husband, Ishwar Bhakt, devotee of God, and an embodiment of the divine virtues of good behavior, amiable nature, and amicable disposition. There was no citizen of the town who did not bow before that godly figure or did not feel proud to have shown genuine respect to this goddess incarnate. Mother Somti was the second wife of Maharaja Rajaram. His first wife, Srimati Lakshmi Devi, had passed away soon after giving birth to her two sons, Sita Ram and Brij Bihari. Her death dealt a severe blow to the heart of King Rajaram and created a great void in his life. He lost all interest in the royal activities as well as the personal routine. The feeling of renunciation, which was a family characteristic of his dynasty, began to make a veritable upsurge, and soon it enveloped all his thoughts. Hence, he made up his mind to renounce his household life. On seeing his lack of interest in life, some prominent citizens, well-wishers, and his respected father forced him to marry again. That is how Mother Somti had the fortune to come into his life as his second wife. This worked wonders. Mother Somti, from the event of her entry into the royal palace of Bojgardarawar, filled the void that had been vexing all hearts and her husband's vacuum of life by the limitless joy of her magic touch and affectionate care. Gradually, the heart of the king and the atmosphere of the palace began to be saturated with soft music of her love. At the same time, the untimely feeling of renunciation aroused in the heart of King Rajaram by the cruel onslaught of circumstances was pacified by her lucid explanation of the example of the great King Satyavadi, truthful Harishchandra. She said, was King Harishchandra not a householder? He had dislodged even the saints and sages from their supreme vocation of name and fame by his truthful performance of all the duties of Grihasthashram, the noble life of a householder. That is how he raised the banner of his truthfulness highest in the skies for all times to come. When Sri Rajaram heard this wise explanation of the history of his ancestor from Queen Somti, he was lost in thoughts. After some time, he spoke in a very pensive and serious tone. O Queen, you seem to be a human manifestation of some divine power. You have, by your wise explanation and sagacious counseling, satisfied all my queries and pacified my long-lurking dilemma. O blithe spirit, I am now convinced that you will not mother an ordinary child, but some extraordinary great man. I feel an intuitional faith in this coming event. Hence, O Devi, godly lady, get ready to possess the right of being such a celebrated mother through a life of austerity, devotion to God, jap, chanting, and tap, austerity. Further satisfying his queen, the noble king said, O Devi, by God's grace, I have already 2 sons to continue the future generation of my dynasty. You should bring them up just like your own sons, with loving care and wise counseling. O Queen, in the absence of a great man taking birth from you, even if you remain issueless, there is no problem of descendants, and I will not be disappointed at all. But if, by the grace of the Almighty, you produce forth a conspicuous great man, as visualized by us, then many generations of our dynasty will attain Vaikunt, salvation or heaven, as they have been doing in the past. At the same time, the name of our Kashyap dynasty will be immortalized with an eternal greatness. On hearing these saintly words of her husband, full of faith and devotion, Mother Somti held the feet of her husband, and with tears flowing down from her eyes, asked him what she would have to do to achieve that aim. Tell me, O King, what efforts have I to make to fulfill that dream? Kindly explain to me in details. Raja Ramji replied, O Queen, you shall have to lead a life of hardships and austerity. You shall labor hard. These utensils and pots of gold and silver shall have to be shunned. Earthen pots will be used for meals. Every day you shall have to walk barefooted to have Ganga Snan, bath. Simple and frugal food will be taken. Salt and sugar will be given up. You shall have to keep your mind always engaged in spiritual thoughts and emotions of devotion to God. meditation, and bhakti worship. You shall serve the saints and sages and have puja, prayer, and worship of the gods and goddesses. Worldly pleasures and sensual feelings shall have to be controlled, and the fights of the mind restricted to noble pursuits. The husband shall have to be viewed as God, and other males shall not even imagined in the dream. In dream, these are the rules and self-imposed austerities for conceiving and producing a great man. Hence, you shall have to conduct your life accordingly, with a great balance and psychic equilibrium. You shall have to take care lest your labor may be lost. When this great mortification bears fruits, the son produced by you will be one who would incarnate himself with the accumulated powers earned through the tapasya of many births. He will be gifted with miraculous powers and shall be a person of unique and immortal spiritual might, working for the welfare of the suffering and depressed humanity. My hearty blessings will always be with you. On hearing these words from her husband, Mother Somti absorbed herself in the worship of the triple deity Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. She obeyed her husband's instructions unswervingly. Mother's heart mortification shook the throne of the gods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. She was so affectionate that she brought up both of her stepsons with the most loving care, the best example of motherly protection and inspiration for integrated development of their personalities. Her husband was completely satisfied with her sense of duty and responsibility. He developed a feeling of great respect for her. After some time, she also bore a daughter who was named Devki. The mother made no distinction between her own child or others. The godly woman conducted her life with dedication and devotion on the path of truth. Her faith and spiritual awakening developed for higher and higher planes. The feeling of love spread on wider and wider horizons, and her concentration on the tapasya with determination and enlightenment made her life more and more luminous. Gradually proceeding with determination and enlightenment, gradually proceeding on towards a fuller dedication, her soul forged ahead towards her destined goal. With this feeling of kinship extended wider and wider, one day she felt that her soul was saturated with an immortal bliss, and the cup of her life was full to the brim with divine austerity. With this experience, she felt also the arrival of a miracle. She became the fortunate recipient of a unique grace of the Almighty. When the effect of the virtuous actions of the previous births of Mother Somti was awakened, a great saint arrived at their door. When bhakts, devotees, faith become unshakable and bhakti, devotion, becomes deeper, God is pleased and himself appears before him. This is what happened with Mother Somti. She was wonderstruck to see the radiance of the Maharshi, great sage, standing before her. She began to feel a tide of joy rising in her heart. Lost in the waves of her emotions and almost without senses, she again and again cast her glance at that great soul and tried to speak out some words for inviting him. But due to the exuberance of her feelings, her voice became mute. She began to stare at him without blinking. His swarup appearance was very tejasvi, radiant. On his forehead, a divine calmness and peace was set along with a glow and a halo. From his eyes and from every pore of his body, rays of affectionate love were radiating like showers from a pitcher of amrit, nectar. The tufts of his hair were so dense and silken that it seemed that Lord Shiv himself was at her door. The entire form of the saint clad only in loincloth of tiger skin, was a divine miracle. Suddenly, urged by the force of her intuition, she fell at his feet and held them reverently in her hands. Her eyes Her eyes were full of tears, and in their mute language, they were uttering a unique devotional prayer. After a moment, when she came to her senses, the mother spread an asan, small carpet, for the saint. The sage could not refuse the mute request of his devotee. He took his seat and went on accepting the simple, unadulterated, dedicated offerings of Mother Somti. He was pleased beyond words at her heartfelt veneration. After that, the saint, at her humble request, had the frugal meal available in the hut with great satisfaction. Thereafter, entirely pleased, he blessed Mother Somti in the following words: O Devi, pious lady, be happy. I am very much pleased with your devotion and dedication. Ask me any boon that you desire. On hearing these words of the saint, Mother Somti felt absolutely blessed in her heart. With a voice ringing the limitless joy and devotion, and with folded hands, she said, O Lord, I feel extremely fortunate and rewarded by merely your darshan sight. I am already blessed, O Master. On hearing these humble words from Somti, the saint quietly smiled and said, O Devi, the influence of your pious actions is very strong. It is only the result of these that the hard tapasya of your previous 7 births is awakening. From your celebrated womb will now be born a great Satyugi, virtuous, like the first pious age personality, who would be a born ascetic. At the early age of merely 14, he would leave the house and adopt the path of a yogi. He would have such a thirst for Brahmagyan, knowledge of the supreme existence, that maintaining a complete celibacy, he will be a great Atmagyani yogi with a complete knowledge of the supreme self. Later on, he will be guiding even Gyanis, scholars of spirituality. After granting this boon, the saint himself became restless. Mother Somti politely asked the reason. Thereupon, the yogi told that in granting her a boon to have a great yogi son, he had forgotten his own self. By awarding such an Ashirvad blessing to her, his Yog Shakti power also had diminished immensely, which he had attained after a long and arduous tapasya. He disclosed that he had been so much moved by her deep and unsophisticated devotion that he had taken to grant her the fulfillment of her long cherished desire. The mother thereupon, with folded hands, submitted most humbly, O Master, if you also begin thinking like this, then all the functions of the universe will stop. The Ashirvads of all the sages and saints will not play their roles and would hence become irrelevant. O Rishi Raj, king of sages, this earth is a witness that in the ancient past also many kings and emperors, on being disappointed because of being issueless, have sought shelter of sages like you, and in all such cases you people have granted them the boon of fulfillment of their cherished desires, and have thus by your grace continued their dynasties. That is how Satyavadi and Dharmatma, truthful and religious minded noble persons, have been taking births on this earth. Hence, O great master, you should not repent. O Lord, I have heard that God always cares for and protects his devotees. That is how once, when Naradji was enamored by sexual desire, Bhagwan, Lord Vishnu, had given him the appearance of a monkey. Enraged by the turn of events, Naradji had even laid a curse on him. As a result of the same, Bhagwan Ram had to suffer the hardships of exile and the pangs of separation from his divine consort, Mother Sita. Bhagwan, in order to maintain the validity of the curse laid on by his ardent devotee, Naradji had gone through the long tribulations of exile laughingly, but saved Naradji from a veritable downfall. That is what the relationship between God and his Bhakt is, my lord. O Yogeshwar, Lord of the Yogis, from the beginning of the cycle of creation, Bhagwan has allowed himself to be dominated by Bhakts. Just remember how Bhagwan Krishna even drank away the cup of poison that was presented to a devotee, Meera, and did not allow her to die. Bhagwan Ram relished the half-eaten plums of Bhilni, Shabri, and took no considerations of caste differences. Bound in the divine love of Mother Yashoda, Bhagwan Krishna suffered himself to be tied by a cord around both of his hands. O Lord, when you have granted me this boon, I assure you most confidently that your boon will come to be undoubtedly true. It would be my sacred and bounden duty, honor, and dharma to work sincerely for its realization. The Rishi Raj was extremely pleased and perfectly satisfied on hearing the words of Mother Somti and replied, O Devi, I have perfect confidence in what you say because I have full faith in the honesty and integrity of my Bhakt. Still, I want to give you a caution about the coming hardships and problems and acquaint you with the nature of difficulties in facing them. Hence, O Devi, listen carefully. O Devi, as soon as this child is conceived, you shall have to make your abode in a hut on the bank of Ganga. You shall earn your own and your son's living by your labor. You yourself shall live upon fruits and vegetable roots. Some cultured woman attendant shall have to be employed. I was feeling nervous and was sweating on the thought of these coming events and was worrying lest you might be incapable of standing all these hardships with fortitude and patience. On hearing this explanation, Mother Somti said politely, O Yogeshwar, what you say is perfectly correct. It is not an ordinary tapasya modification to bear such difficulties calmly and with exemplary fortitude. But I will stake my capacities of all the 4 dimensions in fulfilling your instructions. I will never back out from my promise and undertaking given to you. Now see, O Rishiraj, the words of the Gurus and Bhakts have such a power that Anusuya, through her hard tapasya, could conceive the creator Brahma preserver Vishnu and the emancipator Mahesh as her sons, and they had to concede to the forceful call. See how on the completion of the Putreshti Yagya ritual sacrifice for begetting son by Rishi Shrangi, Mother Kaushalya went through all the hardships to be entailed in conceiving Lord Ram and in fulfilling the words of Gurudev and following his instructions to the letter, and thus realizing what he had prophesied. That is why her name is immortal. She had performed a mortifying tapasya for 5 years on the bank of river Saryu, and only then she had given birth to Maryada Purushottam, ideal man, Sri Ram, the epoch maker, the greatest bowman and the magnificent manifestation of the Almighty of this earth. Bearing his power in his mind, Rishi Gautam had laid a curse on his wife Ahilya to be transformed into a rock, and had put the king Indra and Chandrama moon to the rout. See, O Yogiraj, in spite of the intervention and efforts of thousands of sages and saints, the curse of Rishi Shringi could not be nullified, and under the very nose of all, King Parikshit was bitten to death by the deadly Takshak, serpent king. That is how the sage became the harbinger of Kali Yuga, the fourth and the less religious age. O Yogiraj, I belong to the Suryavansh, Sun dynasty, and Raghukul, the family of Raghu. Your blessings have percolated to the pores of my body. Hence your boon shall come true. That is my unswerving vow. On hearing these resolute words of Mother Somti, the Yogiraj said, "You are right, O Devi. Raghukul has eternally been bearing such determined personalities and producing great men. Now I want to grant you the boon of Shaktipat power stroke. So long you are by the bank of Ganga and drink its water, this boon will work. I am revealing the Rekha mantra also to you." Revealing the mantra, Yogiraj told that the Rekha line drawn by the Lakshman around the hut of Sita ji at Panchvati was based on that mantra itself. It is this Rekha which you should also draw around your hut. Not even a wild beast will dare to enter your cottage. You would also be able to live and move about fearlessly in the jungle. But this much you should understand, that if you wipe out a part of this line, then no one will be able to save you. O Janardhan, protector of the masses, O Trikaldarshi, seer of the past, present, future, Yogi Maharaj, you have given me a boon that I would be the proud mother of a great man. But have you studied and reviewed the traditions of my family, my husband, his family and dynasty? My ensuing child may not mar the reputation of these celebrated families and their renounced traditions, and this may not drown the ship of our honor down the abyss of hell. After this, with hands folded, Mother Somti continued, O Munivar, God of the saints, I have a doubt. Can mothers in those families also have the right to bear forth great men, wherein meat and wine is consumed, and sins like deceit, conspiracy, gambling, lying, theft, smuggling, adultery, etc., are committed without remorse? On hearing this question from the mother, Yogiraj sat in a serious mood for a pretty long moment. Then, in a calm voice, he replied, O Devi, what you say is the truth. You have possessed a very serious and real question which requires a deep, confidential probe. O Devi, you have placed the gist of the Vedas in a very subtle form. Hence, I feel that you have made quite a deep study of the Vedas. O Divine Power, now listen carefully. There are many mothers who have been born in this world, but allow this life to go useless without contributing my endowment of talented descendants of humanity. They cannot be rightly called mothers. Fortunate mothers have endowed the humanity with precious lives of great and noble persons, particularly yogis, for the welfare of the creation, and thus having fulfilled their noble purpose of life, have gone to their rightful places in heaven. Such mothers are born only in families in which meat and wine is not consumed, and animal degradation do not infest the members. When parents are blessed with the awakening of the noble effects of austerities and virtuous actions of the previous births, only then they are blessed by God to earn the right to give birth to a noble personality. And O Devi, I am an immortal yogi. I have been on the earth since the beginning of the creation. I have been forcibly drawn here by your devotion. Your capital Kundanpuri has since the beginning of the world been a land of Satyavadis, worshippers of truth. Whenever noble persons were born here, this city became famous all the world over. O Devi, just have a look at the places where many generations have uselessly passed in the absence of any noble achievements or tapasya austerities. There the names of the families and their places have been lost into oblivion, whereas Kundanpuri has been glorified by the birth and actions and tapasya of many noble persons. O Devi, I shall like to relate to you the genealogy of these dynasties. I am telling you the story from a period even prior to the king Bhimsigar and his daughter Damayanti, or of King Bhishmak and his great daughter Rukmani. So listen attentively. Rishi Kashyap was the son of Marichi. Maharaja Rishi Kashyap had two queens named Advitiya and Dvitiya. Kashyap's son was Surya, Surya's Manu, Manu's Ishvaku, Ishvaku's Vrikuchi, Vrikuchi's Anray, Anray's Prithu. Ishvaku founded Ayodhya. This dynasty was from Queen Advitiya and was those of Surs, gods. On the other hand, Kashyap's son was Hiranyakashyap and his son Prahlad, Prahlad's son Virochan, Virochan's Raja Bali, Bali's Banasur, all forming Queen's Dvitiya's Daitya dynasty. In the Suryavanshi, Kashyap Gotra is very ancient. Amongst them, the Badbujar Vansh is quite old. I reviewed the history of the Badbujar Vansh, and after looking at the life and achievements of your ancestors, I have given my blessings. I have given you my blessings. You apprehended lest my blessings should be wasted, but this apprehension is wrong founded. These words I spoke are irrevocable. You shall surely and certainly earn the right to be the proud mother of a superman. On hearing these words of Gurudev, the mother Somti was dumbfounded and fell at his feet. But on hearing the prophecy of the son, leaving the house in the childhood itself, her heart was heavy and her mute motherly affection posed a question to the saint. O Maharaj, what a blessing, what dilemma! On hearing a sort of cry of distress, the saint encouraged her. O Devi, do not lose patience. You belong to the Kashyap Vansh dynasty, which has given birth to many noble persons, rishis and saints. Now, Mother Somti was assured and had a feeling that the saint was vouchsafing that this son would make her and her husband's name immortal and glorious. You will earn a limitless honor and fame. O Devi, the dynasty in which such a successor is born gets salvation up to 21 generations. As a result of his tapasya, sacrifice and noble actions. So you are blessed. You are sure to be the mother of such a unique son. O Devi, have faith. The boon granted to you now will not go unfulfilled. It will certainly come true. Great men have rightly said that mother of such a son has every right to be termed Jagdambe, Jagat Janani, Surati, Sharda, and East Durge, etc., mother of the world. On hearing such inspiring words from the saint, Mother Somti's heart was full of joy. Her soul felt a perfect calm and peace and an unshakable bliss. Just as Mother Somti bowed down her head towards the feet of the saint, she saw that he had disappeared. It was a supernatural miracle. She looked here and there all around her, but there was no trace of the celebrated figure. Only her gaze remained. Now, Mother Somti firmly believed that in the form of the saint, God Himself had appeared to bless her. Her joy, her joyful ecstasy knew no bounds. She felt a happiness as if she had been crowned as the queen of the three worlds. In the evening, on her husband Sri Raja Ram returning home, she told the entire story with her experience in detail. Sri Raja Ram was extremely delighted to learn that God Himself had come to his door and blessed them, and then the miracle. He began to remember the saint quietly, but a void touched his heart. He said, "Seriously, how unfortunate have I been? God Himself walked to my door and I could not get His darshan, sight. What a bad luck." And then he exclaimed, "O Somti, far lucky you are. You are blessed. You deserve God's grace." After this supernatural miracle, Mother Somti kept always lost in deep thoughts of the saint. Sleeping or awake, sitting or moving, she heard his voice ringing in her ears. She began to feel sure that soon she would be able to produce a soul belonging to Satyug, the first age full of virtue and dominance of dharma. The husband, Sri Raja Ram, also was convinced of such a miracle to happen. Occasionally, he would also guide his wife accordingly. From that day, Mother Somti spread out her bed on the ground. Actually, both the wife and the husband took a vow that they would sleep on the ground for 5 years. They would have a frugal and simple diet. They would earn their living and with their own labor and not accept any royal purse. Every day they would walk to have Ganga Snan. Every day they would worship at the Ambakeshwar, Avantika Devi and Siddh Mandir temples with Ganga Jal. During Navratri days, 9 days before Lord Ram's birthday, they would observe a complete fast. They would observe silence during these days. During Shraddh days, fortnight of remembering ancestors, they would pray and offer charities. Charities to the poor. During Shravan, rainy season, they started worship of Shiv. During Kartik, October, they had morning baths, monthly baths, and the Udyapans, valedictory ritual. During Vaishakh, May, they gave up salt, and during Jesht, June, they walked barefooted. After all these self-imposed spiritual modifications, the time of the fulfillment of the saint's blessings arrived. Such mothers are rare who accumulate all the benign influences of the good actions of their previous births and are ensured by dharma, self-control, morality, and truth to work for the welfare of the world. At last, they deserve the right of universal respect and esteem by giving birth to some great and noble soul. They dedicate their all during the process and hence proceed to heaven. The noble person born of them are known as Purushottam, ideal man. For example, Sri Ram, Sri Krishna, and others. Mother Somti, mother of Swami Rameshchandranand Ji Maharaj, was such a one. As soon as she conceived him, she left the city altogether and lived alone in a hut on the bank of Ganga. She lived upon only vegetable roots, fruit, and grain collected from crop reaped fields. Regular bath in the Ganga every morning and evening to be absorbed in chanting and singing the names of God were now her daily routines. The atmosphere was so pure and unpolluted. The wind was cool, slow, and sweet smelling. Even so scarce for the gods of heaven too. Whenever she saw any saint or sage, she spared no efforts in serving him. Whenever the feeling of renunciation dominated, she felt that the entire world was an illusion and insignificant. Sometimes she was afraid of losing their vow of tapasya. Then she would argue to herself that King Nal, the mighty emperor, was also born in a woodland. He was the one who had married Damayanti twice in swamvars held at her husband's place of birth. Even King Nal had offered pranam salutation to this sacred city of Kundanpuri. Even Love and Kush were born of Mother Sita in the woodland, where the ashram of Rishi Valmiki was situated. These twins, born in the forest, later on became the most mighty warriors of the powerful kings. Even Mother Kaushalya reared and brought up Sri Ram on the bank of Ganga by the wages earned by her labor. My son may not remain unworthy of the honor of a most esteemed, great, and noble man. That is what all my tapasya is aimed at. Thus, Hetram was born on the bank of the Ganga, and so long as he fed on her breast, she had her abode there. After some time, when the husband Sri Rajaram visited her in the hut at the bank of Ganga, he wondered to see what austerities and mortification she had voluntarily accepted. He facilitated her on her great sacrifices. O Somti, you have voluntarily accepted all these hardships in this hut, but all this could have been done by keeping your residence in the city itself. Mother Somti submitted. O king, had I gone through all these austerities while living in the palace, how could my son know what difference lies between the pleasures of the palace and the difficulties in a hut? Where could he breathe in this gentle, scented, cool breeze? How could he enjoy the waves of the Ganga? And how could he receive the blessings of many sages? How could I also get the nectar like water of Bhagirathi, Ganga? I want to make the child I have born in my womb such that in future, after becoming a great sage, he may be able to live alone in the woodlands. He may be able to leave the cities, towns, and live in the solitary forest. He may be able to live upon the doles received through bhiksha, alms. Thereafter, the queen served her husband with forest food and bade him farewell. For herself, she was always absorbed deep into the thoughts of the Trikaldarshi Yogesh, seer and great yogi. This is what the influence of power of mother, father, and guru is. Tears are flowing from our eyes also while we are writing. How can we sing the praises of such noble persons? Something like a miracle happened with Maharaja Rajaram and Queen Somti. Mother Somti gave birth to a unique son on the bank of Ganga in the sacred hour of Brahma Muhurt, about 4 a.m. on Thursday. Pushya Nakshatra, auspicious stars, Ram Navami, Chaitra Shukla, 1975 Vikram era, 1918 AD. This happy news spread in the entire city like a surging wave of joy. For the parents, the greatest happiness was that he was a concrete prasad, blessing from the saint. As a mark of mass jubilation, the people demanded a Brahma Bhoj, public dinner, which was gladly accepted. There was an outburst of public rejoicing with with the beat of drums and dances full of spontaneous expression of joy. Whenever any holy mother gives birth to some noble person or yogi, innumerable siddhis establish themselves at the place even before the birth. They drive away all the evil spirits and ill feelings present, after which a Satyug, noble environment is established there. In such an atmosphere, that place also becomes the abode of gods. When the yogi is born, all the 12 riddhis and 8 siddhis get attached to him. That is why no inhuman feeling find any place in his development, because these powers immunize him from all evil influences. Thus, the newborn baby automatically gets inculcated with the divinely faculties, together with a spontaneous spirit of service towards the elders. The inborn powers of siddhis attached to him ward off all animal instincts of Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Madh, Moh, and Ahankar, passion, anger, greed, vanity, attachment, and ego. Moreover, when a great soul manifests itself from womb of a mother, many divine powers also come down to earth and set themselves in readiness for action. They are also eager to contact this avatar manifestation and associate themselves with his life and actions. On the birth of Sri Ram, Bhagwan Shiv himself, great sages like Kagbhushan came for his darshan sight. At the time of Swamiji's birth, also innumerable sages and saints eager to see him came to the bank of Ganga to visit Somti's hut and satiated their spiritual thirst. But only few people can recognize the latent power. When Bhagwan Ram took birth, only 7 rishis on the earth could recognize him as manifestation of God himself. When Mother Somti gave birth to the son, the delight of the husband and wife knew no bounds. Their happiness was limitless, because the child represented the embodiment of the blessing of the sage. Shyam, wheatish, complexion, handsome form, broad forehead, on which the accumulated hallowed effect of the waves of the Ganga and the sweet odor of the celestial flowers growing there reflected and enhanced the beauty many times. Mother Somti almost lost her conscience in the divine thoughts aroused by the personality of this unique child. The mother brought this sacred endowment efficiently and with loving care with the help of her attendant. The attendant also was devoted nurse and looked after the baby with affection and happy enthusiasm. If our feelings are pure and unpolluted, what can we not secure from God's grace? Raja Ramji and Devi Somti had an unshakable faith about it. They always considered that their tapasya had brought forth fruit. Guru Maharaj knew the throbbing of everybody's heart. What could he not give by his blessings? It is only because of lack of faith and firm belief that we harbor doubts. Actually, we can secure through the blessings of Gurudev whatever and whenever we desire. We offer our Shashtang Pranam salutations again and again to the Kal Gunjar all-powerful yogi and present our water of offerings to his lotus-like feet for his blessings, which materialized in the form of the celebrated child of the Mother Somti. And then Devi Somti showed the hand of the child to an astrologer. On seeing the hand, the astrologer was aghast. He began to tell, "O queen, this child's hand carries the line of yoga. Moreover, he possesses inborn siddhi which will take him to the path of yoga." Then, by astrology, he interpreted that the line of his feet indicated that he would be a king. But he also made a prophecy that during his childhood he would face many hardships because no one can develop into a great man without suffering. All great souls have had to face hardships in their life cycles. No one becomes really great by birth. When Bhagwan Shri Krishna was conceived by Mother Devaki, the above mentioned Siddhi was attached with him. All the bondages of the prison fell out automatically. The fetters of the parents got unlocked. The guards and the killer elephants fell into deep sleep. All this was the influence of these siddhis, which are just an insignificant manifestation of the might of the Creator. Not only that, but when the father, King Vasudev, proceeded to cross the river Yamuna, carrying Bhagwan Krishna in the sieve, the river touched the feet of the Lord. The water receded and cleared the way to Nand Baba's house in Gokul. Such is the effect of the power of yoga and the siddhis. The appearance of this unique child was most attractive, enchanting, and full of strange divinity, combined with a magnetic beauty. On seeing the sparkling eyes and the glowing broad forehead of the child, no one could resist the desire to pick him up and pat him. It is beyond words to describe the handsome appearance of this miraculous child, which had also a philosophical glow. The beautiful Shyam British complexion, tender body, the yellow dress adorned the precious ornaments constitute an attractive form which is indescribable. Human capacity is unable to paint in words the charm this small fragile child exerts on the viewers and visitors. The play of the gold bangles and the small bells attached attract even the passerbys. The neck ring and the gold garland present a beauty too dazzling for comparison. The anklets fitted with ghungaroos, bells, produce a musical rhythm which reverberates long into the ears. The yellow dress attracts as if he is an avatar of Lord Krishna. The hair spread on all sides appears like the rays surrounding the morning sun. His blabbering is charming too, to the extreme, like the composite music of the spring birds such as the cuckoo. The rainbow-like semicircular yoga line on the forehead shows as if Saturn, Venus, Jupiter and Mars are jointly settled there. The black spot put on the face by Mother Somti is making the lotus-like countenance many times more attractive. The parents are besides themselves with joy on seeing the enchantment of their son. They are doting on this unique child again and again every moment. Looking at him without blinking, they congratulate themselves immensely to have been so blessed by God, whom they thank with every beat of the heart. They regard themselves exceptionally fortunate when they remember the blessings of the Yogeshwar. They embrace the child most affectionately, thinking and seeing him in the form of Lord Krishna. Then again, kissing the child again and again, they feel a satisfaction which is an ample compensation for the long hardships they had to forbear earlier. The scene on the bank of Ganga at the hut belonging to Mother Somti presented a sight which the gods from heaven may aspire to see. Noble and Dharmatma kings have been born since the beginning of the creation. Many great men have ever even sacrificed their lives for the honor and prestige of the Raghukul, the flag, the Surya dynasty, and their dedication to virtue and high moral ideals. They fought even against death. Many noble women of Bharat maintained their dharma and karma, virtue and actions, self restraint for the preservation of their Pativrata dharma, faithfulness to husband, so high that the earth has bowed to them. That is how they secured the right and prestige to be the mothers of noble sons. Such mothers are born in noble families, and this is the fruit of the tapasya of their many lives. Our gurus have been telling us that they are forced to forbear many inconveniences and troubles for the sake of the devotion of their dedicated bhakts. Mother Somti was the same kind of great soul who lived at Bhojkar Daravar, and with her tapasya and great determination performed the functions of being the mother of a great yogi. She held the flag of noble motherhood high through the noble tradition of dharma, morality, and maryada, restraint, and kept the vow to hold the path of tapasya in spite of innumerable difficulties and impediments. Once before the birth of her son, Mother Somti wanted to know from her husband what she had to do in order to fulfill the prophecy of the immortal yogi, that she would deliver a child who would be a great and noble man. Shri Raja Ramji replied, O Devi, how have such meaningful words found expressions from you all of a sudden? You have hereby presented a holy water offering to the tradition of our ancestors. If you are so determined, then surely our names would become immortal and as glorious as the sun. I fully endorse your thinking and determination. The blessing of Gurudev should not at all be divorced from your willpower, even if you have to divorce me. Otherwise, our dynasty and its noble tradition will both go to hell. When a very short period was left in the completion of the contemplated 5 years of hard tapasya, one day Mother Somti remembered the immortal yogi who had ordained her into the difficult course of dharma, karma, niti, morality, maryada, and tapasya. Concentrating her mind on the lotus-like feet of Gurudev and keeping Mother Ganga as Sakshi, witness, she began to pray to Ganga and Gurudev. With an overpowering delight at the completion of the period of her tapasya, she fell down before Mother Ganga and tears began to flow down her eyes. Mother Somti's devotion and faith overwhelmed the heart of both Mother Ganga and Gurudev. As a result, both appeared before her. Blessing her, they said, O Devi, this child will always dote upon the name of his Guru and will never back out from obeying his wishes, even if he has to face death. He will never go empty-handed before Gurudev. He will also be a great devotee of his parents. He will be amply favored with the grace of Gurus. The latter will also spare no efforts in guiding the child, and their hearty blessings will always be with him. We are very much pleased with you. You have always maintained the fullest faith on the path directed by us and always kept meditating on us. Our instructions were completely adhered to and fulfilled. Your unflinching vow and tapasya also have been maintained to the full. The immortal yogi and Gangaji both told Mother Somti that henceforth she had the fullest permission to return to the town. As such, she should start her journey gladly. With this blessing and guidance, both of the celebrities disappeared. After this, Mother Somti fed the saints and sages and started for the capital. The town people, on hearing the news of the return of Mother Somti, gathered outside the city wall to accord a hearty welcome to their noble queen. They received her with long and loud cheers. Mother Somti, on the other hand, liberally gave away large doles in charity along with profuse blessings. The atmosphere of truth, vow, and tapasya is such that everyone has to bow before them. On her return to the capital, Mother Somti devoted all her time and energy to bring up the promising child. The town people were immensely delighted to see her tight preoccupation. Shri Rajaram said, "O Somti, see that King Dashrath had all the four happinesses. But when the time for the coronation of Ram, the 12 Kala incarnation came, he was struck with sorrow on hearing the words of Queen Kekai. He passed away as soon as Sri Ram left Ayodhya for the forest. Great men have declared correctly that whatever has been destined by God will be true to the minute. The maryada of noble persons is limitless. Such people have pre-intuition about the time when they have to leave this world. That is why Raghukul Tilak, the glowing star of Raghu dynasty, Sri Rajaram, time and again instructed his wife Somti that if he passed away before her, she should not allow the child to be a prisoner of the worldly temptations. Of course, the influence of a tapasya was always with her to guide him, and he would never ignore her advice. Hence, she should spare no efforts to develop him into a great yogi. The words of saints are never wasted. The child would surely be the supermost amongst yogis. He should be imparted only the education leading to the path of yoga, and when the right time arrives, she should give him the permission to attain sannyas, renunciation.
Childhood days.
Swamiji was named Hetram in his childhood. When he was only 2 years old, he for the first time chanted the name Ram. It appeared as if God had, from the very birth, ordained him to be a tapasvi, austere devotee. All the family members and the village people doted upon him because of the supernatural spiritual elements visible in his otherwise very innocent looking personality. His mother, whenever she looked upon him, was irresistibly enamored and would fondly pick him up in her lap. Full of ecstasy, she would fondle him with caress muttering, "Oh, my sage son, my sagely son, my saintly Rishi Putra, my Muni Putra." Such loving and sweet utterances showered countless blessings on him. The Ashirvad fructified in due course, when every word of these blessings came to be true. When he was only 5 years old, he had to forbear an extremely cruel stroke from destiny. He lost the benign patronage of his dear father. The entire city was plunged into grief. Everybody was overwhelmed. Thakur Rajaram was a well-wisher of everybody, very straightforward and a great upholder of justice and social harmony. Because of his down-to-earth honesty, noble actions, gentle behavior, humanitarian attitude, and devotion to God, he was universally popular in the entire area of the country. He earned the respect of all and sundry because of his colorful personality. He was offered a respectful seat everywhere he visited. He was consulted in every matter of importance. Because of his honesty and integrity, even the most confirmed sinners in his presence behaved like virtuous persons. Because of the father's sad demise, his mother also, along with all her small children, was drowned in grief. The light of her life was marred with the darkness and horrible shadow of the death. She was depressed in a sorrowful mood all the time. Her pitiable wailings and heart-rending mournings moved everyone. For a long period, her tears did not stop gushing out irresistibly. Seeing her pitiable condition, the elderly ladies of the city tried to console her, reminding her that no one had any control over death. It was the wish of God. You should fulfill your duty of bringing up your children with fortitude and courage, accepting God's will as supermost and keeping an unshakable faith in Him. Thus, the mother was consoled to a great extent by such expressions of heartfelt sympathy and condolences. She bowed down before God's will and devoted herself to her duties as mother. In addition to looking after their healthy nutrition and growth, she lost no opportunity to inculcate in them social and moral aptitudes to follow a noble path. On the other hand, the accumulated influences of the tapasya of previous births were stealthily upsurging in the consciousness of Hetram. His mother's teachings were particularly molding his heart and attitudes of life. The village people were immensely pleased and enchanted on seeing his unique childly activities and blessed him again and again from the bottom of their heart. Whenever he went to the elders and offered pranam, with his tiny hands folded together, they were struck mute. On seeing his handsome saval whitish brown complexion and charming curts, and they showered innumerable kisses on him. In voices choked with affection, they would bless him. "O son, may you live long. May you earn immortal name and fame and bring unprecedented honor to your parents and your dynasty." On hearing these endearing words of affection and full of praises for his father, the young child was overwhelmed with noble and divine emotions. This is how imperceptibly the blessings and sentiments of the elders of the family and the society at large were inducing him to move towards his spiritual destination. Right from his childhood, he was fond of grazing cows. That is why, besides his education, he regularly found time to act as a cowboy or cowherd. For this, he had to go along with other village boys through dense forests on the bank of the Ganga. Those forests abounded with many sacred temples of gods and goddesses. In these temples, enveloped by the enchanting forest cover, many saints and sages conducted their spiritual pursuits happily by keeping themselves engaged fully in their bhajan kirtan. The cows of these holy persons also joined their herds. Savage beasts like lions, tigers, leopards, cheetahs, wolves, etc., also roamed freely in the forests. In the center of this woodland was a big pond named Rukmani Tal. This lake appeared as big as an island sea. Their cows, along with the cows of the sages living in the forest, came to drink water in this pond. The pond had a large number of crocodiles, tortoises, and alligators, etc. The shadows of the thick trees growing on its bank cast a rich color of deep green into the calm waters. Lured by the tender and innocent looks of Hetram, all the relatives, neighbors, and even passers by advised him to avoid going into the thick of the forest for gazing cows. Particularly, Mother Somti was very much apprehensive about him. She would often talk to talk of the risks in the forest, and as an excuse for dissuading him, she would argue that gazing cattle was below the dignity of the descendant of a royal family. But this child was not an ordinary timid boy to be taken in like that. He was well acquainted with the ways leading to God. That is why he would reply, "O mother, why do you talk like this? Have an ancient kings and princes not tended cows of the sages and saints? Did not Bhagwan Shri Krishna gaze cows? O mother, Bhagwan Shri Krishna also saw the divine light while gazing cows." Then, and thus, pacifying her mother's anxieties, he continued going to the forest like a typical cowherd boy. But the glow of Vairagya was always ablaze in his heart right from the childhood days. He was all humility and respect in the service of the saints and sages. Whenever he went to the forest with respectful presents of flour, food grain, pulses, good, jelly, etc., all the holy persons were highly impressed by his attitude and respectful behavior. They would therefore bless him heartily and would get him seated near themselves and reveal to him the basic principles of a spiritual life. Very often, these saintly souls would talk about this unique child. They would also know about him through their yogic knowledge. This child is very fortunate. He was conceived through the element of Jal. A child born through the Jal element grows into an immortal yogi, or a yogi able to change his body. He is keen observer of all the Maryada tenets, service and devotion to the Guru, and is developing into a powerful yogi Raj. In the end, they would make a prophecy that this boy also would one day achieve the stage of a great Mahayogi and blessing innumerable beings with happiness would attain immortality in the end. This child will not die in his own motherland. At the time of his death, devastating events would happen. A terrible storm would ravage the land. The sky would be covered with heavy dust. The earth and the sky will go out of their bounds. For a vast expanse, not only men but all the living beings fostered by nature, such as trees, plants, flowers, birds, and animals, and rivers like Ganga and Yamuna, will all experience a great distress. Gradually, in the company of the saints and sages, his mind and soul began to move forward on the path of Gyan and Vairagya, knowledge and renunciation. Because of the preachings of these saints and sages, even at that tender age, he had learnt that the spiritual ascent earned through charity, service of the Guru, and devotional bhajans, songs cannot be taken away by even the Creator, Brahma. Inspired by this very idea, he would often bring eatables, utensils, provision, and other articles from home and present these at the ashrams of the sages. All the family members accepted this charitable attitude of his and felt proud of him. It appeared as if the whole household was an ideal godly family which had come down from heaven. Once this family even proposed to build a hut in the garden near the well so that he might happily have his spiritual exercises and worship in solitude without any disturbance. But he, even at that early stage, declined that offer because he argued that this arrangement would keep him tied down to that place and tighten an attachment with the family. He had realized that tapasya, spiritual austerity, can be consequential only after leaving home. This is an example of the spiritual expression of his attitude of vairagya, detachment, even at that tender age. On the fascinating banks of the Ganga, in the extensive forest situated in the sacred and spiritual land, many great saints and sages as well Mahayogis have been finding places suitable for tapasya and dhyan meditation. Even today, the sacred sand lining the banks of Ganga accumulates the holiness and immortal power of the dust enveloping the godly feet of these great souls. Every particle of this holy sand bathed in the limitless spiritual light of divine knowledge has been guiding the pioneers of bhakti, devotion, tap, and yoga for ceaseless endeavor towards the devotion of God. How and to what extent can the best of words go to describe the sacred dust from the feet of Maharshi, great sages, which is not easily accessible to even the gods of heaven, which even the king of the gods, Devraj Indra, is eager to anoint on his forehead. But this fortunate child had the proud privilege to have access to this spiritual dust in many forms and in many circumstances. What a grand stock of spiritual achievements he must have accumulated. In the previous births, celebrities must have blessed him. What a tapasya and sacrifice he must have practiced that even at that early childhood stage he was fortunate enough to anoint his forehead with the sacred dust from the feet of so many rishis and munis, sages. And what a limitless delight this little dear soul experienced in doing so. Blessed is the land where he had the fortune to graze his cows. Blessed are the sacred Ganga banks when he had the great luck to have the darshan sight, to listen to the discourses and to serve the saintly Maharshis. Blessed is the celestial Bhagirathi Ganga which provided his soul the heavenly pleasure of having a bath. Blessed are the spots of tapasya and their environments where fragrance filled his being with the boon of immortality and the light of inspiration leading to divine knowledge. Blessed is the motherland where such a kayakalp yogi able to change his body, was born. On this sacred land of Bharat, many great souls have had the Ganga Snan bath of spiritual knowledge. They have climbed the high Himalayan summits of faith with joyful fervor, reached the seventh stage of Samadhi, spiritual trance, received the divine light, and then have disappeared. These very souls sometimes, for the welfare of the suffering humanity, descend into the benign lap of Bharat Mata, Mother India, From those spiritual heights, such a soul has descended into the lap of Mother Somti in the form of her sweet child, Hetram. We offer our Shashtang Pranams again and again with our with all our mind, body and soul to that tapasvi, his parents, his holy birthplace, the nature that built the environment where his personality and yogic powers developed, particularly the dense forest which blew its divine air into his breaths, which transformed him into a Kayakalp yogi. When, at the early dawn, he untied the cows and took them out from their fold to the forests of Bankhandi on the banks of Mother Ganga, Mother Somti would walk a long way beside him carrying in her hand the packet of his choicest food. When his friends and he tried to dissuade the mother from walking with them and would politely say, "Oh mother, why do you suffer the hardships with us? This path only abounds with thorns and pebbles, making it very uneven. You will be unnecessarily tired." She would smile at their innocent childishness and would endearingly reply, "My son, tiredness pertains to the body. The soul, on the other hand, feels limitless joy. So, where is the hardship?" The cowherd company would again argue, "Mother, you are only carrying our food. We can easily carry it ourselves. So you go back." The mother would further explain, "O sons, my duty is not only to carry your food, but I have also to feed you. When you get exhausted on toiling over these ups and downs, you cannot imagine the infinite joy in feeding my hungry children. Do you want that I should be deprived of this celestial happiness?" On hearing these words from the mother, all felt happy and cheery. But the young Hetram did not like his mother wandering in the sun like that. He would unsuccessfully try again to dissuade her. He would argue that for boys it was a regular life routine. Other mothers did not insist to accompany the young ones. Her persistence was unreasonable. He also reminded her that this, instead of giving him pleasure, caused pain to his mind. "Oh mother, do you want that I should keep depressed?" The mother would interrupt him by remarking, "Oh dear, my heartiest desire is that I also should accompany your herd, carrying your food, so that I may personally experience the delight in braving all the ups and downs, stones and pebbles, thorns and pricks. In addition, I get the fortunate opportunity to have darshan of Mother Ganga. Moreover, by feeding my Vairagi, renounced son, his cowboy friends with my own hands, I satisfy my mother's parental love. O my son, will you not feel depressed on knowing that your affectionate mother has been deprived of that satisfaction?" These words would silence the whole company, and the extreme affection underlying these words charmed them all. Thus, it was that the mother also enjoyed the wanderings over the hills and dales of the pastures and forests. Besides, she had a most meaningful darshan of the entire holy expanse of the land of Ganga, which had accumulated the sacred dust from the feet of countless rishis, sages, and munis. She would regard herself most fortunate to get the opportunity to anoint her forehead with that divine dust. Mother Nature also sometimes chose to test the intensity of their love. Sometimes it would continuously rain for 9 or 10 days. The rivulets, the nalas, and the ponds would break their banks and then water would spread on all sides. Nature would free itself from all human bondages, but the mother, instead of getting worried, bore all the vicissitudes with patience and forbearance. She stuck to her resolve and kept company the cowherd with the cowherds through thick and thin. Hetram, out of affection, could never understand even to this day the immense willpower mother possessed. Actually, this was the power she had accumulated from the tapasya of her previous births. His Bal Leela, childhood tricks and plays, endearing the modes of behavior and pleasing manners were so varied and extensive that his personality appears to be a harmony of Maryada Purushottam, ideal man, Ram, and Yashoda Nandan, the son of Yashoda, Sri Krishna. Right from his childhood, he was the superior most and the wisest among the cowherds. Because of his unique wisdom and judgment, all the cowherd company admired him heartily and felt a pride in carrying out his instructions and errands lovingly. All these innocent young ones clustering around him in that rural setup appeared as if the gods of heaven and had manifested themselves as cowboys in service of their Lord Sri Krishna. Sometimes he would actually start playing the role of the naughty Bal Krishna, Krishna as a child, and would love to steal and snatch the eatables of his fellows, whereas on other occasions he would sit like a serene and noble chief, or impart instructions and issue orders in right earnest. However, underlying all his varied activities, there was a unique philosophic seriousness. He was the moving spirit behind all the programs of bhakti and bhajan. Whenever he was absorbed in any Ishwar bhajan, his performance and pose would become so spiritual in all appearance and comprehension that his young companions could not even think of disturbing or diverting him. His forehead always seemed to emit out rays of spiritual radiance. One day, under the shade of a tree, he passed into a trance while performing bhajan, devotional songs, or meditation. No cowboy friend could have the courage to wake him up. Waiting, the day passed into evening, the evening into night. At last, all companions left him there and returned to their respective homes. When he did not return at the assigned time, his mother and other family members were worried and became restive. Soon after taking clues from his friends, they reached the dense forest, where he was still meditating in the same pose. Who could tell whether it was a state of deep slumber he was completely under, or he, in transcendental meditation, had achieved yoga with the Supreme Brahm? Who can say whether this tree was just like another ordinary tree of the same forest, or a second Bodhi Vriksha, enlightenment tree, awakening the light of the supreme consciousness in the heart of Bhagwan Buddha? But everybody realized that whatever it was something extraordinary, unusual, and unique. What surprised most was that still the cowboy friends and the family members were too awed with the sight to muster courage to awaken the small yet serene figure sitting erect before them. All were mesmerized into marble-like statues. After some time, when his trance broke, he, on seeing them all thus standing mute and motionless, spoke in an easy, unworried manner. "Oh, why did you not wake me up?" On hearing these words, no one replied at all and quietly followed him. Really, it was a strange and extraordinary event, which was surely and certainly connected with the descent of spiritual consciousness into his soul. After this, this spiritual trend became so dominant in his nature that he started leaving his cows under the care of other cowboys, taking bath in the crystal clear waters of the Ganga for mental peace and tranquility, and thereafter going into long periods of bhajan and meditation. Along with this, his soul began to have a clearer and clearer vision of the destination. Gradually, he began to be the topic of conversations and gossips. Whenever he met the cowboy company now, they would be astounded to see his wonderful physical development. His gait was so merry and so fascinating that it appeared as if a free soul was wandering on at leisure on the earth. The unique thirst for bhakti, jnana and vairagya, devotion, knowledge and renunciation in him was inborn. As he got the congenial atmosphere his soul sought for and the satsang, good company, saturated with devotion, this thirst for spiritual knowledge went on increasing boundlessly day in and day out. One day the Leela village drama of Satyavadi Harishchandra was being enacted in the locality. In the benign company of elders, he also was absorbed in watching the Leela with rapt attention. One seeing the king, the queen, and the prince Rohitashva suffer innumerable hardships and tortures at the hand of heartless people, his heart began to melt, and pent up feelings of empathy oozed out in the form of incessant tears. As this royal family, dedicated completely to the observance of truth, bore the onslaught of the most adverse circumstances with fortitude and forbearance. The happiness also expressed itself through exuberant tears of joy. He really had no control over himself. That is why his heartfelt feelings burst out with sobs and was full of infectious pathos. This Leela of Harishchandra touched the innermost recesses of his being. As a result, rays of the light of divine knowledge emerged from his consciousness. The Leela had so completely enveloped his being that an ocean of celestial thoughts began to rise in tidal waves of jnana and vairagya in his mind and soul. He felt as if somebody was speaking inside him. O Hetram, this human life is the consequence of a long series of jap, chanting, tap and tyag, sacrifice, with dedication. Make it and prove it to be purposeful. Do not waste away this life achieved with so much tapasya. Every moment of it is precious. Every minute has a purpose. Atma, soul, is Brahma, God, and the realization of and attainment of communion with this Brahma is the end of all delusion. Hence attain it. O Hetram, do not hesitate. Time is short and task immense. That is why I say surrender yourself completely at the feet of God. Do not be afraid. Dedication is attainment to the full. This was the voice of Antaratma, conscience, a mute invitation for a communion of the soul with the Supreme Power. After a moment when he woke up from this state into physical consciousness, he was full of an ecstatic happiness, as if he had found Amratva Anand Bhuti, herb producing immortality. He went straight to his mother, beside himself with indescribable joy, sitting in her lap, beaming with overwhelming surprise. He remarked in a voice choked with emotion, "O mother, how noble were King Harishchandra and his family. They did not swerve from the path of truth, even in the face of innumerable sufferings. They maintained their behavior and actions strictly according to their ideals and fulfilled their vow." The mother was overwhelmed with joy on seeing wonderful expression of delight on her son. She started pouring all spiritual knowledge through hands of love into the heart full of divine quest. She said, in the lap of this sacred land of Bharat, many noble persons have been born in every age for the preservation of truth and dharma and have been inspiring the entire humanity to follow the path of virtue. They have always placed their entire lives as an ideal model of high principles. They have been persistently making all efforts to protect human beings from the net of illusory attachments and transitory sensual pleasures. They have time and again taught us that
ये जग अपना सुंदर सपना स्नेह मोह से बना हुआ है, मद चिकनी तासीर यहाँ की जिसमें जन जन सना हुआ है.
this world is a fascinating dream, woven of attachments and delusions. It is characteristic to be very tempting and full of vanity. It has caught every person in its sticky bonds. The honest and soft spoken mother would further say, O my son, this world is short lived, perishable, untrue, and a delusion like a dream. Man comes and goes away from here. O son, your father was also a victim of this perishable system. His death caused me a great grief. I was drowned in an ocean of sorrow and lamentation. But I too was rescued from the abyss of this grief by examples, ideals, and the immortal wisdom imparted by such noble persons. O my son, my grief was pacified only by the thought that even the mightiest kings and emperors, heroes, yogis, and tapasvis could not conquer death. This has been the way of the world which has to be accepted by everyone. With these words, mother's voice was choked with emotions, but the son drank every word, even the mute expression, into his heart. How many forms can mother assume? Who is mother? How big? How powerful? Who and when has anybody been able to know this truth? After being a mother, a woman has to inculcate the three qualities of consciousness, inspiration, and enthusiasm. But Mother Somti, in addition to the above mentioned three qualities, possessed the role of Guru also. What a supreme goddess she was! Today, the role of the Guru dominated her existence. It appeared as if the latent God in her had awakened, turned sides, and got up. The same voice soaked in godliness was today raining nectar of spiritual knowledge into the heart of her yogi son. She continued, O son, during this epoch, the estimated age of man has been determined as 100 years. On this half, the duration is spent in sleeping. Of the remaining 50 years, 25 years are reserved for the childhood and old age. The net remainder of 25 years is engaged in many kinds of pangs of separation, disease, losses, sensual enjoyments, and transitory pleasures. Hence, think, O son, how can a person attain supreme happiness and Sat Chit Anand, the celestial joy of truth, energy, and happiness of peace, during this life, which is as transitory as the wave in water? What efforts does man make to attain the divine happiness? Does he ever remain resolute? He is only a purchased pawn in the hands of everlasting cycle of the day and night after day. Thus, what a strange riddle is human life. O my son, mind is halting this transition of wave. The greatest achievement is regarded as attaining the ability to control this mind. This mind has made a man dance on the indications of its fingers. Whosoever has gained a control over this mind and its perversions, only such a person's heart is purified and clean. He follows the path to salvation and earns the right to be called a truly noble person. If one secures aloofness from one's feeling and practices vairagya and dhyan again and again, this unstable mind achieves balance and stability. So long as the man is unstable and fleeting, nothing can be really gained, even if one secures the guidance of a yogi Gurudev. But man has one characteristic: whichever way it concentrates, whether the path of evil or path of virtue, it would take you to the destination, right to the summit. The Guru, coming in human form, slowly whispers the Guru mantra in the ear. But the divine Guru gives inspiration into the soul itself, stamps the heart. He is the medium to bring man near God. Hence, O son, you also serve the saints and gain from their noble company by following the path indicated by them with determination. Get freedom from this vicious cycle of life and death. But my dear son, in spite of being very elevating, this is extremely difficult. However, it is said that with the kindness of a noble Guru, it can become easy.
साचे गुरु का जिस पर साया, उसने गुप्त खजाना पाया.
Whosoever is under the protection of a true Guru, he is able to secure the hidden treasure. O son, with the limitless grace of a noble Guru and the immortal Guru mantra taught by him, is there anything which is impossible? Even Brahmagyan, God realization, is a fruit of his grace. On hearing this spiritual discourse from the mother, an imperishable wave of awakening surged through his heart. His quest for finding Sadguru became even stronger. All of a sudden, he had a realization. Assuming his mother as his Guru, he made a rule to offer pranam every morning and evening to his mother and to bow down his head respectfully to her. Really, the mother was a very calm and patient woman and a virtual portion of Guru Vani, virtual discourse. We offer our pranams again and again to Mother Somti, who is the manifestation of Mother Kaushalya, Mother of Sri Ram. It is said that if the devotee's determination is sincere, God himself has to come to the rescue of the devotee. He, Hitrap, had the blessings of God. That is why all events were taking a desired favorable turn, leading towards the destination. After some days, the drama of King Mordhwaj was presented in his town. All the residents were impressed with his free and noble thoughts. Hence, they were of the opinion that there could be no one better fitted to play the role of King Mordhwaj, and they persuaded him to accept the offer. He could not decline their wish and accepted it. When the scene of saving the prince arrived, he was extremely moved. His mute heart melted. All of a sudden, there was a strange and serious glow on his face. He appeared to be the real Mordhwaj with the saw in his hand. He performed his role to the perfection and looked like the actual Mordhwaj, determined to fulfill his duty unswervingly. His acting touched the heart of every spectator, and they were all wonderstruck at his brilliant exposition. When the drama was over, like everyone, he returned home, but his heart was still lost in the thoughts of Mordhwaj. Playing the role, he had passed into the feeling of Mordhwaj. His mind was constantly brooding of how aloof, sacrificing, detached, and self-controlled was King Mordhwaj, who did not hesitate even to saw his only son with his own hands. Even the intense love for his dear successor could not thwart him from fulfilling his duty and dharma. He was thus beyond all thoughts and feelings of pleasure and pain. Besides, how great was the young son who surrendered himself completely to his parents and Guru. Blessed are such noble persons who sacrificed themselves and became immortal. Many memorable noble ancestors like Puranmal, Gopichand, King Bhartrihari, Gautam Buddha dedicated their all, that is, wife, son, innumerable pleasures of their princely state, and achieved immortality at the feet of their gurus. Such thoughts percolated with vairagya, detachment, and dedication entered his soul. One day, absorbed in such thoughts, he reached the bank of Ganga along with his cowboy friends and their herd of cows. All had their bath together in the Ganga and had a common breakfast. After this, he spread his bedsheet under the dense shade of the trees and lay down there. The influence of the good actions of his previous births was upsurging very fast. While lying there, he reached far beyond the horizon. The natural scenery was so attractive and fascinating that it took away his subconscious mind into the underground cave of a Mahayogi. His inner self praised the austerities, renunciation, yoga efforts, and the power attained through these by the ancient tapasvis, yogis, and maharshis, great sages, who freed themselves from the cycle of life and death and attained the immortal stage. Busy in these thoughts, the speed of vairagya overwhelmed his conscience, and all of a sudden his soul asked him a mute question. When the same soul pervades everyone, everything, when everything is an extension of parts of the same God, then why you also do not join the ranks of a great saints? Gradually, this question of the soul was transformed into an instructive inspiration before him. He experienced as if somebody inside him was calling, "O Hetram, you are a child of Kshatriya kingly dynasty. You are the product of the blessings of great yogi. You have taken birth out of the womb of Mother Somti from Jal Tattva, water element. You are the descendant of Surya dynasty, Raghukul, the dynasty of Raghu and Shriram, and Lodh Rajput family. You have inborn powers, Sat, Shakti, and Samarthya, truth, strength, and capacity. So, you also dedicate yourself for tap and yoga. Be known as a Mahayogi. Get freedom from the cycle of life and death and attain the stage of immortality. In life, the best achievement is the determination, preservation of an attitude for good actions through jap, tap, and yoga." After this joyful experience, he stood in the Ganga and offering pranams to his parents, Guru, and ancestors, and making Mother Ganga as the witness, he took an unshakable vow. With handful of water and facing the sun, God, I will be a Akhand Brahmachari, celibate, all my life and will dedicate all of it to jap, tap, yoga, and sadhana. This vow of his seemed to be echoing in the whole sky. After this firm determination, his body began to tremble. He experienced as if a great spiritual electric current was flowing through his nerves. The sky still reverberates his firm vow. Right since then, he started practicing the austerities with dead regularity. He painted the outline sketch of his mother on his forehead, so that if he chanced to look towards any lady, or if she came before him, then he should view her through the line sketch of his mother with the same attitude towards her. In this conception, a song always echoed in his mind and soul.
है नारी जितनी विश्व में जगदम्बिका तू मान रे, सुरती भवानी शारदा लक्ष्मी सभी को मान रे, तू इष्ट देवी पूज रे, मत गर्भ में फिर आ कभी, है काम ही भवमूल सुरती संत कहते हैं सभी, है काम तुझ में जब तलक नहीं भेंट होगी राम से, ना सिद्धि हो सन्यास की ना योग आत्मा राम से, गेरू कपड़े रंगे हों ले कमंडल हाथ में, लंबी शिखा उत्पीत पवन हो तिलक भी माथ में, यदि काम वश हो जाए तो कोई ना आवे काम में.
All the ladies in the world should be treated by you as the mother of the world. Goddess Jagdambika, or Saraswati, goddess of knowledge, or Lakshmi, goddess of wealth. Always worship your choicest goddess and do not take birth again. Calm, sex is the basis of worldly temptations. So long as it is there, you cannot meet Ram, God. You will not attain Siddhi, divine powers, nor get communion with the soul. You may put on saffron clothes, take a kamandal, wooden bowl, in your hand and anoint your forehead, but if you are overpowered by sex and sexual temptations, none of these has any purpose. He knew very well that Ram and Kam, sensual enjoyment and God, cannot go together in the context of opening the door to yoga. He would repeat the following lines and would then enter deep into contemplation in his soul.
काम क्रोध मद लोभ से मन पाता जब छुट्टी भाई, तब ही जानो तुमने जाकर योग द्वार पर घंटी बजाई.
When the mind gets liberated from the chains of Kam, Krodh, anger, mad, vanity, and lobh, greed, only then you can ring the bell of the door of yoga to open it. Once the story goes that Narad Muni went to Bhagwan Shankar, Shiv, and claimed that he had achieved control over sex urge. Shankar Bhagwan said,
शंकर जी कहें नारद मुनि हरि भक्ति में मगन रहो, कामदेव का हाल जाए श्री विष्णु जी से मत कहना.
Lord Shankar told Narad Muni to remain absorbed in the devotion of God and not to go to Lord Vishnu and brag about his sex control. Even then, goaded by his ego, Narad Muni did go to Bhagwan Vishnu and declared that he had gained control over Kamdev, god of sex. The Lord agreed, adding that a sage like him should not find any difficulty in gaining this victory. Who else could conquer Kamdev? But as is well known, Narad Ji later succumbed to the temptation.
In the town of Bhojgarh Darawar, there was a scholar Pandit Mohan Lal. In the childhood, he had listened to the stories and discourses from Pandit Ji about references from Vedas, Dharmashastras, and religious tales. These added to his knowledge and established an idealism in his soul. On hearing these discourses, his heart was continuously drawn towards Gyan, spiritual knowledge, and Vairagya, detachment. Pandit Ji quietly praised his emotions of Vairagya and while preaching would talk about the impediments possible in that path. Pandit Ji used to tell that the whole world suffered from a feeling of fear. Every living being, animal, bird, or vegetation is infested by this fear. Then what is it? Who is it that is not distressed by fear? Such a person is a Vairagi, detached, one establishing complete renunciation in his soul. A Vairagi is always free from fear, but this path is not easy. It is easy only to describe it. It is extremely difficult to realize it, to inculcate it in one's soul, and then to proceed on unswervingly on the path of Vairagya successfully. All the same, the following are some of the devices to make it free from impediments. संयम, सेवा, साधना, संत पुरुषों का संग, ये चारों करते तुरंत मोह निशा को भंग। दो बातों को भूलो मत, जो चाहो कल्याण, नारायण एक मौत को, दूजे श्री भगवान। Dark night of succumbing to temptations is lighted up by self-control, service, practice, and company of saints. Two things should never be forgotten: death and God, if you want your well-being. The impressive discourses of Panditji made him feel as if somebody very dear to him was inspiring him to proceed on the path of sadhana, spiritual efforts. At the same time, a self-confidence was seeded into his heart. O Hetram, one day you also have to proceed on this path. With these thoughts, he would quietly praise Panditji, thank him, and tried to serve him with body, mind, and money. He would take Panditji's cows also along with his herd, which was one way of serving him. Gradually, his veneration and spirit of service towards saints and sages began to touch a conspicuous depth of spiritualism. The renounced souls of these saints and sages, in addition to the physical proximity, began to overshadow even his mind and soul. His heart began to search here, there, everywhere in the quest of such company. Very often he would go without the knowledge of his friends for this spiritual food, and after having darshan of such saints would be happy besides himself. He greatly benefited from their teachings. His mind gradually established itself in the meditation of the Supreme Self, so much so that in the company of saints, sages, and spiritually advanced souls, he would not return home for several days at a stretch. He would sometimes go to some unknown corner or solitude in the forest and be lost in meditation. This practice gradually became harder and longer. As such, the peace of his mind ascended from his heart to his soul and ultimately transformed him into Paramanand, an everlasting celestial joy. This experience of joy lost no chance to turn him into a person whose soul had received the real enlightenment of spiritual knowledge. This experience gradually became deeper and deeper. Sometimes he would feel that some unseen power was endearingly telling him that Maya is enveloping the vision of God, just as the clouds envelop the sun. Just as the sun appears automatically as soon as the clouds get scattered, with the shuttering of Maya, God is seen directly. But for scattering this Maya's smoke cover, renunciation, tap, austerity, practice, and yoga shall have to be adopted as essential devices. Just as, in order to secure the pearls present at the bottom of the sea, one has to pass through many dangers and many dives are needed. Only then the treasure of the pearl is secured. In the same way, for securing the grace of God, the seeker has to pass through a great many difficulties. God is realized only when a person attains to perfection, one of the three spiritual stages. 1. I am all in all. 2. You are everything. 3. You are the master. I am your humble servant. From the attainment of the supernatural knowledge and such experience in the illumined expanse of nature, he sought the aid of Shishasana, posture with feet up and head down. For Yoga Sadhana, he accepted Shishasana as the key, and hence he started practicing it with a will. He had a determined personality since the beginning. He regarded it as his dharma to fulfill whatever he vowed. Hence, he was an ocean of mighty moral power. Daily, he left his cows under the care of his cowboy friends. He took his bath in the holy water of Mother Ganga, which purified not only his body but his heart too. After that, in the Shirsasan state, he meditated upon God, the Father of us all. Gradually, he increased his practice so much that he would stay in the stable position of Shirsasan on the fringe of the well. By and by, he continued the process of Shirsasan for a very long durations on the burning sands by the bank of Ganga in the summer and on the snowy cliffs with a bare body in the biting cold of winter. For the common folk, it was a surprise, almost a miracle. For city people and spectators, this Shirsasan gradually became an unbelievable belief. For wayfarers, it could be only a passing show, but for himself and for yogis, it was an extremely joyful achievement. Often, the pilgrims and yogi Mahatmas would see him in the Shirsasan position on the bank of the Ganga while going for bath in the early morning. They would praise it generally and proceed forward. But when they found him unmoved in the same position, their surprise knew no bounds. Their own tapasya seemed to be insignificant when they saw this devotion and imagined his possible developed form. They regarded themselves merely children in comparison with this miraculous child. But soon a liberal and divine emotion would be aroused. They would sit around the child and pin to bless him heartily and inspire him to continue his spiritual austerities with a will. And this is what happened. When his meditation ended, he would be extremely happy as if in a deep sea of joy on seeing the sages sitting around him in calm silence. Then he would respectfully bow his head with folded hands. The unique respectful attitude of the child would enchant the sages, and they rained a lot of affection and blessings upon him. They would declare, "O son, God will soon open the door of supreme bliss for you. You will attain Brahma Gyan, knowledge of God, and would attain moksha, salvation. May God make your bhakti, devotion, successful." He felt happy beyond himself on receiving the bounties of unique blessings in his bowl of the thirst of devotion. His soul danced with joy. He felt as if a beggar had been elevated to the position of an emperor. He was really a fortunate favorite of God's grace that the terrible impediments of ego never dared to come in his path. His interest in Shirsasan increased day by day, which in due course transformed itself into the efforts of Yog Sadhana. The fascinating smell emanating from his bhakti and Ishwar Sadhana mingled with the breezes and reached the hearts of the common people. Gradually, he began to become a favorite topic of common talk. The public praising him profusely was so much carried by an ardent affection for him that with their mute expression they spontaneously showered all their blessings and good wishes for him. All were of the opinion that the son of Raja Ramji was a yogi of the previous birth. Now he would be a Mahayogi. Then they would look into the limitless sky and pray, "O God, O brother of the universe, fulfill the ambition of this child in every way." Then someone would say that some manifestation of majestic light had taken birth in the house of the king of Bhojkar Dravar. Somebody else would remark that Hetram, son of Sri Raja Ram, was proceeding on a very noble path. It seems that he would soon attain wonderful heights. Such multifaceted expression found their way to him also, and this pervaded his soul too. Consequently, his mind began to touch very fast the heights of renunciation and detachment. In the sacred forest on the bank of Ganga, where his cows went for grazing, the ruins of the fort of King Bhishmak, the temples of Ambikeshwar and Avantika Devi are a pleasant sight even today. One day he was sitting in a calm pose in the temple of Avantika Devi on the bank of Ganga. A cool breeze was blowing slowly, bringing on its waves the sweet smell of a large variety of flowers. The crystal clear water of the Ganga was splashing against the sides of the temple and was producing a very musical rhythm. His heart was very much elated on listening to the fascinating symphony of nature. All of a sudden, some memories of an ancient past began to surge up in his consciousness. In the recesses of his soul, some words that rose were, O Hetram, the place where you are sitting today is the same where in the ancient age Deveshwari Rukmani had gone through hard austerities of tapasya and had earned a world repute for this holy site of Kundanpuri. This again is the sacred place where Mother Somti had got the ceremony of your Karn Chedan, piercing of hole in the ear, and hosting a feast for the yogi Mahatmas, had enjoyed nectar like happiness. This is the same place where even Lord Shri Krishna had bowed his head. This is the same spot where many saints and sages sat in devotional tapasya and went on Vaikunt, heaven, and many achieved the immortal position after getting freedom from the bondage of Maya, delusion, and attachment. O Hetram, why don't you also get blessed by the purity of this spot and seek freedom from this world? All of a sudden, a noble thought came to his mind. He felt that one day he also would have to go far, far from that city in the search of a Sadguru, noble Guru. He would have to find shelter in a similar blessed place. No habitation is really full of life without an ashram, place of congregational living, of sages and saints. Hence, every locality must have some suitable place where saints and sages may be able to spend a few days. Of what use is any property which cannot be used for the service of holy persons? Just then he came upon a resolve, and in a short time he gave a practical shape to his determination. Far from the habitation, but within the boundary of the town of Bhojkar Darabar, he got a beautiful ashram constructed. In front of this ashram, a mango garden was planted and other arrangements were executed. Gradually, saints and sages started staying there for being absorbed in worship and meditation. One day, he left his cows under the care of his cowboy companions and proceeded to have a bath in the sacred water of the Ganga. After a lovable bath, with devotion and faith in his heart, he entered to offer Gangajal water in the temple of Ambikeshwar. As soon as he turned back after offering the holy water of his unshakable faith at the feet of the Lord, there happened a divine miracle. A great saint Guru, on seeing his majestic appearance, embraced him and kept him tight in his arms most affectionately. It was a very unusual sight. Divine knowledge had embraced living affection. Mahatma Ji, after embracing him, felt that his empty heart had all of a sudden been filled. The infinite joy Mahatma Ji experienced showed that he had found his supplement. He calmly went on looking at the divine form of Mahatma Ji without blinking and went on assimilating the divine happiness current in his soul. He was drenched to the soul by the nectar like rain of sweet words of the saint. Mahatma Ji said, O son, you are very fortunate. Your future is swinging in the cradle of divine knowledge. Your family is prosperous
and endowed with all sorts of consorts and luxuries. My son, I am feeling very hungry. Will you not satisfy the hunger of a mendicant? He, Hetram, at once ran to his house and fed the Mahatma to full satisfaction. Then, with folded hands, submitted most respectfully, O Master, how can I be called fortunate? I wander on the thorny and rocky paths of the forest after the cows, anxious to have the darshan sight and the opportunity of company of eminent saints like you. Sometimes, when I am blessed with such a chance, then of course I am fortunate. The saint was very much fascinated to the core by this child's quest for spiritual knowledge, spirit of service, and cuckoo like sweet voice and humble style of speaking. He said, O child, grazing the cows barefooted and bare bodied, and at the same time serving the saints is a great divine work. Only some Krishna can do it. My son, all the actions of your previous life are saturated with renunciation and yoga. Hence, you should become a topmost yogi by following stubbornly and unswervingly the path of virtue and austerity. O my son, only that person who accumulated stock of austerity and yoga is powerful, attains the position of highest spiritual assets through efforts of yoga. Blessed is the mother who has conceived and given birth to such a great soul in this holy land of Bharat. He felt a great pride in being blessed by the sage in such sweet words of endearment. His heart touched the climax of joy. He held the feet of the saint and quietly offered innumerable respect to his mother. And then, in a moment, the sage disappeared into the bushes on the bank of the Ganga. But he passed into a calm meditation then and there. After some time, when he gained consciousness, he got up and started walking. In a pensive mood of absolute vairagya, detachment, he reached the cremation ground. A pyre was burning there. The ensuing red flames seemed to write some lines continuously with the ink of renunciation on the space in his heart. His thoughts speeded up. Pearls of the purest tears began to slip down his eyes in a stream. The endless ocean of his vision was enveloping the entire creation. All of a sudden, an old scene rose up in his memory. In that dim light, he saw as if it was the pyre of his father himself and was burning. The rays emanating from it were revealing an eternal truth. O my son, you also shall have to relinquish this transitory world one day. The event will repeat themselves in the same order. This is the truth. Everything else is an illusion. Yours, mine, my own, somebody else, property, prosperity, etc., etc., only illusions of no consequence. Only the humanitarian values of the person and the spiritual achievements earned by him keep company with him. The rest is turned into ashes here and now in the raging flames. O my son, what a fool is man who seeks to find a supplement for becoming the Poon, all complete God, with the help of another, a Poon incomplete man with a woman, and vice versa. In that quest alone, he burns away all his candle of life. For gaining this shadow, he stakes his all that is invaluable. The desire to become the Poon through mere trifles lead him to an entire vacuum, an utter bankruptcy. But he does not turn his eyes towards God, the beacon of light. O son, when he is not able to achieve anything in this long tenure of journey of his life, what for is this journey and what sort of a human life is this? He is only a wreck, a most unlucky destitute. This was enough for him. This was all. The mute language of the flames conveyed to him everything. It awakened the sleeping Shiv, elevating God in him. From his mouth, drowned in the endless ocean of light, of the purest serene, came out a few words, and they took the form of an unbreakable vow before the world. Bowing before all the great souls moving about in the entire universe and piety of his Guru Mother, he took determined vow, from today I will remain in the costume of a sage for the whole life, and performing noble actions will attain the immortal spiritual power. Once again a vow from the Raghukul family reverberated in the endless sky.
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाहि पर वचन न जाई. It has been the eternal tradition of the Raghukul. Life may be lost, but word can never be untrue. Reality is always straightforward. It is only the target of cowards to depend upon fate. His vows did not emerge from his mouth alone. Mouth was only a medium of expression of the spoken word. The vow took its origin from the galaxy of his spiritual power. That is why he completely and systematically followed his vows, Maryada, code of conduct, and the words uttered by himself. It was the mandate ordained by his soul to fulfill his vow. He transformed his words into an accomplished reality. Gradually, he began to dive deeper and deeper into the ocean of renunciation. He had a great affinity for nature. He would sit steady on the branch of some tree and would be lost in the limitless light percolating through the dense leaves. For several days at a stretch, he would continue without food in a trance of meditation. By and by, his consciousness detached far from his body into the recesses of his soul. Consequently, his body began to wane. On seeing his frail body, the cowboy companions got worried and began to show their sympathies in many ways and to offer multifarious suggestions. Somebody would ask him what was the shortage or scarcity that was eating into him in that way. Tell us what we can do, they would conclude. We will not allow you to wither like this. Another would say, what is your wish, for the attainment of which you have even relinquished food? You have even forgotten yourself. Such innocent and well meaning questions, offers, and suggestions would bring forth a smile to his lips and arouse a thought into his heart. He knew that they could not in the least know the real thing that he was missing and the soul of his ambition. In that way, he sometimes answered all their queries with a smile and sometimes with a mere silence. For himself, he was constantly increasing his endurance for austerity, depth of meditation, and the capacity to hold the immortal power.
One day, a thought came over to him. Oh Hitram, the time has come. Now you have to leave your house very soon. Why do you not perform some charity soon? Donating of cows and calves is the noblest. So you should give away your cows in charity, and stamping the calves, set them free to grow up as bulls and wander at leisure. That was not a mere emotion, it was the urge of his soul. He gave away his cows and calves gladly to Panditji and other respected sages in the presence of a large public. All people were surprised to see this unusual sight. Just then he called a blacksmith and got the calves stamped according to the custom and set them free to wander in the land of the tapasya of sages and saints. By doing this, he felt great satisfaction in addition to immense joy. He felt as if He had gained a lot invaluable by giving away all that charity. After taking a vow of adopting mendicant's dress, he used to wander from one town to another in that very April, putting a dhoti without tucking it up, wrapping a loose cloth over his body, a tilak, anointment, on his forehead. One day he was roaming about in his birthplace. At that time there was a large public gathering. The entire crowd stood aghast to see him in that mendicant's dress. Some mocked at him regarding this only as a freak, whereas others were fascinated after understanding his urge of renunciation. Still others felt an immense surge of motherly affection. Just then, all of a sudden, an old man got up from the midst of the same gathering and he offered a pranam salutation to him. He was very much embarrassed to see his old age and the style of his greeting and began to stare seriously towards the crowd. He felt as if every face was asking him some question. Just then, another middle aged person started reminding him of his age, his parents, his family status, and dynasty. He said, "O Hetram, do you not feel ashamed to put on this dress? Do you not feel a remorse? Did your parents expect that you would thus wander about begging for alms from door to door? Tell me, does it look proper for you? Hetram, remember the honor and self-respect of your ancestors and the dignity and public esteem of your father. What a capable and magnificent person was your father, whose guidance and advice made every function of our city successful and the administration efficient and honest. Even today, we, the entire society, miss very much and every moment the benign and admirable personality of your father. Even today, every person, man or woman, remembers him, honors him because he was a dignified person and a dignified dynasty of a dignified dynasty. He was the lord of this city, king of this country, not because he was a mendicant or a beggar. The prosperity and honor he earned. Are you today squandering away like this? Is it your dharma? Hetram, the entire town regards you as the dearest child. All have loved you from the bottom of their hearts. Was it for your bringing dishonor in such a way? How happy would have been every particle of this sacred city if you had followed the footsteps of your father by following the life of a grihastha householder like him and furthering the honor and dignity of your family. Every human heart would have been blessed if you had studied and brought name and fame to the memory of your parents. These words from the multitude hit like a hammer upon his heart. Just then another person stood up and spoke in a harsh language. My son, have you accepted someone as your guru before adopting this dress as a mendicant? Or are you simply loitering about posing to be a Mahatma without being initiated by any guru? Does only coloring the robe make a saint? O Hetram, this is an extremely difficult path. Only declaring or stubbornly maintaining does not make you a sage. The person further carried an, O Hetram, you are still a mere child. Shed away this mendicant robe. Follow Grihastha Dharma, married life. This is the mode of conduct appropriate for you. If you want to become a sage or a Mahatma, be so not by the dress but by your mind and soul. This incessant lashing and cruel interrogation pierced his tender heart. He was very much pained to get that rough treatment and unkind words from that multitude. Streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. His throat was choked. The strength of the body failed. Still, he wanted to speak a lot. He would have liked to give reply to the question one by one, but instead of talking much, he showed his regard in only a few words. That very moment, he faced the public gathering and repeated his determined vow, speaking each and every word clearly and loudly. He imparted in the depth of the ocean and the heights of the Himalayas. He declared before the assembly, I take a vow that under the advice of a guru, I will be a yogi full of Atmagyan, spiritual knowledge, and follow the path of salvation. I will leave my house just tomorrow and would go away from the city in search of a Sadguru, noble Guru.
उत्तम घन गरजे नहीं, गरजे सो भर दें। महापुरुष बोले नहीं, बोले सो कर दें।
A good cloud does not thunder. If it thunders, then it fills all ponds, rivers, and fields. Great men do not speak words. If they speak, they fulfill these words. The special inborn quality of Hetram was that whenever anything hit his feelings, his response was always a vow. And after that, it became the aim of his life to follow it in letter and spirit. The above far reaching and unshakable declaration, the immortal soul, the emanating rays of spiritual knowledge, in a moment astounded the entire multitude. All felt that the vow of this extraordinary child had brought them into the dazzling light of the rising sun from the blinding darkness. All felt a spellbound peace. They raised their eyes to see if they could embrace the child, and accepting their pretty mindness, be absolved of the obligation of begging to be pardoned, but they found that he was not there. He, just after announcing his vow, had gone straight into his mother's lap, with eyes full of tears representing the great spiritual heights he had achieved in the process and the consequent limitless joy. In a short while, the same crowd reached his house to console him. It seemed as if they had been struck dumb because they felt a great repentance after his vow. All spoke with one voice that it had been a grave mistake. Some people remarked that the stubbornness of four types of people was well known: king, child, woman, and a yogi. Whatever they determine, they always fulfill it. It seems that this child is following the same path. Some other people remarked to one another that the cruel words against the child had been inspired by some mysterious power, otherwise, they for themselves had no such intentions. Perhaps God Himself wanted this for which He had to suffer as mediums. For which we had to suffer as mediums. The citizens began to talk amongst themselves, informing that the son of Raghukul Tilak Shri Raja Ram was going to be a yogi in his early childhood. This announcement was made in the whole town of Bhojkar Daravar and the neighbouring towns. There was soon a commotion on all sides. The wise and old persons remarked that this world was an illusion. Nobody had brought this big passing show with him, nor would take it with him. Providence now determined all consequences according to the accumulated effect of all good or bad actions. Even he could not change it. As such, it had to be forborne. Only yogis, saints, and exceptionally great men had the capacity to change it. They observed that the child Hetram had been developing an attitude of renunciation since the early childhood. Nobody had the courage to speak anything to the other. All were giving only mute expressions to their feelings. Tears rolled down from the eyes of some people. All were wondering that the child was leaving his birthplace for good. Mother Somti was wiping his face endearingly with her scarf and asking him why he looked so serious and sad. What disappointment, what grief has touched you? Who has said what to my yogi son? Let me know a bit. What burden lies heavy on your heart and soul? O my son, that even the mother's slap, even her loving touch could not lighten. But actually, he was all of a sudden delighted immensely with then daring touch of the mother. Then he related the entire event which had taken place recently. Looking into the limitless depth of the eyes of the mother, he began to say to her in a very intimate tone, O mother, give me strength and blessings. O mother, I want the capacity to be able to keep my vow. Vow. I have taken a vow today, not in solitude. I have vowed before a large gathering. I have declared with an acclamation of victory. Also, I have assured them that I will fulfill my vow to the letter. Accordingly, I will relinquish my home, family, and all the glories and comfort of my ancestral property and state by tomorrow, and will begin my quest for my Sadguru and follow the path of yoga under his guidance. O mother, this is my unshakable vow, the vow of your yogi son. My words are as unswerving as the polar star. O mother, in addition, I have vowed that after relinquishing this town tomorrow, I will never again enter my birthplace. My coming back to this town would be identical with my death. The words of the mouth of the son went straight to the heart of the mother, striking numb every chord of her nerves with unbearable pain. The soul of the mother too was shaken with the fear of a great vacuum in the future. Her mute heart was asking her only one question again and again, which is, can life retain itself with the departure of the breath of the soul? The mother's fortitude was today failing her. She was unable to say anything in response because she had no answer. It was the occasion of her test today. Along with the endless depth of her affection and the height of her love and care, it was a test of her forbearance and fortitude. That is why she was unable to express anything even through a mute response. The entire society was asking all mothers in silence as to what a vow it was that had shaken even the balance of Mother Somti badly. What an undertaking it was on the part of the son which was preventing even the Mother Somti to be able to fulfill it. Mother Somti went on going deeper and deeper in contemplation. While thinking over this situation, she spoke nothing. Silence reigned supreme. Whenever she could remove her eyes away from the open blue sky, she stared towards the face of her son sitting in her lap. And then she would be lost in the thoughts of the same son. Then all of a sudden she felt that the son had gone to sleep. The mother experienced a great satisfaction that her lap still had the comfort and coolness which could control the scorching worry and induce her son to sleep. What a depth of the ocean did the mother's lap entail, and yet it never got turbulent. That is why mother is immortal, who is satiated with very little and gets elated with endless joy. Gradually, the fairy of the evening slowly came down into the mother's yard to give her peace and solace. But she had by now became very feeble, very poor, and emaciated. The supreme peace residing in the inner recesses of its solitude was today detached from it. It was itself weeping, sobbing, and asking, "O Mother, what is that vow, the pronouncement of which had in a moment assured a great turbulence in every person of the public? What is that great determination which, with its echo, has touched the body, heart, and soul of the entire humanity? Which worthy son of a man has made a resolve, the expression of which has withered not only human hearts, but also the entire flower of nature? O Mother, what is that dearth whose concept has engrossed the entire nature resources, that is, forests, trees, animals, birds, insects, creatures, rivers, mountains, earth, and sky into a deep contemplation? O Mother, tell what is this all? What a strange paradox this is! What is this mystery which is neither joyful nor can be called undesirable? Body can be fraught with pain, but the soul is immortal. That is why only it is reliable and worthy to be followed. With this faith, Mother Somti returned to her conscious thoughts. Just then, the child lying in her lap also woke up from his meditation. All of a sudden, he began asking, "Mother, won't you allow me to go? Oh, Mother, just now God was calling me. You had also permitted me to leave, didn't you?" Now, Mother Somti was convinced that her son had been close to God in his meditation. God was calling him. It was a divine blessing which some unique devotee received after an accumulation of good actions of many lives and rare fortune. Contemplating on this aspect, Mother Somti was convinced that it was the will of God Himself that it should be so. He should be allowed to go on his journey of God realization because God's will is supreme. For me and this son was, according to the words of the saint, only a word entrusted by God to me on his behalf. The mother was just about to give permission to her son when the dormant motherly affection woke up. She was violently shaken and began to try to dissuade him. "O son, you are still a child. It is not easy to find a Sadguru and then to follow the tenets of yoga. It is an extremely difficult spiritual effort. Hence, O son, do not be adamant." But the resolute child seriously reminded her of the noble examples of Bhakt Prahlad and Bhakt Dhruv and submitted at the feet of his mother. "O Mother, these unique child devotees have proved that age is no impediment on the path of God realization. These great powers have already illumined the Bhakti Marg devotional path by the lamp of determination and effort, kindled by the immortal light. Hence, O Mother, accept my prayer and impart me the strength to fulfill my vow. Give me your blessings and guide me with your noble teachings. This is my last request to you." This resolute determination of his again silenced the mother. She continued to stare in the endless space. She experienced that the blankness was gradually taking the shape of a saint already known to her, and that sage yogi was again telling her, "O Devi, the son born to you will be aloof from the ways of the world from the early childhood and would leave the house at the early age of 14. He would be a brahmachari, celibate devotee, and could become an enlightened yogi. O Devi, that time has now arrived. Give permission to the son and fulfill the wish of God. Let truth dawn upon the earth. Mother's rational power was received, and remembering the blessings and prophecy of the saint before the birth of her son, she muttered in an emotion-choked voice that it was also the will of God. The permission had already been accorded even before his birth. But, O son, you will have to forbear innumerable and unsurmountable difficulties in opting this path of yoga sadhana efforts. You shall have to walk barefooted on the thorny paths. You will have to lead life of austerity, facing heat, cold and rain without clothes and living upon alms, tolerating ridicule and insults as blessings from God. Hence think over again, lest you should bring dishonor to the blessings of the sage and my mission. See well, lest you should be misled from your path and bring ridicule from the public. O my son, many weak minded mendicants have fallen from their ideals and have been a cause of dishonor to the mother who gave them birth. The thirst for expectation and ambition has lured and tempted many people. But, O son, just as after the age has passed away, passions no longer sustain, and after the water is dried up, no low and remains no low land remains a lake. In the same way, after the realization of the self, the world does not retain its apparent form. But this is possible only when there is an unshakable faith and true devotion towards God. It is truly said that the deeper are the desire and concentration, the quicker is the attainment of the everlasting. For this, self realization is extremely essential. Assuming the world to be the plain concrete, one may relinquish the home, live a life of hard austerities, bearing the scorching heat of the sun, the cold nights of winter, with face hidden between the knees, feed on alms received as karpatri, one using hands as bowl, or sleep under a quilt of street rags, give up all sensual enjoyments, even live in the hollow of trees. Still, such a mendicant, in the absence of self realization, cannot free himself from the gallows of hope. In the absence of true devotion and chanting or meditation, one cannot even secure deliverance from the cycle of life and death. Hence, salvation cannot be achieved without self realization. Pursuing religious rites can secure only happiness in following births according to the merits of the actions. O son, all in this world are passing their lives performing some actions or other. But if we think deeply, the question arises whether whatever we are doing is the be all and end all of our duty. Have we come to this world only for this purpose? Is our destined path the one which we are traversing? Have we any aim for achieving which we are running without any rhyme or reason? In the end, everyone is faced with a big question whether anyone has achieved his or her aim. The conclusion ultimately is that most of the persons are wandering about aimlessly, forgetting the real purpose and target of their lives. They have assumed completely physical achievement as their basic aim of life. Nowadays, amassing riches has become the only aim of human life, but they forget the limitations of money. They forget that money can make you prosperous but cannot procure you peace and contentment. Money can buy you spectacles but not the vision. Money can buy you luxurious beds but not the sleep. With money, you can have a room built in solitude but not the tranquility of the mind and heart. Money can provide you with a servant, but not the real service. Riches can attract towards you many companions and comrades, but not your true friends. Not true friends. Money can provide you buttering or flirting, but not real love. In brief, money can get you everything, but not the truth. Talking like this, mother remembered a past event which gave her a violent shaking. The mother related, "Oh son, we spent a lot of money for the treatment of your father during his last days, but even then we could not save him." She continued, "O son, spiritual attainment has eluded man, although that is the ultimate aim of life. After that immortal experience, man experiences an eternal joy. He has a vision of the entire universe in his own self, which sprouts the declaration of Aham Brahmasmi, I am God, in his soul. Constantly practicing this, gradually we begin to forget ourselves and to give importance to others. We begin to understand the difficulties of others as our own and try to ameliorate these as far as possible and feel a real contentment in this. At last, a time comes when the soul of noble persons
reach the final stage of the path of salvation. They regard the entire earth as Vasudev Kutumbakam, that is, the whole world is a family, and attain the supreme bliss. O son, the experiences of sages and saints of great souls tells us that man has been born only to manifest, that is, man is a representative or reflection of the power of Narayan, God, on earth. That is why it is his duty that he should be vigilant about God and dedicate himself fully before him and according to his wish. Everything else is a farce and avidya, false knowledge. The one and only one truth and final aim of life is God. Hence, only turn to him, and then all empty void will be filled. This is the best path for happiness, peace, and joy. Salvation is its last stage. The grace of Sadguru, Noble Guru, is the concrete attainment of God. Mother further said, O son, yogis have been telling us time and again that first of all, it is difficult to be born in the human form. If, with the help of good actions of the previous births and mercy of God, one gets the body of a human being, then generally, in his ignorance and ego, wastes it away uselessly. The person who does not realize the self and does not follow the path of deliverance is surely suicidal in his attitude. But, O son, wise persons tell us that the desire for communion with the eternal, the company of virtuous persons, and being a deserving recipient of the grace of a Sadguru are the three only true aims and objectives of human life. It is said that once the Supreme God thought, Ekosmi Bahusyam, I am one, I want to be many, and that caused the creation of the universe. As a consequence, a small spark of Bhagwan, the Creator God, set itself inside every being. Man's real form is He. His soul is immortal, and Paramatma, Supreme God, is all perfect. Both are identical and both are immortal. The communion of the drop form of the part, that is the soul, with the ocean form of God is Yog. That is salvation. That is deliverance. The body, which has become the center point of all illusions, attachments, and desires, can also be made a helpful medium in the spiritual efforts of the soul. Body is a temple. In this temple, man form the Sukshma Atma, diminutive soul, can attain a Paramatma, the supreme soul, God. This body, instead of physical temptation, can be made an instrument of divine attraction, that is, detachment. How difficult it is even to imagine it. But all this becomes easy and involuntary when this body form, chariot, gets a Krishna or Sadguru form of Sarthi, charioteer. Knowledge and realization of the self is a benediction of the great merciful Sri Sadguru's feet. His grace, in a moment, kindles the lamp of endless knowledge in the consciousness of the devotee. After this, the path of salvation begins to be clearly visible. But for the disciple, Guru is everything. God, goddesses, deity, etc., etc. Guru is an endless ocean of faith. There is no need to search anyone else if the Guru is there. Otherwise, you will be in an unescapable hangover. That is why it is said, दो उनका पग धरे जो कोई बीच भंवर में डूबे सोई देखत देखत ऐसा देख मिट जाए दुविधा रह जाए एक. One who places his feet in two boats gets drowned in the whirlpool. See in such a way that the dilemma may be ended and only one may be left. That is, whosoever concentrates his full attention and faith in one Sadguru, what doubt is there in his or her salvation? The sages have always guided their disciples while teaching them to pick up
the pearls and throw away the shells. Whatever mantra and diksha, initiation, the Guru blesses you with, is the highest dharma duty of the disciple to follow the same in letter and spirit, and never to try to look for the human weakness in the Guru even in a dream. The disciple acquires all desirable qualities and rewards from the Gurudev by following this path.
In the childhood, whenever the mother gave him a discourse on matters of spiritual knowledge and renunciation, etc., his eyes were always concentrated upon the lotus feet of his mother, just like a stork. When the mother saw the child was listening to her talk with rapt attention, she felt happy beyond herself. The mother, on this occasion, continuing the same subject, proceeded, O son, man entering into the whirlpool of worldly attachments and sensual gratifications spoils his whole life for nothing, but he realizes this mistake only in the last stages of his life. Hence, if a person can free himself from these worldliness cycles, his deliverance is automatically attained. This cycle of attachments and ignorance entices not only human beings, but also whenever a circus man wants to catch a monkey, he puts as a trick a handful of grams and drops in an earthen pot of small opening at a place which abounds in monkeys. The opening being small, the empty hand of the monkey easily slips in, but when the greedy monkey has caught the eatables in his hand, the closed fist cannot come out. The monkey tries to drag it out forcibly, but does not open it out of his greed, lest he should lose his booty. Meanwhile, the circus man catches the monkey in a net. See, O son, Hetram, in the same way, in our life, we have closed our hand upon the temptations of Maya, delusion. If we open out this fist by the willpower of our soul in our lifetime itself, then surely we can keep ourselves away from Kal, time or death. The Great Hunter. Mother's teachings always stirred the heart of Hetram. She had often remarked that in whichever household women were not duly respected, or there was a clash between the husband and the wife,
or the ladies have to forbear insults and humiliations. Lakshmi, the goddess of prosperity, keeps away. Gradually, death and poverty set in these homes. In the same way, in families where sensual gratifications and immorality prevail, only crows have a supreme hold. That is, they become so desolate that in due course only crows caw there. Hetram received the immortal teachings of his mother during such conversations, deep into his unique soul. The mother herself was a great storehouse of matchless spiritual teachings. Her whole life had been dedicated to the devoted service of saints, sages, yogis, and noble persons. Her heart had been keenly alive to the wise words of the gurus and saints and was always anxious to find occasions to secure them. The same mother, today on this occasion, was eager to pour out her accumulated immortal assets of divine knowledge into the soul of her son, her yogi son, her Avdut, merry mendicant. The same mother had today transformed herself into an immortal ideal for all mothers. Through a discourse of divine quest and mute surrender, she was communicating that if the mother's body, mind, and soul, in an integrated and perfect manner, determined firmly to make her children great, virtuous, and yogis, then even the soul of an uneducated common mother can be perfectly powerful, capable, and culturally developed. Great souls moving about in the universe transform themselves in diminutive form and alighting into the open stadium of her pious and pure intuitional knowledge make the mother an extensive source of spiritual realization. That is why she is able to pour complete knowledge into the heart of her son. The mother continued, "O son, there are no physical conditions for knowledge. Knowledge only needs essential quest, capability, and forbearance from its receptacle." The two, mother and son, were always blessed by the grace of God to get opportunities for this reception. We feel a great celestial joy in offering our hundreds of pranams, salutations, and bow our heads before such a mother and her yogi son, both dedicated to the shelter of the Almighty. In order to confirm the subtle spiritual knowledge emanating from the soul of the mother, Hetram humbly requested her to relate to him how Raja Janak attained self-realization. Why was he called Videha, without body, in spite of having a physical existence? Which great Guru blessed him with his mercy, and in what way? O Mother, tell me all this and satisfy my thirst for this knowledge. On finding that her son was perfectly fit to receive that spiritual communication, the mother was very much satisfied and happy in her heart. She felt a great pleasure in relating that story in full. She started the account in the following words. O son, in the Treta Yuga, the second millennium when Ram was born, there has been an enlightened king, Raja Janak. The credit of being Videha, without body, aloof and renounced, goes to his great Guru Sri Ashtavakra. It was by his grace that Raja Janak achieved the rare and extraordinary powers. One day Raja Janak was feeling very much depressed. He could not get a sleep up to midnight. Many intricate and deep thoughts overpowered him like an unfathomable ocean. After midnight, all of a sudden he got a nap. He was then lost in a dream. In the dream, he saw that the whole of his kingdom was usurped by enemies. The king, fearing a danger to his life, ran into a forest for safety. On the way, he felt very hungry. Hence, he went to a village nearby to beg for food at the door of a poor woman. The woman said politely, "O son, The food is not ready at present, but some rice and some pulse are there. If you like, you can cook some khichdi, porridge, to eat. Raja Janak took the rice and pulse outside the hut and began to cook khichdi under a tree. The wood he could procure was green and was not burning properly, and the king had to blow again and again. The smoke caused tears in his eyes. On one side, Raja Janak was dying of hunger, and on the other, the khichdi was not cooking up. Driven by acute hunger, the king took down the half-cooked khichdi and spread it on a broad leaf to eat. The khichdi, however, had not cooled enough to be fit for eating. When Providence struck a blow, two bulls came there fighting and kicked the khichdi in the sand. The king felt a great disappointment and began to weep bitterly. Pain and affliction overpowered, and tears began to flow incessantly. Just in that condition, the dream came to an end and the king awoke. As soon as the king awoke, his painful surprise knew no bounds. He was wondering again and again what a joke Providence had played upon him. What a delusion! He was feeling acute hunger for a handful of khichdi, and in a moment he was an emperor once more. The only question before the king was as to which of the two conditions was the truth. Am I a king or a beggar? This or that? For solving this problem, he got an announcement made in his entire realm that whosoever would answer the king's questions correctly and satisfy him would be adopted by the king as his guru, and the king would dedicate all his empire to him. For this, Raja Janak got a beautiful and palatial building built outside his city. There was only one gate for entering this building, and the same was continuously guarded by porters. Only that person could enter the building who was desirous to answer the king's questions. Inside the building, at a central place, a high throne of gold was built as a seat for the Rajguru, the king's guru. For other scholars, wise men and noble persons, there was an arrangement of seats below and around it. Before beginning the proceedings, the assembly was informed that whosoever wanted to answer the questions of the king could take his seat on the throne, but if he could not reply properly, he would be awarded a death sentence. Whosoever would prefer to stand below and try to answer but failed would be under captivity till the king got his correct answers. Till then, all arrangements would be made for his food and other daily conveniences. Many scholars, experts, and of the four Vedas, Shastris, specialists of classical literature, Tapasvis, austere sages, Vairagis, renounced persons, Mandaleshwar, chief saints of large areas, burned with desire to become the guru of the great emperor Janak. They aspired to be the Rajguru. Hence, everyone tried to satisfy the king by his answers. Some said that Brahma, the creator of God, is the truth. Some other recited mantras from the Vedas, but no one could satisfy the thirst for knowledge of the king. Mother Somti went on, O son, in the same era, the marriage of Sujata, daughter of Rishi Uddalak, was performed with Rishi Kahol. After some time, Sujata gave birth to a child who, being distorted in 8 parts of his body, came to be called Ashtavakra, 8 distortions. When the child was in his mother's womb, he had corrected a mistake of pronunciation in the mantra recited by his father. Being enraged, the father cursed the son. As a result, his body was distorted. When the child was still in the womb, his father had been imprisoned by Raja Janak for his inability to answer the latter's questions to his satisfaction. The child Ashtavakra knew nothing about it. One day, when Ashtavakra went to play, his companions refused to include him, remarking that he was the son of a king's prisoner and hence was not fit to be their companion in the game. Ashtavakra was very much pained to hear this. He went straight to his mother and asked her why his father was in captivity. The mother confessed that it was true that his father, her husband Rishi Kahul, was Raja Janak's prisoner, and so long as the king is not able to get correct answers for his queries, he along with many other scholars and rishis will remain in captivity. Hearing this story, Ashtavakra fell as if a great blow had hit him. He experienced a mortal pain and a great duty. He told his mother decidedly that he would himself go to the king, answer his questions, and liberate his father as soon as possible. The mother was very much delighted on seeing the son's devotion to his father, but thinking this resolve to be impossible in implementation, she said in a very serious tone, "O son, do you also want to be imprisoned? When such great scholars, experts in classic and theology, sages and Mahatmas could not satisfy the king by their answers, how can you, a small child, perform this impossible task? Some great tapasvi or yogi alone can answer his questions. Hence, give up this impossible desire. Nothing good will come out of it." Ashtavakraji, on seeing the depression of his mother, said in a very serious voice, "O mother, there is nothing impossible in this world. If a person's willpower and determination are strong, everything becomes easy. O mother, this earth is never without Sadgurus. Hence, I am going in the quest of a Sadguru today, just today. It is my firm faith and confidence that by the grace of God and the strength derived from your feet, I will soon deserve to receive the grace of a Sadguru and will gain enlightenment from his knowledge. With his grace, I shall surely be successful in answering Raja Janak's questions. O mother, kindly permit me to gladly go to search for a Sadguru. Place your lotus hand on my head for blessings and give strength to my soul. I will soon liberate my father and would come back with him as soon as possible." The mother tried to dissuade her 8-year-old son Ashtavakra in many ways from going, but ultimately she had to bow before the stubbornness of the child and gave him permission for going in search of a guru. Thus, Ashtavakra started his search for a Sadguru. "See, O son, Hetram, this was the will of the Almighty, all-powerful God. Ashtavakra's birth was an accumulated result of many good actions of previous lives and austerities and yoga. Hence, he was to ameliorate the wretched condition of innumerable people. Because of the accumulated effect of virtues and yogic attainments of many lives, Ashtavakraji became the recipient of the mercy of God. He, after only a short time, was fortunate to have the darshan of a seer Yogeshwar. Ashtavakraji at once offered his pranam with great emotional expression and dedicated himself completely to him. Being inspired by his grace and gaining strength considerably, Ashtavakraji submitted with folded hands. "O Yogeshwar Maharaj, you have achieved a great position, but is it the limit of all the power of your attainments that, in spite of you, great and noble persons, scholars, seers, and even my father and other rishis are held captives by Raja Janak for life? O Yogeshwar, their honor and the dignity of this noble order is entirely in your hands. Hence, you should kindly be merciful to all these noble men, and by giving me, your most obedient devotee, a place at your feet, bless me with the knowledge and power to answer the questions of Raja Janak, and thus liberate all the scholars and noble persons along with my father from the prison and bring honor to the name and fame of Guru. I should then be able to convince King Janak that the earth is not deprived of great souls. Otherwise, O Master, the world would lose faith in this order of noble persons. O Yogeshwar, bless me so that I may raise the banner of my father and his companion scholars high in the universe. The Yogeshwar was enchanted with the polite, unassuming, and meaningful submission of the child Ashtavakra. The devotion and sincerity of the disciple won over the heart of the Yogeshwar. He embraced the child affectionately. After giving him continuous discourses, in a short time he endowed him with supernatural powers of disappearing and reappearing and the capacity to ride the waves of the wind. Then the Guru ordered his disciple to go and answer the King Janak's questions and liberate his father and his scholarly companions from the prison. Ashtavakraji was overwhelmed by the kindness of Sadguru and accepting his order felt proud to be entrusted to carry on the responsibility. With great joy overfilling his heart, he started for the palace of Raja Janak for the purpose of answering his questions as soon as possible. He was joyfully singing in a sweet tune,
राजमहल हम जाएंगे, गुरुदेव को मस्तक झुका सिंहासन अपनाएंगे। वेदोक्त पढ़ राजा जनक लटका हुआ अज्ञान में, प्रकांड पंडित वेद सुन भटका हुआ अभिमान में। है महान दुख मुझको हुआ, राजा पड़ा ज्ञान में, राजपाट अपना कह रहा दे रख ब्रह्म ज्ञान में। ऋषि मुनि पितुवर हमारे बंद कारागार में, उपदेश राजा जनक को दूं सत्य का कर भान में। I will go to the palace of Raja Janak. Bowing to Gurudev, I will sit on the throne. The king has studied Vedas thoroughly, yet he is shrouded in the darkness of ignorance. That is how many Rishi Munis, including my father, have been put into prison. I will teach him and make him feel the truth. Busy in thoughts like these and absorbed in the music of Guru Shakti, power of Guru, Ashtavakraji reached the palace gate of Raja Janak. As soon as he proceeded forward, meditating upon his Sadguru, the guards stopped him and challenged, "O boy, do not go inside lest you also may be put into the prison." Ashtavakra looked at them and replied confidently, "No, I am not going to become a prisoner, but for giving correct answers to Raja Janak's questions. See, this gate also has an inscription that everyone can enter the palace for answering the king's questions." On hearing this from Ashtavakraji, the guards replied with folded hands, "O Maharaj, we have no right to prevent anyone going inside. We were only requesting you because seeing that even great sages and noble persons were unable to satisfy Raja Janak with their answers, you appear to be just a child. Even then, if you want to go inside, then welcome." On hearing this submission of the guards in an easy tone, Ashtavakraji smiled and entered the palace in an unaffected way. As soon as Ashtavakraji entered the royal court, he remembered his Guru Maharaj and mentally dedicated himself, took his seat straight on the throne. On seeing this child with distortions at 8 places in his body occupying the throne with so much ease, all the scholars present in the court were astounded with wonder, disgust, insult, and mockery all at once. All sat quiet like statues but concentrated their eyes towards the body of Ashtavakraji. Driven by mixed feelings of reaction, they also looked towards each other, as if questioning as to what a strange thing was happening. Then they began to indicate their consternation as to why they should keep quiet. They suggested that this handicapped boy should be made aware of what he is. He should be scoffed at and driven away from this august assembly of scholarly and spiritually advanced people. After a moment, the entire court began to laugh loudly, all aimed at mocking away the child, Ashtavakra, and reprimand him harshly for daring to come to the court and then to sit on the throne. That exactly they were implementing. But actually,
All these so-called scholars were suffering from misconception and shallow thinking. They could not realize that even if the aim or subject is supernatural, insulting such a person is insulting oneself. The person who indulges in such a thing insults himself and becomes a mean object worthy of contempt. They did not know that insulting others is possible only by jeopardizing one's own honor. What a set of ignorant people they were who regarded a tender age or physical handicap as an object of ridicule. Knowledge can never be perfect. The thirst for knowledge and its quest is never quenched. Also, knowledge can be received from anybody from anywhere, but the courtier were not seekers of knowledge. That is why they were a set of ignorant people. The jewel among kings, Raja Janak, was thirsty for knowledge. He had the spirit of inquiry and the faculty of reception. That is why he could not give company to the people who laughed and ridiculed. Surprised he no doubt was, he laughed also, but not at Ashtavakra but on the folly of his courtiers, on their hollowness, which could make them forget all codes of the assembly conduct by indulging in a public mockery and evince their vandalism. O son Hetram, are you listening? My son, Ashtavakraji was perplexed to say this. He felt very much hurt at this petty-mindedness, but only demonstration wins applause. This is the way of the world. As such, he remembered Gurudev and asked him mentally as to what mistake he had committed that he was being punished like that. After a moment, the court saw that Ashtavakraji had disappeared from the throne. He was not a child but a Kayakalp yogi, capable of changing body. Oh God, what was this that happened? A miracle or an illusion? All the people present were all the people present were perplexed. They felt a fear. Then they were drowned in a deep repentance. Introspection told them that they had erred enormously by insulting the Yogiraj in that way. You are sinners, you are accused. These words of repentance reverberated in their conscience. The fear of their future terrified them so much so that every one became tense and immobile in whatever position he was. Somebody's arm held above the head was immobilized in the same position. The mouth that was open remained so. The eyes kept open without a blink. All virtually became statues of stone. The loud laughter and mocking notes gave place to a piece of the tomb. In a moment, all were quiet. That was the miracle worked by Ashtavakraji, which put all the gathering of misguided courtiers confined into their limits. That was the yoga and the yogic power of the great sage. Just then, after some time, Ashtavakraji appeared again by his yogic power on the throne. He asked, as the first thing, O king, why have you called this assembly of chamars, shoemakers? Do you want to get your answer through such people? On hearing this, the king felt a great dilemma and, like a criminal trembling out of fear, said politely, O Maharaj, be kind to pardon me. I thought this is an august assembly of great scholars, but now I find it was an illusion. Ashtavakraji explained, O king, wherever, instead of essential gentle manliness, knowledge is stored on the receptacle of ego, what scope remains there for scholars? Now see, O king, all these so-called scholars, but really only onlookers of bodily appearances, were just now laughing at my distorted physique. In a way, they could see only hides and skins.
They laughed loudly and mocked, ignoring all modes of decent behavior. But only chamars deal with hides and skins, for which they are the best experts. Real scholarship pertains to the soul, which is the same in everyone. O king, only bodies are fair or dark, fat or slim, big or small, but the soul is uniform, beyond color, stable and unchanging. A sugarcane may be distorted, but its juice and the sweetness remain distortion proof. The river may assume bends and diversions, but the holy water flowing through it remains undiminished in its coolness and piety. Hence, O king, decide for yourself after evaluating the pros and cons whether I am correct or you. The sudden exhortation left the courtiers aghast and puzzled. But now all were rendered absolutely quiet. The king, however, on hearing this example full of great significance, was fully convinced that now this child would bring peace to him after replying to his questions. Just then the minister of Raja Janak addressed him. Maharaj, our king Raja Janak wants to ask. Ashtavakraji cut him short. Mantriji, Honorable Minister, does Raja Janak not have a tongue in his mouth? Is he dumb? Briefing is done in the courts of the cunning. Somebody is a sufferer, but the questions are put to the advocate. Mantriji, is it a procedure here also? In the court of Satya, truth. Decisions are arrived at through Satya itself, which needs no briefing. Let Raja Janak himself ask what he wants. Just then, Raja Janak offered a Shashtang Pranam, prostrate salutation, to Ashtavakraji and asked with folded hands, Maharaj, I want to know whether that was true or this is true. Ashtavakraji remembered his guru and replied with ease, O king, neither that nor this. Raja Janak was wonderstruck to hear this answer from Ashtavakra. His conception was that one of the two must surely be the reality. To solve his dilemma and puzzle, he put the question again, Maharaj, then what is the reality? Ashtavakra's easy reply was, O king, the reality is only the Supreme God, who is Sat Chit Anand Roop, the everlasting, the basic energy and the eternal joy. He is perfect and perennial. He is self-enlightened. The quest of the king grew with conviction. He asked questions after questions. O master, how does a person achieve self-realization? How is he delivered from the bonds of worldliness, etc., etc.? Ashtavakraji went on answering the queries by the power of his yoga. At last he asked the question, O Yogesh, what is salvation? Please explain this mystery to me. Ashtavakraji satisfied the king's quest in an extremely subtle manner and began to say, O king, the attainment of the celestial joy, the supreme God, is what is salvation, which is free from all consciousness and vanity of the physical existence, the pride of the skin. Those wise persons who do not involve the soul into caste, creed, sections, or religious and regard the soul as aloof, eternal, bondless, free, pure, and perfect have attained salvation. After this divine reign of spiritual knowledge, Ashtavakraji asked, O king, if you are so eager to know Satya, the truth, the reality, then let me know what are you going to offer as Guru Dakshina offering on completion of learning period to the Guru. On hearing these words of Ashtavakraji,
Raja Janak's faith was awakened and rejuvenated. Overwhelmed, he submitted, O Yogiraj, I have already announced that whosoever will enlighten me with the truth, I will dedicate my entire kingdom to him. At this, Ashtavakraji smiled and said, How should I believe that this entire kingdom is yours? It seems that because of lack of saintly company, you yourself have become a victim of the delusion. O king, the empire that you claim as your own, before you it belonged to your father and grandfather, not to you. After you, it would no longer remain yours, it would belong to your successor. Then think how many persons have claimed it to be their own, but really it belongs to no one. It has been a mere delusion to all. It has been a beautiful dream to everyone. Then, O king, you must be regarding your consort and children also as your own. But this also is untrue. This body which one receives from the mother's womb has not gone with anybody, nor would it ever go. After the last breath, the relatives dedicate this body to the flames or bury it under the earth. If somebody is not cremated nor is buried, then scavenger animals or birds make it their food. O king, this body is made of dust, and in some way or other it has to return to dust. O Rajan, this body is like a place of pilgrimage. We are all pilgrims or travelers and are hungry for experience, knowledge, and self realization. Nothing here is ours. Hence, O king, what does not belong to you, how and with what right can you offer that as Guru Dakshina? And lo, the nectar like explanation of Ashtavakraji solved the puzzle entangled in the consciousness of Raja Janak for centuries in a moment. His conscience felt enlightened. It glowed with the sparks of self realization. And then, at once, surrounding himself with dedication, the great emperor Raja Janak said, O master, mind is mine. I respectfully dedicate it at your feet. Saying this, he took off his crown and placed it at the feet of the Guru and tasted the delicious fruit of perfect peace. Continuing the sequence of his story of the Puran, spiritual history, Mother Somti said, O son, the mind is the bondage and the surrendering of the mind is deliverance. Whosoever withdraws his mind from all worldliness and dedicates this mind at the Guru's feet, it is sure that he has achieved salvation. But still, much has to be done to secure it. It is secured through renunciation, spiritual austerities, and yoga. Raja Janak's submission also was that he would adopt only that person as his Guru who could enlighten him about Brahma Gyan, the supreme knowledge, in as short a time as it takes between placing the first and the second foot on the stirrups or of the horse. For this, Ashtavakraji took the king to a forest and asked him to place one foot in the stirrup of his horse. As soon as the king placed his first foot on the rakab, Guru Ashtavakra asked, O king, where is the mind? Raja Janak stopped then and there and was about to answer, Maharaj, it is yours. But Ashtavakraji divulged to him the Satya Nam, true name, all pervading and established eternally in the heart. He said, only Satya Nam is the unperishable nectar, life, Pranav, Om, unchanging, perfect form of the Brahm, the Supreme God. This is the supreme device for securing the attainment of God. Hence, I ordain you to dedicate your mind, which has been dedicated to me and now completely belongs to me, to this Satyanam. with full faith, devotion, and surrender. When the mind awakes and gets absorbed in this incessant Naam, you will involuntarily attain the self realization yourself. Thus, O son, Raja Janak concentrated his man, which he had completely dedicated to the Guru, now to this Guru Shabd, sounding of the word. After that, Ashtavakra Maharaj left for his house for offering pranam to his mother. Soon after the departure of the Guru, Raja Janak began to think in his mind whether he should place his second foot on the stirrup or not. But at once it dawned upon him that the mind was not his. He had already surrendered the same to the Guru. Then how could that mind decide anything without the permission of the Gurudev? And how could he take the initiative of placing the foot on the stirrup? The order of the Guru was not to indulge the mind in anything except chanting the word Guru, that is Satyanam. Then, how could he have the right to think anything else? With this consideration, Raja Janak completely devoted his mind to the word Guru and became so absorbed in it that he lost all consciousness about his body, pose, position, convenience, or otherwise altogether. He actually passed into a trance in that standing position. Then Ashtavakra was happy beyond himself in bringing his father Rishi Kahol back. Maharshi Kahol touched the son's head in affection and blessing and said, I am overjoyed to learn about your knowledge, courage, and wisdom. Your limbs got distorted in the state of pregnancy because of my curse. Now, as soon as you take a bath in the river Samanga, on your return, your limbs will be normal. In this way, by the grace of his father, Ashtavakraji regained his healthy and handsome form. He soon reached his mother Sujata along with his father. Sujata was besides herself with joy on seeing the son and along with him her husband. After a pretty long time, Ashtavakraji remembered about Raja Janak to see what influence his meditation with concentration of his dedicated mind had wrought upon him and whether the Guru Gyan had benefited him. Ashtavakraji started towards Raja Janak along with his mother. The mother was ahead and Ashtavakra was following. Ashtavakraji saw from a distance that Raja Janak was standing rigidly in a trance with one foot in his stirrup. A great surprise was that his horse was also standing like a statue along with him. Now Ashtavakraji completely realized the power of Ashirvad from the lotus-like hand of the mother and the Yog Shakti of the Gurudev. Seeing the greatness of this effect, he also lost consciousness, finding her son in that semi-conscious state. The mother rushed and supporting him on her scarf said, "O my son, what has happened to you?" Ashtavakraji replied, "O mother, what an immeasurable power exists in your blessings and Gurudev's Yog Shakti that they could immobilize both the king and his horse. I never knew that. Seeing the same today concretely before my eyes, I was overwhelmed and lost my consciousness." The mother said, "O son, few people have understood the greatness of the power of the blessings of parents and Guru. And, O son, whosoever has realized it, what doubt is in their God realization?" Ashtavakraji now realized that Raja Janak had assimilated the devotion and faith towards the word Guru in his very soul. He had received perfect impact of the guidance of the Guru and of spiritual knowledge. On seeing the disciple in that state of trance, the joy and happiness of Ashtavakraji knew no bounds. He jumped with delight, very much impressed with the ardent devotion and dedication of Raja Janak. Ashtavakraji offered Shashtang Pranam to his Gurudev At that time, all the noble souls moving about in the universe were experiencing the great delight and satisfaction that Guru feels when he finds that his worthy disciple has assimilated the Guru Gyan rightly in his soul. What an unlimited joy surges in the heart of the Guru when he finds that the disciple, having climbed on the highest point of the ladder of spiritual success and resting there unshakably, is lost in the music of his soul chanting the name and praises of the Guru. Simultaneously, Ashtavakraji's mother also realized the Yog Kala, art, and the power of her son. She was filled to the full with joy and happiness. She felt satisfaction that her blessings and her benign touch of her hand on the son's head had not gone useless. Ashtavakraji experienced in the yogic success of Janak his own success, viewing his disciple in an unshakable Yog Nidra, Yog sleep. He was quietly praising his unique spiritual form as if some spiritual mother was feeling intense satisfaction after diving deep into the sea of happiness of admiration surging towards her spiritual son for his spiritual attainment. After some time of this emotional process, Ashtavakraji patted the cheek of King Janak affectionately. The loving and benign touch awakened Raja Janak from his trance. As soon as he attained normal consciousness, he fell prostrate on the feet of Guru Ashtavakra, present before him with complete devotion. The Guru embraced the disciple affectionately. Raining the nectar like blessings and good wishes, he said, O king, you should now return home. Carry on all administration efficiently on my behalf. Keep your mind concentrated on the word Guru so that the bondages of worldliness may not imprison you. The greatest of all emperors, Raja Janak accepted his Guru's order respectfully and carrying on the administration became an actual Videh, bodiless. See, O son, such is the greatness of the mercy of Guru, where kindness helps the individual to get deliverance from the bondages of previous actions. O son, such an immortal spiritual knowledge cannot be attained without the help of a Guru. Then Mother Somti again began to ask her yogi son, Hey Ram, O son, have you ever given it a thought? What an immense power have the feet of the parents and the respected Guru. If one can get the Ashirvad, blessing, of these three by serving them well, then what need is there for pilgrimage, Ganga Snan, Bath, etc.? Think that such a devotee has had Triveni Snan, Bath, and has won the empires of three loks, earth, heaven, and Patal, underworld. O my son, who has gauged the power and the glory of parents? Serving them, a man gets deliverance from the bonds of life and death. See, O son, Sri Ram accepted his mother's words and went to forests, leaving the throne behind. Their food was only fruits and roots of vegetables. The ground was their bed, and the sky was their covering sheet. But he did not budge from his mother's words. The star of his Maryada still shines gloriously in the sky. Shravan Kumar sacrificed his life while serving his parents but did not swerve from his duty. Anyone who performs actions out of ego only for oneself gets entangled in the consequences of the actions. Whosoever acts has to reap the consequences. Yog is life, bhog, sensual enjoyment, is death. But self-realization is obtained by an unadulterated bhakti, devotion, and the training in bhakti is achieved under the shelter and guidance of a Sadguru. This means that without a guru, one cannot achieve the ultimate goal of life.
गुरु बिन माला फेरता, गुरु बिन करता दान, गुरु बिन सब निष्फल गया, बूझे वेद पुराण.
Without a guru, if you chant with beads or if you perform charity without guru guidance, then even if you have learnt the Vedas and Purans, everything goes useless. But the path of gurus is not easy. It is very strange and inaccessible. Only rare persons can experience it. In a way, the entire world chants the word Guru, but mostly they are hypocrites. They are busy in deceiving and cheating themselves. Only that devotion of the devotee is true, wherein one colors one's heart in the color of the Guru and dedicates oneself completely to the Guru. Just see, in spite of a long and arduous period of spiritual austerity, Naradji himself had to go through a cycle of 84 lakhs of lives of various species only because of a bit of lack of faith and some fault. On the other hand, the teachings of Guru Yogi Ashtavakra with 8 distortions of limbs could exert an unfailing impact on the deluded mind of Raja Janak. He performed such a churning that he became an unending source of nectar of joy. He, in a moment, became Videha, bodiless. His heart surrendered at the feet of the Guru, detaching itself from the world. This is the great power of Guru. Whosoever received his blessings attained salvation. O son, once there was a dispute amongst the gods as to who should be first in the order to be worshipped. For settlement, they went to Vishnu Bhagwan. He was also puzzled at this strange question. After some thought, he announced that whosoever would be first to go round the earth would also be first in the order of the right to be worshipped. Well, all the gods got their beast of transport and joined the race to go round the world. Bhagwan Shiv and Mother Parvati were also present there. Their son Ganesh had a mouse to ride on. He simply had a parikrama round of his parents and then quietly settled down. On the other side, wherever other gods went racing, they found the footprints of the mouse had gone very fast. At last, when all had completed the parikrama of the earth and returned to Bhagwan Vishnu, they were astounded to see Ganesh already there. Vishnuji also had nothing to explain as to who should have the right to be worshipped first. Since then, Ganeshji has been ordained to be the first to be worshipped. This is how the rank of the parents is so high. Ganeshji was well acquainted with this truth, hence he achieved the first place in the protocol of gods. Mother Somti further explained to her yogi son, O son, nobody invites death or old age. They are uninvited guests who arrive without intimation at the assigned time. It is just like moksha, salvation, to serve the parents and the gurus in the old age. This reality is known to few who are fortunate to attain that distinction. On listening such a revealing discourse from the mother, Hetram straightway fell at her feet. He washed her feet with his tears. The mother's heart also melted on seeing this scene. Her balance was lost. She picked up her child and patted him assuringly. She advised him to follow the path of truth. Whatever difficulties and impediments he might have to face, he should earn the mercy and blessing of yogi gurus so that he the lamp of their family may shine with the glory of the sun. That was her desire and good wishes. O son, in this way, administering the kingdom as a Videha and as a representative of the Guru, time arrived for Raja Janak to pass away. A unique aeroplane arrived from heaven, and Raja Janak went away, far, far away, with the same physical body. But after a moment, a miracle happened. The Viman stopped at the gate of hell. As soon as the sweet smell of the breeze from the accumulated influence of King Janak's good actions and spiritual piety touched the inmates of hell, they were all purified by the darshan of Raja Janak. They had an immortal experience that all their sins had been condoned. But at the same time, Raja Janak felt a dilemma. He began to converse mentally with Gurudev. He asked, O most respected Gurudev, you have made me Videha, but what sin have I committed that I had to see the sight of hell? Mother Somti explained to her son that Gurudev is admired everywhere in the world. There was an Akashvani voice from the sky that there was one shortcoming in the surrender of Raja Janak to Gurudev Ashtavakra. He saw that one of the fingers of the latter was distorted. This fault finding is the effect of some lapses in your previous lives. You should rectify and make your devotion perfect and complete. Regard this view of hell also as a prasad, blessing, or kindness from the Guru, who can do you no harm. He could not have rested without uplifting you. You should not have had any lack of confidence. Raja Janak confessed his mistake, wept in repentance, and bowing to his Guru, jumped into the hell joyfully. After coming to hell, Raja Janak went with all the residents to heaven. At this, Yamraj, the ruler of hell, expressed his objection. He said, O king, what are you doing? You have emptied the entire hell. Raja Janak pacified the rage of Yamraj with the power of his yoga and tap. On the other side, when all the hell dwellers reached heaven, the ruler Dharmaraj was very much disturbed. He said, if all the hell dwellers reached heaven, if all persons come to heaven, how shall we feed them? Raja Janak replied with ease, O Lord, the accumulated credit of my good actions, yoga and tap should suffice to feed all these people. Hence, do not worry. Thus, O son, look how Raja Janak, even after jumping in the midst of hell, kept the banner of his Guru's name flying high. This is the greatness and incomparable Maryada of noble persons like Raja Janak and his Guru Ashtavakra. Hetram was very much satisfied and benefited by the story of King Janak and his enlightened Guru Ashtavakra and their yogic miracles. He understood well that for acquiring complete guidance and learning from the Guru, it is essential that the disciple should possess unshakable faith, constant thirst for quest, and perfect dedication. But after listening to this story full of spiritual wisdom, a doubt arose in the mind of Hetram about Rishi Ashtavakraji. Consequently, he politely addressed the mother about it. O Divine Mother, it is a matter of great surprise that great Pandits, scholars, authorities on the Vedas, sages, saints, and yogis could not answer King Janak's question and all become prisoners. Did no one have the power of knowledge and tap so that they could give correct answers? How was the child Ashtavakra successful where everyone else had failed? How was this, O mother? Please solve this dilemma of mine. Mother Somti said, O son Hetram, all of them had their wisdom clouded by their egos. Their realization was thwarted by narrow considerations of self-interest and self-elation. Greed and selfish aim dominated their discretion. In their yoga, instead of renunciation, the lure of the worldly pleasures and glories was driving force. They had the ambition of the throne as medium of worldly enjoyments. That is why, whenever deliverance was near at hand, whenever the gate of salvation was about to open for them, whenever the pious flames of yoga were on the point of exploring the inner self realization, alas, the path of their supreme achievement was impeded by worldly attachment, greed, pleasure, and selfishness like a mountain standing aloft on the way. This only led them to insult, failure, and degradation. That is how they had to undergo imprisonment. But, O son Hitram, good Guru Ashtavakra was a real great yogi. He had no axe to grind, no avarice, no temptations for pleasure, prosperity, glory, and ambition for worldly power. He was inspired for securing the release of his father and satisfying his mother by crowning her head with success and purpose. He had vowed for this aim. He had before him the aim of making his mother's affection and along with it his own life purposeful. What a great aim he had! The grace of the Guru and God is secured only when the aim is noble. This was only God's grace that when bowing his head at the feet of his mother and with his heart full of unswerving determination, he went ahead in a short period. He must he met a great seer and yogi to take him in his shelter and guidance, who linked Ashtavakra through yoga directly to the supreme power of God. Then, it took no time. By the blessing of Gurudev, Ashtavakra, as soon as he reached the court of Raja Janak, he had already renounced the latter's kingdom or petty things like riches and prosperity. On the other hand, he dedicated himself completely to his Guru and achieved what was deemed entirely impossible. Thus, O son, if you aim to find true peace and upliftment of the soul by following the path of truth and yoga, then seek the protection and guidance of a Sadguru and attain it with ease. After this chapter of Guru Gyan, the mother was quiet. She began to feel a melodious enlightenment music echoing in her heart, which was divine message to her accord permission for home living. And now the temple of limitless Maya of the Almighty, the mother dedicated herself completely along with the affection for her son which pervaded all her existence at the altar of unflinching vow of her yogi son. In the whole world, no living mother has ever suffered such a defeat which no victory has surpassed in greatness, nor will ever. The court of God has a strange mystery, where, with the determination to relinquish everything, the person attains everything. Mother Somti dedicated her only son to the path leading to God realization. And the same Mother Somti is still alive in the pillar of admiration and fame of her yogi son. She is immortal and will remain so forever. We feel the highest pleasure in offering our tributes of music as worship at feet of Mother Somti, the super apostle of love and sacrifice. Mother Somti remembered other mothers of the old who had suffered many austerities willingly for the welfare of the world while observing patience in the hour of supreme sacrifice. She thought how the mother of King Gopi Chand had by her own initiative, induced her sons to take the path of yoga. Mother Mandalasa also had preached her son to enable him to attain deliverance from worldly bonds. The mother felt satisfaction on meditating upon these instances. She said to herself that she also was fortunate that day because her son was determined to go away the next day from home in the search of a Sadguru to guide him to the path of yoga. Mother began to guide. O son, in the forest parts, renounced and immortal yogis are visited by godly spirits in the night. After being satiated by the teachings of the rishis, they disappear. During this Kali modern age, some different scene has come to sight. Some hypocrite persons have adopted the garb of saints as a profession to earn prosperity and affluence through lacks of disciples. But neither the Guru nor the disciples have any roots in spirituality. Why should noble souls come to them? O son, you should not fall a prey to such hypocrites and deceitful people. This world is a bed of thorns, otherwise, the abominable cycle of 84 lakhs of lives is before you. In the ancient times, truthful kings used to perform Ashwamedh Yagna, ceremonial sacrifice with the help of horse. After the yagya, a big community dinner for the entire populace was arranged. Thereafter, the toll of a bell was heard. Only then the yagya was regarded as complete. The king, the queen, and other royal family members had their food. If the toll was not heard, it was regarded very unfortunate. In the ancient times, in the city, a king was performing a yagya under this very tradition. In the blazing fire of a yagya, scented offerings were being poured. Just then, from the forest side, a renounced saint came by. The saint saw that rice soup was flowing in a stream. This soup was from the rice being cooked for the community dinner after the yagya. The Yogiraj sat on his knees and drank the soup and went out of the city. On the other side, as soon as the Yogiraj drank the soup, the bell the bell began to toll. The state servants informed the king, who was perplexed, and said, "Not a single person had any morsel. How has the bell tolled? Even after the whole populace has dined, it is regarded as very fortunate if the bell tolls. How has the bell tolled?" Then the king ordered all his servants to find out the cause. Otherwise, all of them would be sentenced to death. The latter were all perplexed and ran helter skelter to search for the cause. On the way, a person told that a half mad, half naked person had arrived some time ago and had been drinking the rice soup on his knees. At once, a wild search started for the Avdut, merry sage, and far away in the forest, at last he was found. With folded hands, the state servants submitted, "O master, our lives are in danger because of you. On account of your sipping the rice soup, the bell has begun to toll even before the yagya has been accomplished. The king is in great dilemma. Kindly solve it, otherwise we shall be done to death." Yogis are very merciful. Hence, this yogi also accompanied the servants to the king's court. The Avdut said, "O king, I do not know that a yagya was being performed in your city. I only felt very hungry. Seeing the soup flowing out in a stream, I had I had my drink to the full and satiated my hunger and thirst. I had no idea that the bell would start tolling. On hearing this, the king fell at the feet of the sage and placed his crown at his feet. The yogi disappeared all at once. The king was surprised but overwhelmed with joy. He announced the accomplishment of the yajna to have been complete. Happy cheers and felicitations rent the sky. This is greatness of yogis, saints, and noblemen. After this, the mother was quiet for a few moments. The mother's silence stirred the soul of the son. Hetram diverted his attention from yoga and began to look into the eyes of the mother. In the tear-filled eyes, he saw her mute love, crying her heart out, and his own heart melted. He did not speak much, but the soul communications expressed as follows.
इस भांति शोकाकुल जननी को जब रोका आपने, कहते हुए यूं वचन की साथ कहा तब आपने.
When he found the mother so much lost in grief, Hetram spoke to her a few choicest words and consoled and encouraged her.
माता पिता गुरुदेव की पूरी न सेवा कर सका, धिक्कार उसके जन्म को भव सिंधु से न तर सका. पुनः पूर्वजन गुरु संत जन का नाम करना कर सका, निज प्रेम श्रद्धा भाव से मानस न उसका भर सका.
One who could not serve his parents and Gurudev fully, shamed to his birth. Such a person could not get across the ocean of worldliness. One who could not bring fame to the names of his ancestors, parents, gurus, and saints, and his mind could not be filled with the love and reverence of God.
माता पिता गुरुदेव की जो जन्म भर सेवा करे, सुख शांति भोगे जन्म भर वह मुक्ति पद अर्जित करे. माता पिता को दुख देकर गुरु भक्ति भी न कर सका, आजन्म तड़पा शोक में वह नरकगामी ही बना.
One who serves the parents and gurus all his life remains prosperous and happy while he lives and attains salvation in the end. But one who hurts the feelings of his parents and does not follow and serve the Guru with devotion shall have to suffer endless sorrows and will only go to hell.
बड़ भाग्य है नर देह का, सौभाग्य फल जो छक सके. माता पिता गुरुदेव के सेवा निरंतर कर सके. यदि प्रतिज्ञा मैं तजूं सन्मार्ग से गिर जाऊंगा, माता पिता गुरु गण तजूं तो मुक्ति कैसे पाऊंगा.
It is a great good luck to get this human body. Few souls are so fortunate, and most fortunate one are those who serve the parents. Yet the problem is that if I give up my vow, I will fall down from the pious path, whereas if I leave my parents, mother, how can I attain salvation?
सब झंझटों को त्याग तू वैराग्य मन में धार रे. मनुष्य जन्म है तुझको मिला, भव सिंधु से हो पार रे. ममता अहमता त्याग कर सुत जाओ तुम वनखंड में. ये मार्ग है कल्याण का, रम जाओ योग अखंड में.
The mother said, relinquish all worldly complexes, adopt vairagya, renunciation. You have got the rare human body and life. Use this precious opportunity for perfecting uninterrupted yoga and get across the oceans of worldliness. For this, you should break up all attachments and go to the forests.
हे ईश मेरे लाल के हो सफल सारी साधना, वीरान मैं या गाँव में हो दूर सारी आपदा, सुन सोमती की सर्वव्यापी नम्र ये आराधना, है पुत्र योगी बन रहा चरण में स्वीकारना। O God, let my dear son be always successful in his spiritual efforts, whether he be in a village or in a deserted place. He may always be away from every sort of danger. O all-pervading God, listen to this polite prayer of Somti. My son is becoming a yogi. Accept him at your feet. अब तक रही पूरी क्यों अब अधूरी रह गई, दुख सिंधु में गोता लगाकर गुरु सहारा पा गई। थी आज तक गोदी भरी अब आप खाली कर रहे, सर्वस्व गुरु को दान कर पूरा वचन निज कर रहे। My lap has been full, it is being emptied now. I plunged into the ocean of grief, but now I have got a powerful support. I am dedicating my son to Gurudev and fulfilling my word according to Gurudev's orders. सुत आज मेरा लाडला बनखंड में है जा रहा, बहन भाई गाय रोवे कुटुंब व्याकुल हो रहा, देख कर कोमल अवस्था नगर शोकातुर हुआ, जन्म सोनी हुई पर सुत न रोके से रुका। My dear son is today going to the forest land. Brothers, sisters, and even the cows weep. The family is overwhelmed. Seeing this tender age, the city is plunged into grief. The birthplace is now turned desolate. But this son cannot be stopped, even if all try. कहते कहते माता की अचानक खिड़की बंद गई, संभल न पाया पुत्र भी उसकी खिड़की बंद गई, चरण छूकर मात के वनवास चल दिए, तोड़ कर सब मोह बंधन अमर पद राही बढ़ा दिए। Speaking to her son like this, Mother Somti all of a sudden began to sob violently, and the son also could not control himself and burst into tears. But then quietly he bent down, touched the feet of the mother, and without a word set for the forest, away all bonds of worldly relations, like a pilgrim of the immortal path. With an affectionate touch of these mute experiences, Mother Somti parted her child to sleep, and muttering such teachings half aloud to be heard for the purpose of divine inspiration in the lap of midnight, Mother Somti also fell asleep. But humanity may ask the question, who slept, mother or son? In reply, from a corner of the endless firmament, Guru's words came forth. Neither slept. Both were meditating during apparent sleep. The Sanyog, sweet union, sleeping in the lap of the mother, was seeking permission for Vyog, separation. In the sanguine light of the early dawn, the mother was shedding tears, but all the same bidding farewell to her son. This was not an imagination, nor was it a dream, but a reality stark and concrete, a memorable event to be indelibly engraved on the heart of Bharat Mata. With the sunrise dawned the immortal day, when the entire populace of Bhojkar, every man, woman, child, calling, inviting one another, gathered at the door of Mother Somti. A virtual sea of humanity was surging in the open space in front of the house. All were overwhelmed and perplexed, but mute absolutely. Only exchange of glances was the mode of communication. All were trying to compose themselves and others by their silent expressions. Mothers were seeing their laps full of deep affection emptying itself unknowing. Sisters were trembling under the apprehensions of missing the occasion of tying Rakhi and anointing the forehead of their princely brother. Within the period of one night, the citizens had been emaciated bodily and wrecked mentally. All were feeling as gloomy as the bee colony on being robbed of their honey. What was the basic cause of all this chaos and psychic storm? A declaration, the unswerving vow of the only son Hetram of Mother Somti. What was that vow? Vow that infused a new commotion in the mass mind. What determination was it which almost crushed to powder the mind, body, and souls of the people at the hands of the pangs of separation? It was the vow of Hitram for an irreversible drive towards the path leading to the lighthouse of divine spiritual quest. The complete self-surrender of this little darling of the people had not only stormed the life of this city but that of all the humanity, nay of the entire nature. Forests, gardens, trees, animals, birds, insects, and every enveloping sky and earth. And the enveloping sky and earth. Just then, Hetram arrived, back from the Ganga bath. On seeing the multitude crowding at his gate, his spiritual being was stirred. Old memories awoke from a long slumber. An immemorial melody reverberated into his entire existence. Meanwhile, two saints named Ramanand and Shyamanand came by the palace while they had been wandering on the back of the Ganga, inspired by some spiritual linkage of the previous births. Hetram put his head at their feet, as if under a charm. The family members and many of the elderly citizens followed his example. The feet of the saints were washed and Charnamrit was distributed. The divine pair was seated on a throne. Brahma Bhoj community dinner was already on. The saints were also served. The child, Hetram, submitted that he was fortunate that the saints had arrived as manifestations of the Supreme Self at a time when he was leaving his home and town for good, in the pursuance of the divine goal of self-realization. I have declared my vow. I want to leave without delay for the path of yoga attainment. Kindly perform the ceremony and bless me to enable me to renounce my home, family, and this multitude, and permit me to live in the dust at your benign feet. On hearing the child, the saintly pair was astounded. They felt themselves as if electrocuted. They began to contemplate as how as to how that child could have such a detachment at that tender age. They felt sure that it was the result of spiritual austerities of a long chain of lives. They calculated the most auspicious moment of the ceremony, and after proper contemplations, they asked the child to put off clothes provided by the family. Just then, Hetram felt a wave of sensation coming from the distant space. He felt as if his deposed father was slowly descending from the heaven. He came and anointed his forehead, blessing success and fame, and gave a message in his ear for charity. O son, charity never empties. On the other hand, it fills to the full again and again. Emptying oneself is filling oneself. Hence, why don't you dole out in charity before you leave home? And then the apparition disappeared. Hetram rushed through the crowds, ran inside, came out with as much as he could carry, and began to dole out flour, grain, pulses, clothes, etc. All family members looked on like images while Hetram was giving away doles in charity to the poor and needy people. Seeing this spiritual zeal, the crowd wiped away their tears. Hetram gave away whatever he could lay his hands on. At last, the moments arrived when he bent and touched the feet of the mother with his head and sought permission to bid the last farewell to the household and her blessings for his mansion into self realization. An immortal moment indeed. The entire public of the country was stirred. It was also the mute love of the mother in concrete form, the endless affection of the woman who had given birth to this jewel of a yogi child, the affection that was eating away her heart, and the spiritual determination that was drinking away her tears. The incessant stream of tears showed as if the entire horde of rainy clouds had accumulated in her eyes and was now shedding drop by drop as tears. This exactly was the condition which prevailed in the palace of Maya of Mata Kaushalya when Maryada Purushottam, greatest man of virtue, left Ayodhya for the forest, and entire mental balance of the mother Kaushalya was disturbed. The history had repeated itself in the courtyard of Mother Somti, whose heart was not weeping along with the mute heart of the mother, whose heart was not weeping along with the mute heart of the mother. Even nature was giving vent to its grief through the eyes of the cowboys, farmers, woodcutters, companions, and citizens of the town. The waters of the Ganga became so heavy that the speed went down considerably. The breeze also became languid with the burden of separation, so much so that the time itself halted with immobility. For a while, as if watching with surprise this unprecedented sight and trying to engrave it permanently on the sands of posterity. The life companions, the wild variety of flowers, regarded their smell meaningless because they could not attract their teammate back. Still, with the unfaltering determination, she said, O son, to inspire you with the strength to attain the divine light, the seer Yogeshwar has already granted you a boon. You have also offered Ganga water to worship Ambakeshwar so many times. You had learned the way to offer flower and serve the saints and sages since your early childhood. You have been gazing the cows with great care and devotion, and you have wandered after them like Bhagwan Krishna. You have rested under these banyan trees along with your cowboy companions. Remember these beauties of nature all your life and never falter from your vow. Whatever difficulties might assail you, Hetram assured the mother, adding that he was from a Kshatriya dynasty which had from the time immemorial kept the word even at the cost of life. Now the Kulguru, family priest, instructed Hetram, you have to go to the Shiv Mandir temple for worship and offer Ganga water at the altar. After that, you have to take a parikrama round of your town. After that, you have to take a Dandvati Kanwad, water filled pitchers hanging from a bamboo. From there, around Ambakeshwar, Kundanpuri, and Hanumangadi, and then Avantika Devi, where you will put down the Kanwad. Hetram felt fully convinced and determined by this inspiring instruction from Gurudev. A great surprise was that even people from adjoining areas and neighboring towns gathered at the palace to have the parting darshan of the child yogi. Those people who came riding on the horse or elephant got down with respect as soon as they reached within the sight and showered flowers on him. There was a community dinner which included kheer, khand, milk product, and the participants were spread far and wide. Hetram offered Dandvat Pranam, prostrate salutation, to his mother and family Gurudev, and thereafter performed parikrama of his town along with family members, the people and the elders. Then he filled his Dandvati Kanwar, went to the Ganga bank, offered pranam to Mother Ganga. When he took his bath, he felt that Mother Ganga was lifting him in her lap. The crowd also then had by Ganga bath. Mother Ganga also seemed to be delighted, and so were the birds singing in the sky. A scented breeze was blowing from the forests. Group of deer were jumping about. Wild animals also forgot their enmity, and cows were grazing all around. The weather was enchanting. The landscape was full of flowers. It seemed as if gods were feeling delighted at the scene. After the prayer of Mother Ganga, tears filled the eyes as he was leaving this area for good according to his vow. He remembered his childhood days, his cowboy friends. Their limitless love and tears were about to burst. He remembered his Gurudev and felt pacified. Even when beasts forgot their enmities and were roaming about merrily with amity, the cows were grazing upon the green pastures. The gods from heaven were eager to see this delightful beauty of the weather and the landscape. The dedication and renunciation of Hetram had cast a veil of enchantment on the entire ecology and environment. After the Ganga bath and worship, Hetram prayed to Mother Ganga. Then he cast a glance at the place of his birth, and the woodlands surrounding it. His eyes were dimmed by tears when he thought that he was, according to his vow, leaving his homeland for good. He would remember the Sawan, beautiful month of rainy season, of his childhood all his life, and would never forget the limitless love of his cowboy friends. This thought melted his heart and the sobs choked his throat. Affection and deep attachment had overpowered his self-control and discretion. When he looked at the crowd following him, they also caught the infection and tears rolled from their eyes. What a pathetic scene indeed! But Hetram pulled the reins and remembered his Gurudev. He turned and placed his head in front of Mother Ganga again and shouted aloud, "O Mother Goddess, benefactor of this drowning world, I offer my respectful pranam to you again and again." Thereafter, carrying the Dandavati Kanwar, he reached the Ambikeshwar temple. After having a parikrama of the temple, he entered through the gate and, with the help of plant leaves, bathed the idol of Mother Goddess and then prayed to Bhole Shankar, Lord Shiv. After this, he sat in meditation, which was so deep that he passed into a trance. After a few moments, a serpent couple came there and hissed loudly. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the cobra couple was standing up in front of the idol of Shiv. Etram took them as incarnation of Lord Shiv and Mother Parvati themselves and bowed his head in devotion and dedication. It seemed as if the divine couple was blessing him affectionately. The child yogi was delighted with ecstasy when he came out of the temple. The cobra couple was going away right through the devoted crowd, who raised shouts of joy and veneration with slogans of Jai Shankar and Jai Bholenath, etc., which rent the sky. It was the month of Sawan, August approximately. The clouds were hovering close to earth and it was drizzling intermittently. It seemed Lord Indra, the god of rain, was gladly sprinkling nectar over the dotting crowd. Such an enchanting scene had occurred only in Satyug, the first millennium, when Bhagwan Vishnu returned to King Harishchandra his kingdom. After this, carrying the Dandvati Kavar, he performed the parikrama of the towns of Kundanpuri and Hanumangadi. Then he carried it on to Avantika Devi, went round and entering the temple presented Ganga water and offerings of flowers. Gangaji was flowing, touching the skirt of the temple. The scene presented a divine beauty of exquisite delight. The description is beyond words. The piety of the ancient temple combined with the freshness of the supreme sacrifice and renunciation of Hetram. This was the pious spot where he came for his daily Ganga bath and after worshipping presented Ganga water to the idol. On the outskirts of the compound grazed his cows. This was also the practicing arena for his childhood yoga, and now Hetram was leaving this beloved spot like a serpent which moves after discarding its old skin. This is how noble souls behave with Maryada, self control. Their words never go false, they implement what they declare. When he was praying before Avantika Devi, Mother Ganga also appeared by her side. The child I used to see standing in prayer after Snan Dhyan, bath and meditation is now going. Whom shall I see like him? With these words, tears filled the eyes of Mother Ganga too. Seeing this, Hetram fell prostrate at the feet of the twin goddesses and prayed, O Mother, let your blessings always be with me. This is my submission with folded hands, a prayer and an ardent desire. Mother Ganga replied, my blessings have aroused detachment and quest in you. As such, who can be dearer to me than you? Avantika Devi also added, the entire nature is a witness that whosoever has prayed to me with sincerity has attained deliverance from the bondages of the world. Not only yourself, but all your ancestors have been my devotees. That is why all of them have become immortal. Your ancestor, Devi Rukmani, was also one of my most favored devotees. Her devotion to me earned her the coveted husband. The Lord with perfections of all the 16 kalas, phases, Bhagwan Shri Krishna had to come here. He too came to worship me. That is how Rukmani Haran, taking by force, could be possible, and my devotee's desire was fulfilled. The Lord always bows down before the wish of the devotee. Your clan and dynasty, Suryavansh, Kashyap, Lodh Rajput, Barbujar, is very ancient. If you want to be honored in the world, do not denigrate my name. My blessing is that your fame may never be tarnished. The goddess mother had spoken only this much when the child Hetram bent down, washed her feet, and had Charnamrit. Then he worshipped her with flowers and placed his head at the feet of Avantika Devi. Then he remembered his ancestors, Sati Damayanti, Rukmani, the valiant king Bhimsigar and Bhishmak, and others, and paid homage to them mentally. He prayed, O supernatural powers, O ancestors and noble souls, I am today leaving the capital for good and going to the forest for practicing yoga according to your traditions. Now I am determined to follow your footsteps of austerity. If I fail, or the ship of my spiritual efforts sink somewhere or loses its way, then it will not only be my failure but yours also, because you are the sailor of my boat, the captain of my voyage of spiritual quest. Saying this, the child, Yogi Hetram, sat in deep meditation at the feet of Mother Avantika Devi. At that time, it seemed as if the goddess mother was blessing him by placing her hand on his head. The continuous flow of tears from Hetram's eyes disturbed the crowd very much. Seeing this tender age, they wondered how that child could practice yoga when he could not even clearly distinguish between good and evil. A large number of people, full of anxiety, was following him, but the sun had now relinquished its brilliance and was proceeding on the path of peace and tranquility. Hetram now turned towards the crowd, folded hands for a respectful parting pranam, and received their blessings. All the same, his mind was constantly meditating on the Bhakti Yoga under the blessings of Gurudev. All other things were meaningless. Last of all, Hetram offered Shashtang prostrate pranam at the feet of the saints Ramanandji and Shyamanandji, and then to Mother Somti. Then, fearing that some scene full of pathos may accrue at the time of parting and hinder the final separation, Hetram turned at once and quickly walked away, just as a deer gallops away out of the net. It appeared as if he had no relationship with that land and the people living there. But all the same, the entire crowd, the cowboy group, the herd of the cows, children and old people, men and women, the entire family led by Mother Somti followed him. The sight itself was reminding that another Ram was leaving Ayodhya, and even Mother Kaushalya, Mother Somti, was walked with heavy footsteps up to the border and then raised her resolute hand in silent yet spiritually forceful music of good wishes and blessings. This mute expression assimilated by the sun in his soul is something as follows. प्रहलाद क्या क्या दुख ना उठाया, राजा हरिश्चंद्र ने सहा न क्या क्या, हे पूत क्यों तू घबरावता है, हो धीर सो ही सुख पावता है.
What sufferings did Prahlad not forbear? What turbulences did King Harishchandra not have to go through? O son, why are you worried? Only he who forbears is able to achieve happiness.
हो पूर्ण योगी कर योग पूरा, ना अंग कोई रहवे अधूरा.
Be a perfect yogi and make full efforts. No branch should be left incomplete. The mother prayed to the Almighty, submitting that she was dedicating his security to him again for protection by him. Hetram now looked ahead and never looked back again at his Ayodhya-like capital Bhojkar Daravar. It was all mother's blessings which guided in his hour of lifelong separation. Blessed are such noble persons who have such an immeasurable glory about them. While we are writing this account, we are unable to hold the stream of tears flowing down from our eyes also. We are not able to control ourselves. Blessed are they who fulfill what they announce, even if they have to sacrifice their lives too in doing so. They bring honor and glory to their parents and ancestors so that their heads are held high like the Himalayas. Dharma is still flourishing because of steadfastness of such people. We bow again and again to the glorious light of their austere form and lofty power of the soul, as well as to his goddess-like celestial mother. Now starts his journey towards the attainment of yoga on the ideal spot of Ahar known for austerity practices, Hetram began to have his race on the difficult terrain of yogic mortifications. He had only one ambition, only one determination, only one aim: to achieve God realization through a Sadguru. With this noble aim before his mental eye, the very next day he accompanied his most respected Guru, Sri Ramanandji Maharaj, to Anupshahar, the ancient capital of the great king Chakveban. This place has a unique importance amongst all the holy places situated on the bank of Ganga. On reaching there, Hetram felt himself extremely blessed that he was that day lying near the feet of his Guru. Perhaps it was the reward of the noble deeds of so many of his previous lives. At Anupshahar, Swami Ramanand liberated Hetram from his old worldly relationships. The celebrated Guru Maharaj renamed him Swami Rameshchandranand. Henceforward, he was to be known by this saintly name instead of the child Hetram. Again, it was here that his old dress was discarded and he put the Bhagwa saffron apparel of the saintly order and made an ardent request to the Almighty Father, "O Lord, give me strength to hold the dignity of this dress." Thereafter, he followed Swami Ramanandji to the nearest railway station and left for the land of Lord Krishna's birth. There he made a voyage to all the holy place in Bridge area, the land of Krishna's childhood, and paying his most respectful homage to the yogic power of Lord Krishna, felt a great satisfaction in his soul. Thus, for quite a long time, under the guidance of Swami Ramanand, he wandered in that holy area. But alas, his soul did not feel the peace he was seeking, nor could his thirst for spiritual knowledge be satiated. In his solitary moments, all of a sudden, his old attachments and affectionate remembrances would wake up. He began to pine for the company of his parted near and dear people. He was diverted from his noble aims and divine ambition. His mind had almost reached anticlimax when, by God's providence, he remembered his vow and his determination. It is truly said that if a person continues his pursuit with an unswerving resolve, he gets guidance and direction from unexpected quarters. That is why, in his imagination rose the imagery of an innocent child warning him, "If you turn back, you will break the vow given solemnly to your respected and godly mother. It will be a great dishonor to the mother. If you can dare to withstand the indisgrace to that noble soul, then go back." His conscience, on hearing this admonition, felt a great remorse and shame at his weakness. He remembered his mother, bowed at her feet in his imagination, and repeated his resolve once again. Even if the entire land of Bhojkar turns into gold and it begins producing crops, diamonds, and rubies, even if the wind god himself sweeps the fields and Indra, the god of rain, begins to rain nectar, and even if a heavenly plane of gold arrives to take me back home, it is my Raghukul vow that I will never enter my birthplace again. The repetition of this iron will and unqualified determination made his thinking steadfast and brought peace and self-control. The memory of his mother's teachings and her advice to give the top priority to find a proper guru gave him a new direction and vigor. He at once gave up the ceremony of Swami Ramanand and started his search for an appropriate guru. While wandering, he fell with a group of mendicants. They would give every morning a long bag for seeking alms. His whole day was spent in cooking chapatis and sweeping the place. The unhealthy company taught him using intoxicants and other bad habits. He, being an innocent child, could not distinguish between good and bad. But when the evil effects began to touch his soul, it revolted vigorously and he opposed all these evil practices. Fortunately, during the same period, he had the darshan of Swami Atmanand, the founder of Yog Marg. With great mental affliction, he exposed the evil habits of those sadhus and the unhealthy atmosphere he had to live in. He earnestly requested him to liberate him from those unsaintly people. On hearing his story and seeing his earnest devotion to God, Swami Atmanand assured him help and said, "My son, the world is full of gurus, but Sadguru, Guru and noble gurus are rare. As a matter of fact, parents, teachers, priests, etc. are all gurus, but true gurus are the direct joining links between the devotee and God. Without their help, salvation is impossible. Hence, my child, a guru should be accepted only after fully observing his good qualities and capacities. Otherwise, you would be misled and misguided at every step in the ceremony of false sadhus, in the company of false sadhus, mendicants." Again, he emphasized, "My child, Gu means darkness and Ru means destroyer. Thus, Sadguru means one who destroys darkness and brings forth light. Sadguru in himself is the greatest principle, the greatest tap, austerity, the greatest gyan, knowledge. So much so that even Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh were created by the grace of Sadguru. The toe of the Sadguru embodies the entire rewards of the pious visits to all religious places. The devotees who respectfully bow down and touch it with their head respectfully have their hearts and eyes enlightened by the divine flame of immortality. The contact with the Guru, his Charnamrit and Prasad should be received with devotion and respect. The Shabd, mantra, holy word given by him should be chanted quietly every moment. The Sadguru is embodiment of a powerful Shastra, holy book, in himself. One who regards the Guru as a mere mortal only is living in a delusion and hence he cannot benefit in any way. That is why Kabir has said,
गुरु को मानस जो कहे चरण मृत्यु ले प्राण सोनर नरक में जाएंगे कोटि कोटि हो स्वान.
One who regards his Guru only a common mortal is only becoming a slave to death. Such people have to bear great sufferings of hell and have to undergo many lives like dogs. The Shishya, disciple, should not criticize his Guru even in his dream. If somebody is speaking ill of your Guru, either give a fitting reply or leave that place immediately. If, in spite of listening ill against his Guru, the Shishya keeps mum, he incurs a sin equivalent to the killing of hundreds of cows. In the end, Swamiji advised Rameshchandranand to discard the society of the evil sadhu immediately and follow the advice of noble persons only. He emphasized that it was better to live amongst savages in impregnable recesses of mountains and forests rather than with evil and ignoble persons amidst luxurious and hilarious enjoyments. With this inspiring exhortation, Swami Atmanandji left the place all of a sudden. His radiant face and magnetic style gave a great calm and repose to his agitated mind and consciousness. He at once slipped away from the evil company of the hypocrites and once again started his quest for a Sadguru. One day, being too much tormented by hunger, he approached for alms. But when he requested a landlady for something to eat, his ill luck had a cruel laughter. The lady filled his bowl not with eatables but with ridicule and abuse, insult and rudeness. He was shaken to the soul and felt a terrible remorse at his self-accepted helpless state. But soon, through the depth of the landlady, came a vision of the mother, who was reminding his what she had forewarned, that the Yog Marg path was an intensely arduous task. She again exhorted him not to worry, or a dose of nectar fill his spirit with indomitable determination and forge ahead with his guest. If he consumed this person, he would surely find this his Shiv, the redeemer of poison, somewhere. With this silent acceptance and undaunted forbearance, he suddenly turned back. While walking briskly away, he thought of saying of a great man that if a beggar quietly goes away bearing insults and abuse at the lover of a householder, then all the evil consequences of his previous sins are demolished there, and instead he carries away all the fortunate consequences of the virtuous actions of that family with him. His soul received a great strength with this thought. Still, the flames of hunger were ravaging. To meet its onslaught, he reached a place where a bridegroom's party was being entertained. The young Swami also joined the merely Baratis, and unknowingly he was also served with the delicious food and dainty dishes. But just when he was about to put a hot steaming morsel of his favorite in his mouth, he was recognized as a stranger by a bride's man, rebuked, insulted, pushed out, abused, and cursed. The morsel also fell down from the hand. His head verted, and thumping stopped. The heart jumped. The eyes stopped seeing except the vision of the mother narrating the story of the court insult of sage Ashtavakra, and the ears stopped hearing except the cruel laughs of Raja Janak's courtiers. Actually, the insult of a hungry human stomach was even worse than the one meted to the self-realized sage. Intolerable, unbearable, but just then he uttered a prayer, not in words, but in mourn, silence. O God, give me strength, give me the yog to see you even in this hunger and insult. With these invaluable dotes in his bowl, the hungry pilgrim surged ahead, and in his ears reverberated the sweet yet unflinching echo. O son, this Yog Marg is not easy. It is Agni Pariksha, fire test. And then Hetram, the searching Swami, sometimes took roots of vegetables, sometimes juices of leaves, sometimes tendrils of trees to satiate the consuming force of human hunger. Sometimes he could get no such thing for several days at a stretch, but the wonder was that now his spiritual stamina rose, his capacity for meditation accelerated, his pace for Sadguru's quest quickened, and his austerities bore fruit. Paramhans Swami Atmanand's grace brought him guidance and instructions for the first ladder of yoga practice. He also dedicated himself completely to his Guru Maharaj, but unfortunately, all of a sudden, Guru Maharaj passed away. This unforeseen calamity once again uprooted him. He would weep, remember the many benedictions. He would weep and remember the many benedictions which the great sage had mercifully showered upon him, how he had gifted with an earthen bowl and provided him a vision of yoga. Thereafter started still another quest for a Sadguru. Sometimes he would even get tired of it all, asking himself whether the earth had emptied itself of Sadgurus. After a long wandering, he made his way to Chitrakoot, and there came in contact with a congregation of sadhus. Accidentally, almost everyone in the company was talking about the yogic capacities of Yogeshwar Lalmanandji. They said that he was Kaya Kalpi Yogi, able to change body. He could travel to any distance in a moment, could disappear or reappear at will, etc., etc. But that it was a rare fortune to find him. Our Swami vigorously searched for this legendary Yogeshwar for 6 months, when at last he got a cue. Then he bought a chadar, cotton shawl, to make the prescribed initiation present. He offered a most humble Shashtang Pranam when he eventually met the sage, fell at his feet and wept bitterly. O Master, if you do not accept me, your disciple, I will here and now end my life before you. The sage saw attentively, assessed his innocent looks, patted and reassured him with his calm, soothing words, and accepted him as his disciple. It is always true that, according to the Vedas, there are innumerable difficulties and sufferings on the path of spiritual knowledge. But if the determination and the longing of the seeker are indomitable, then, during hours of trials and turbulences, great souls wandering about in the universe come down to help and replenish the stamina of the seeker, and after guiding for a while, they disappear as suddenly as they had arrived. This divine and supernatural realization gave a great satisfaction to his soul. Thereafter, by grace of Gurudev, his yogic powers developed every day. The Mahayogeshwar, great yogi, taught him the practice of yoga from time to time. Swamiji assimilated all these instructions with profound attention and devotion to the Guru. Whenever Guru Lalmanandji was in a happy mood, he was pleased to give him a vision of his own Guru, Sri Ugranandji Maharaj, and his miraculous life. While narrating the noble achievements of his Guru, he himself felt elated by his miracles and yogic power. Swamiji, on hearing the yogic miracles of his grand Gurudev, Sri Ugranandji, felt his heart jumping high and beyond itself with joy and adoration. His soul pined for the great and fortunate moment when he would see his grand Gurudev. He did not know when he would fall at the feet of the noble Guru and dedicate himself completely, have his Charnamrit, and feel himself the luckiest person in the world. With this great ambition and aspiration treasured in his bosom, Swamiji proceeded onward on the consciousness, on the path of yoga. But in his mind and heart, the vision of the grand Gurudev was always hovering over his consciousness. Some mysterious call was always coming from the innermost recesses of his soul. Faith and devotion themselves are the greatest power. On the basis of the same spiritual strength, even God could be attained. Establishing his yoga power as the basis and keeping the flame of hope, even of meeting the Guru in person, Swamiji began to wander from one forest to another, not caring for thirst and hunger like a mad person. He had only one goal before him, that of having a sight of Grand Gurudev Sri Ugranandji Maharaj. Meanwhile, a great tragedy occurred. Swami Lalmanandji relinquished his physical body and his soul passed into divinity. On hearing this extremely sad news, he began to feel himself lifeless, as if fighting for breath under suffocation. Now his heart was all the more intensely attracted towards Mahayogeshwar Guru, Grand Gurudev Sri Ugranandji, with irresistible force. Gradually his spiritual quest found a way, and under the guidance of several saints and sages, one day accidentally he reached the bank of the river Saryu. By chance, this was the very place wherein the dense forest one day Maryada Purushottam Ram, the ideal noblest of man, Lord Ram, and his brother Lakshman disappeared forever in the lap of the river Saryu. Swamiji was remembering the life of the greatest of the noblest persons, Sri Ram, when the influence of the noble actions of his previous births and the austerity and renunciation of this life all became active in his consciousness. All of a sudden, a limitless bright light descended upon him. He saw that a Mahayogesh, great yogi, was sitting absorbed in deep ecstasy of communion with God, free from all worries, in a happy state of mind, but altogether naked. Every pore of his body was emitting bright rays of spiritual knowledge. On seeing this extremely luminous form sitting still in a divine posture before him, he became almost mad with joy. He dived deep into the limitless ocean of spiritual joy while his heart leapt with untold happiness. The flight of his mind crossed all limits in its speed. He rushed towards this luminous form to surrender himself completely. But just when he stopped to pick up the dust at the feet of Mahayogeshwar, he found that the previous scene had disappeared. The Mahayogeshwar had vanished in a moment. It was a great miracle and a matter of immense surprise. On seeing this yogic miracle, the young Swamiji was stunned and extremely disappointed. He fell senseless on the ground. The evening changed into midnight while he lay there, and the night passed away into dawn. The unconscious or transcendental meditation state continued unbroken. With the rays of the morning sun, however, the rays of the consciousness aroused him. But the miraculous sight dominated his thoughts even then. He was thinking again and again that the spiritual efforts and austerities of his previous lives and the present one had not attained a sufficient force. That was why he was deprived of the opportunity of receiving the blessings of the Mahayogeshwar. The realization that he was still not fit to deserve the grace of a yogi guru gave him great mental affliction and limitless pain. Such a pain could not be experienced even with an emperor at a loss of his empire. The next day, with an air of unfortunate, accursed destitute, he again started his quest for the sight of the grand Gurudev. The spiritual vision he had been favored with for a few moments permeated his soul completely. He ran helter skelter for a sight of the luminous form with the same earnestness as the deer runs to find musk. The desire dominated all his thoughts, day and night, for days together. He remained without a grain of food and tried to feed upon the leaves of trees, bearing all the vagaries of weather, the heat and the cold. He wandered on the bank of river Godavari. It was now the month of Jyeshtha, May. The scorching sun of the noon was blazing the entire environment, and lo, all of a sudden, there was the same divine luminous form, naked in the same meditational posture as before. His hair stood on end. Joy and delight made his heart leap up, and all his senses were beyond himself with eagerness. He concentrated all the power of his yoga, devotion, and sincerity into his spiritual faith, and he offered a Shashtang Pranam, prostrate salutation at the feet of the Mahayogeshwar. The Guru Maharaj said quietly, although he observed his innocent respectfulness and intense emotion. The young Swamiji offered his most respectful, dedicated prayer at the feet of divine form in the following manner.
हे पूज्यवर गुरुदेव करुण सिंधु करुणा कीजिए। मैं हूँ अधम अधीर शरण निज शरण में लीजिए। हो खा रहा गोते निरंतर भव सिंधु के मझधार में, है आसरा ना अन्य कोई दुख भरे संसार में।
O most respected Gurudev, you are an ocean of kindness. Have pity on me. I am a desolate and impatient wretch. Take me under your protection. I am getting submerged again and again in the mid current of the ocean of worldliness. I have no one else to support and succor in the world full of sufferings.
है जप नहीं तप भी नहीं है, कुछ न मुझ में ज्ञान है, बस मूढ़ता ने भर दिया इस चित्त में अभिमान है। शत जन्म की नैया अधूरी है भंवर में आ रही है, नाथ दौड़ो अब बचाओ जल्द डूबी जा रही।
I do not possess the accumulated treasure of the chanting of God's name, neither tapasya, spiritual austerity, nor gyan, spiritual knowledge. My ignorance and foolishness have filled my mind with ego and vanity. The boat of life has been traveling ill equipped for hundreds of my precious lives, and now it is facing a dangerous whirlpool. O Lord, come running and rescue me now. The boat is on the point of sinking soon.
भव सिंधु के सब तोड़ फंदे पार कैसे जाऊंगा, आप अंगुली छोड़ देंगे किस भांति सदगति पाऊंगा। सब जगह मंजिल भटक कर अब शरण ली आपकी, पार करना या न करना नाथ मर्जी आपकी।
If you do not keep holding my finger, how will I be able to break away from the bonds of this ocean of worldliness, go across it and attain the supreme state of salvation? I have uselessly wandered everywhere for destination and at last have sought your shelter. It is now at your sweet will to take me across or leave me as a destitute.
है खोज मेरी ज्ञान की अज्ञान के संसार में, है योग मेरा धर्म जग के भोग के व्यापार में। हूँ निपट अज्ञान में पर बात मैं ये जानता, एक करुणा की किरण हरती तिमिर अज्ञानता।
I am on an ardent quest for knowledge in this world full of ignorance, in this world full of activities of sensual pleasures. My dharma, natural urge and duty is yoga. I am altogether ignorant, but I know one thing, that a ray of mercy can remove all darkness of this ignorance.
तोड़ कर बंधन सकल मैं आ गया प्रभु शरण में, पूजा सुमन बन एक प्रभु मैं चढ़ गया गुरु चरण में। आज प्रज्ञा चेतना से पीर हर लो प्राण की, जगमगा दो विकल आत्मा ज्योति से गुरु ज्ञान की।
I have broken all bonds, and, O Master, I have come under your shelter. O Lord, I have offered myself like a flower presented at the feet of the Guru. Today, by awakening my intellectual consciousness, relieve the acute suffering of my soul, and with the light of Guru's knowledge, illuminate the dark recesses of my being. This ardent prayer of Swami Rameshchandranand touched the heart of the noble Guru. He also felt that the accumulated credit of the influence of the noble actions of all his previous lives was now getting aroused. On seeing the surprising detachment of this young seeker, the divine form asked, "Why art thou running after me? I saw thee at the bank of the river Saryu also, and now thou art here." The word of the great Guru gave an unprecedented strength
to the young Swami. He hesitatingly asked in a voice of worship, "O merciful Master, kindly take me under your shelter." The Guru spoke in a philosophical sweetness. "What? Don't you find any other sage?" At this he gathered up his courage and submitted. "O merciful, I have accepted you as my noble Guru." The sage said, "But it is difficult to be a disciple. You will find it hard task to be under my command. But even then, if you are bent upon sacrificing yourself, then be my disciple." Uttering these words, a unique spiritual cheer played upon the face of the Guru. The disciple got another dose of rejuvenation. He ardently accepted the commandments of the Guru, great Gurudev Mahayogeshwar, great Yogi, Ugranandji Maharaj. After a moment's thought, the Yogi Maharaj, great Yogi, said, "If you determine never to visit your birthplace, I will think about you." Swamiji agreed, and once more his vow about leaving his home and birthplace for good echoed in all the sky. After this, the yogi ordered that he should take off all his clothes and throw them in the river Godavari. He at once obeyed and offered all his clothes to the waves of Mother Godavari. Thereafter, the Yogeshwar handed him about 1 yard and a half, nearly 1.3 meters of cloth to cover himself and an earthen bowl to eat and drink. After this, the Gurudev endowed him with a mantra, holy hymn or gospel from Hindu scriptures, and instructed him to bear all the vicissitudes of seasons and weathers, cold, heat, rain, etc., in the open. He further revealed that it had been the influence of the yoga of his previous births that he ran after yogis and sages. The great Gurudev, giving him Diksha, initiation as disciple, warned him, "See, even if kings and emperors come and bow at your feet and try to persuade you to have the food offered by them, never accept it. You shall have to live by alms alone." Thereafter, the great Mahayogeshwar, Sri Ugranandji Maharaj, described to him greatness of yoga as follows.
है योग निष्कंटक राज्य दाता, योगेश ही पद विष्णु दिलाता, जन्म जन्मांतर तप योग कमाता, तब जाकर गुरु योगेश्वर पाता.
This yoga marg path gives an empire where there are no thorns. For many lives continuously you have to practice yoga. Only then you get a great Yogeshwar as your Gurudev.
गुरु वाक्य पर मात पिता चले, तब रघुकुल नाम रोशन करे, वैज्ञान बुद्धि योग से मिले, भव सिंधु माही सहज तरे.
If the disciple follows the commandments of the Guru as if they are from his parents, then alone he really can glorify the Raghukul's ancestors' name. When Vigyan, spiritual knowledge, and Buddhi, intellect, has a confluence with Yoga, the person easily crosses the ocean of worldliness.
वीरान जंगल बनखंड भूमि, तुझको बुलाती कर योग योगी, घर छोड़ा है सर्वस्व तज कर, योगी गुरु का शिष्य बनता योगी.
The solitary forests and desolate woodlands call you yogi to practice yoga. You have left your home and relinquishing all that belonged to you. After all, the disciple of a great yogi must also be a yogi.
बाल्यवस्था है अभी तेरी, हरि शावक गज देत पछाड़ी, रघुकुल में होते तपस्वी धीर धारी, जिनकी प्रतिज्ञा तप तेज धारी.
Although you are still a child, yet a cup can smash down an elephant. In the Raghukul dynasty of Raghu and of Sri Ram, there have been many great yogis who have kept their words by their actions, full of bravery and sacrifice.
हे शिष्य ना भूलो, कर पाते हैं विरले ही योग, तप योग जो नर कर पाते, वही साम्राज्य करते हैं भोग.
O disciple, do not forget that Very few people can practice yoga. Only those persons who can go through all the difficult austerities for the achievement of yoga become successful rulers.
जो साम्राज्य का करते हैं भोग, उनकी तपस्या का सुन प्रभाव बच्चा, कीर्ति तेज यश और रूप बढ़ता अदम्य वैभव पूर्ण सच्चा.
Those who enjoy such a kingdom attain as wonderful results of their austerities, fame, grace, name, and radiating physical beauty. Such a person is not deterred by any obstacles and achieves true success.
तपोबल चारु जो भी कमाता, मुक्त तपोबल से इंद्रासन पाता. वे नर बड़े हैं भाग्यशाली, जिनके भाग्य में है योग विधाता.
Whosoever earns all these four consequences of austerities because of the power attained through them secures the throne of Indra, the king of gods. Those people are extremely fortunate who are destined to achieve yoga.
योग बल ही है शिव अविनाशी, त्रिशूल पर थी बसाई काशी. जिसने गुरु से योग बल पाया, मिला मुक्ति धाम हुआ सन्यासी.
The power of yoga is immortal. Shiv himself is the Lord who built on his Trishul, Kashi, Banaras, the holiest of sacred places in India. One who attains yoga power by Gurudev's grace secures the abode of mukti, salvation, and becomes a sannyasi, sage.
क्यों भूप बनकर दुख उठावे, राज्य दुखदाई नरक किस हेतु जावे. राजेश्वर को भी नरक भय भीति खावे, योगेश्वर तो मोक्ष पद आनंद पावे.
Why should one become a king and undergo sufferings? Kingdom is full of thorns. Why should one opt for this hell? Even emperors are afraid of hell. Only a great yogi attains salvation.
जो कल हंसते गाते थे, खेलते थे चमन के बाग में, है मद से चूर वे सब शूर देखे, आज जलते हैं भयंकर आग में.
Those who were laughing and singing yesterday and playing in the gardens of their beautiful motherland, unfortunately today are intoxicated with vanity and burning in fire of jealousy or hell.
कल जिनके महल थे भर रहे, ऐश्वर्य कोलाहल थे हो रहे, हैं अब सुनसान कैसे वे पड़े हैं, शोक मानो हैं सभी वे कर रहे.
Those whose places were till yesterday full with luxurious and rejoicings, unfortunately today have to put up with the desolation, destruction, and grief.
कल जिनके किलों पर फौज संगीनों के पहरे थे लगे भारी, आज वहाँ खंडर लावारिस पड़े हैं, कहाँ गए हैं वे त्रिपुरारी.
Till yesterday, those whose fortresses were guarded by heavy guns today have only unclaimed ruins to remind of them. Where are those Tripuraris, conquerors of three capitals?
रत्न जड़ित महलों को तज कर मारो राज्य सुख में लात, धिक धिक ऐसे मोह को गुरु ग्रानंद जी कह जात.
Leave away these places embedded with precious stones. Kick off the kingdom. Fire upon such attainments, says Guru Granth Maharaj, great Guru.
Swamiji with folded hands submitted to his Gurudev. O most respected Gurudev, you are a seer who can see the past, present and future. I want to know what are the grace of Gurudev and grace of God, and what is the difference between the two. Gurudev replied, O son, listen carefully now. It is easy to know God, but it is most difficult and inaccessible to know the Guru. What doubt can be there in salvation of a person who has known and identified his Guru? Just see, by Sri Guru's blessings, whomsoever I take mercy upon, I first of all deprive him of his wealth, prosperity, name, fame, vanity and jealousy, etc. Therefore, his relatives and family persons desert him. After this, he comes in contact with my devotees. Then I bless him
with faith and devotion towards myself and release him from the shackles of the life and death. Last of all, with the fullest confidence and faith, he attains yoga and finds his way to Vaikuntha Dham, the abode of God, free from all tensions. For a long period, Swamiji had to pass through the deep, inaccessible canons of the test of Guru Maharaj. When Gurudev was satisfied that the disciple was now determined, resolute, and unswerving for the spiritual path ahead, only then he was pleased to give him the permission to put on a 2.5 meter of cloth to cover his limbs, and commanded him not to be misled to back out from the instructions of the Guru, even in the face of death. Guruji Maharaj also ordered him to abstain from staying in a town and to be impervious to public criticism. Cautioning him, Gurudev advised him to take care lest nymphs should succeed in alluring him as they knocked down Narad Muni, Shringi Rishi, and others. Swamiji, like a child, as he really was, got scared. He trembled spasmodically with the apprehensions about his future, and caught hold of the feet of Gurudev, and like an innocent child politely and submissively cried, "O Master, only you are my protector." He put on the 2.5 meter of cloth given to him by Gurudev, and bowing to the pranam to the Param Brahma, Supreme God, prayed, "O Lord, give me the strength to maintain the dignity of this cloth." With this prayer, a supernatural electric-like current ran through the nerve and pore of his body, which was the symbol and indication of the awakening of a unique power in his self. It will be no exaggeration to profess that it is even harder to be a disciple than to be a guru. It is a great sadhana, spiritual effort, to become a disciple on the basis of one's fortune, fate, and tapasya, austerities, and obey the commandments of Guru. But Swamiji set a unique example by following this easily by the grace of Gurudev. It is only a consequence of this sadhana that his place amongst the rare of the choicest yogis of the world is at the top. He is at present a Yogi Raj, king of yogis, amongst the yogis. It is difficult to assess what hardships he had to undergo to attain that state of yogic attainment. With the mercy and blessings of Gurudev, he had to pass through the process of the hardest of tests in addition to the grave and deadly dangers and adverse circumstances. It is beyond the capacity of our pen to describe it completely and even partially. The prime factor leading to his success on the path of yoga was that he always completely surrendered himself at the feet of Gurudev, like an innocent and ignorant child and an ardent seeker of his benign mercy. The disciple must always be like that. The real devotee or disciple is always naked before his Guru. Then where lies the place or scope for ego, pseudo self-respect, and ideas of one's own dignity? That is, the beggar cannot stand on prestige or rely on comforts and leisure. Swamiji never allowed his ego to come in the way of his unbroken devotion, dedication, and spirit of service and surrender. Then how can the Guru also have the power to withhold his immense storehouse of spiritual knowledge from such devoted disciple? A complete surrender to the Guru on the part of the disciple forces the merciful and benign Guru also to pour down all the nectar of his spiritual knowledge into the receptive heart of the ardent seeker. On the strength of this very dedication, spontaneous and unassuming devotion, Swamiji earned the crown of Yoga from the world-renowned and most accomplished Yogeshwar, king of yogis on the earth, Swami Shri Ugranandji Maharaj. Whatever hard conditions, rules, regulations, restrictions, and toughest of tests Gurudev imposed to divert him from his path, Swamiji accepted readily and easily, following all of them rigidly in letter and spirit. He deserved and earned the grace, blessings, and mercy of Gurudev, completely in obedience to the command of the Guru. After some days being satisfied by his intimate devotion, respect, and obedience to the Guru, and about an absolute self-control and determined pursuit, Gurudev handed over all responsibilities of his yoga on his shoulder. In the course of his instructions, Guru Maharaj said, "O my son, it is because of some unavoidable reasons you have to stay at your town. You should keep standing all the while, day and night. Even food also should be taken while standing. This is my order to you, because you have already left your birthplace for good. Now you are never to look back. Be careful lest you should slip from your intended and destined path." On hearing such a strict warning from Gurudev, he cautioned himself and then made a determined mental resolve to abstain from visiting not only his birthplace but all cities and towns of the world for life. When Maryada Purushottam, the ideal man, Bhagwan Sri Ram, left Ayodhya to live in the forests for 14 years, during this period he did not enter any town, so much so that even after defeating Ravan in the battle, he himself did not enter the city of Lanka for bringing Sita ji. He assigned this duty to his younger brother Lakshman and the new king Vibhishan. This is what means the code of conduct of great men. Our ancestors and guides have set the tradition that they remain true to whatever they once say. It is salvation of the disciple to obey the commands of the Guru. Thinking like this, he took a determined vow: "I will obey the commands of my Guru even at the cost of my life." With these ideas surging in his heart, tears began to flow like Ganga and Yamuna, holy rivers of India. The Guru Maharaj cautioned, "My son, did you think that it was easy and comfortable to become a yogi? You have to bear extremely hard difficulties for it. The tests and hurdles in this arduous path can be overcome only by firm determination and sticking to your vow resolutely." With this short but pointed sermon, Gurudev moved ahead and in a moment disappeared. Swamiji's soul was now thoroughly soaked by continuously bathing in the river of love flowing out of Gurudev's benign compassion, and began to express the unfathomable faith and reverence in the pulsation of life. But when he could not get Gurudev's darshan sight for a long while, he became so disappointed that he began to harbor a doubt whether he would be fortunate to see him again or not. His intuition, however, assured him that he would surely see Gurudev again. The interlude was only a test of his forbearance and firmness. With this hope and faith, he continued to follow the instructions of Gurudev strictly and cautiously. He had accepted him as his guiding angel, a noble Guru who is capable to lead the devotee on the way to reach God. Swinging pendulum like in between the points of hope and despondency, He sometimes thought that tragedy is the destined fate of man. He sometimes thought that perhaps Gurudev had not fully accepted him as his disciple. With this suspense lurking in his thoughts, he would sometimes start crying bitterly. He would shed tears profusely under the feeling of acute separation from Gurudev. Actually, this was not a meaning of lamentation, it was a mysterious spiritual experience of the pangs of separation of the soul from the Supreme Power and his messenger Gurudev. It was a call for communion with him. When the soul has had a taste of immortality, it pines so pathetically to have a permanent identification with the power of bliss is does that that is does not that it does not count the innumerable impediments in the path leading to him. Just then he would remember that the words of noble persons never become untrue. Consequently, he would repeat his vows and determination again and again with a reaffirmation of the resolve that even at the cost of his life, he would never back out from his promises solemnly made at the feet of the Yogi Raj. On the other hand, throughout his entire life, he would follow them in letter and spirit. Flying on this plane of renunciation and surrender, he had to wander far and near for a very long time in the quest of having a darshan and blessing of Gurudev. During this very arduous search, one day he had the darshan of a saint on Mount Abu. His age was about 500 years. He felt rejuvenated on seeing him, and replenished this replenished his strength for yogic efforts. He started his pilgrimage once more with a greater zest. While wandering one day, there was violent and dreadful storm. As it died away, he saw before himself a Kalgunjar, conqueror of death, yogi in an immensely big form. The young Swamiji was aghast on viewing the miraculous sight. Finding him tremble out of fear, the Yogi Raj, great yogi, reassuringly said, running after for the attainment of immortality over and above, you feel afraid too. On hearing that encouraging voice, he surrendered himself meekly at the feet of the Yogi Maharaj and wept bitterly. The Guru Maharaj put his hand on his head blessingly and said, why are you perplexed? O fool, I have come only for you. Ask whatever you want. While he assimilated the powers of these magic words in his soul, he dived deep into the ocean of joy and happiness for a moment. Just then, his memory and speechless intuition came to his rescue, and he had the revelation that before him stood no one else but the great seer of the past, present, and future, Guru Shri Ugranand Ji Maharaj. That is his own Gurudev. On seeing this spiritual play of Gurudev, the young Swamiji's faith and devotion of the soul was elated limitlessly. In a moment, all the doubts, fears, and apprehensions vanished and got annihilated to the root. This was same historic Panchvati, where in a very ancient past, Maharani Sita Ji was kidnapped. He realized how kind and large-hearted the great Gurudev was. This was the limitless ocean of love from which emanated the rain of nectar, bathing him with immortality and perennial bliss. He at once spread his sheet. Guru Maharaj shook his seat and began to tell him, "My son, you are a yogi. From your previous births, I had to come for you because your previous guru passed away after helping you to attain Niramkar Pad, incorporeal stage. During the sadhana devotional period itself." On hearing this, the flames of separation from Gurudev surged in his heart irresistibly, and he burst into tears and violent lamentations. This was a spontaneous manifestation of love and faith, over which nobody has any control. Thereafter, reassuring him, Gurudev said, "Why do you weep? Tell me, what do you want?" Swamiji was completely overcome by the kindness of Gurudev, and expressing his innermost desire said, "Guru Maharaj, the art of yoga, the immortal state." He had hardly uttered these words when a miracle occurred. Gurudev remarked, "All right, you do not stop insisting, then see." Saying this, Guru Maharaj took a long leap forward, and lo, he was transferred into lion. The young disciple was dumbfounded. With folded hands in reverence, he saw the spectacle and the new form of Gurudev without a blink. After a while, Gurudev seated himself calmly in his original form. After a few moments, in this pose of spiritual trance, he raised himself about 15 feet high, and lo, there was unstable equilibrium in the air. There he was in the stable equilibrium in the air without any support whatever. The trance lasted for about 2 hours. Gurudev then addressed him, "Satisfied? Now have you seen the immortal state? O my son, I am extremely pleased with your Puritan devotion and unbroken service. I will now explain to you in details the process of yoga which leads to the immortal stage." Thus, from that day onwards, as proper recipient and appropriate disciple, he was blessed to be benefited by the grace of Gurudev. After this, with folded hands, he requested the great Gurudev, "O Master of the three worlds, O all-pervading God, I am your meek disciple, completely surrendered to you. As such, O merciful Master, kindly I want to know from you in details about the siddhis, supernatural powers. Who is a yogi? What is the inner significance of the world? Yogi?" Gurudev said, "O son, Rameshchandranand, the question that you have asked is really very complex and incomprehensible. To know this, many kings have relinquished their thrones and gone to forests for austerities and attained immortality. Now listen to it attentively. O son, there are 8 major and 10 minor siddhis, extraordinary spiritual powers. The first siddhi is that an aged person can assume the form of a young boy. The second can transform a small body into a bigger one. The third siddhi has the capacity that the body can be made light like cotton, enabling the person to fly like bird in the sky. The fourth can enable a light body to become heavier. The fifth has the power to observe things thousands of miles away from any fixed center. The sixth can enable the yogi to hear sounds thousands of miles away. The seventh siddhi can provide any desired thing from anywhere. The eighth siddhi gives a control over all gods so that you can move about anywhere in the world without fear. As such, it is the most powerful siddhi
The ninth Siddhi prevents old age. The 10th enables one to go anywhere with yoga power. With the 11th, one can transform oneself into someone else's appearance. The 12th Siddhi, the 12th can enable one's soul to enter the body of the others. The 13th can enable one to increase or decrease the size of one's body. The 14th can empower one to have intercourse with any woman. The 15th Siddhi can enable the yogi to have the knowledge of everything that happens, that happiness is the present, that happens in the present, past or future. The 16th provides the capacity to make everyone obey your commands. No one can dare to refuse. The 17th enables one to know the thoughts of others, and it conserves one against the effect of cold, heat or hunger, and thirst, etc. The 18th enables one to resist fire, flood or storm. Even poison has no effect on such a person. In addition to these, there are 4 more which can be attained by yoga practice. The Siddhi to be born wherever one likes. The ability to cure any disease with whatever medicine the yogi gives. The ability to attain whatever one likes with a mantra. The control over Kal, time and death. No one can harm the Siddhi in any way. There can be no obstacles on the path of his efforts for yoga. Nobody can humble him down. Every Siddhi has got a capacity of its own. Gurudev governs them all. The faithful service of Gurudev and hard efforts can enable one to attain them. Yogeshwar, the great yogi, Gurudev Ugranand Ji Maharaj, continuing his discourse, added, "O my son, you are my favorite disciple. Hence, I will explain to you the process to attain them. Just look. O son, 5 has the quality of heat, water, cold, air, the sense of touch, sky, the sound, and earth, the quality of force. Anyone who concentrates his attention and meditates upon me, that is, his Gurudev, and realizes the power inherent in me, attains these siddhis with ease in due course. Whosoever concentrates on the fire element, soul, the space and energy can attain the first siddhi. One who meditates upon my Virat, limitlessly big form, attains the second. The seeker attains the third one by meditating upon the smallest four-handed form. The fourth siddhi is perfected by concentrating on the Mahatattva, the supreme element. By fixing attention on the sun form, thousands of miles of the expanse can be viewed. This is the fifth siddhi. By viewing Satgurudev Paramatma, God in the form of Guru, the sixth siddhi is mastered, so that the yogi can hear sounds thousands of miles away. The seventh siddhi is achieved by performing meditation on the Vasudev form, the form of Lord Krishna. The eighth is attained by meditating on the formless God that drives away all temptations of worldly pleasures, and the yogi wanders all over the world fearlessly. On viewing the all-pervading God as whiteness enveloping the universe, one never becomes old. This is the ninth siddhi. On viewing all the powerful in the form of wind, one can go anywhere. This is the 10th siddhi. One who concentrates his mind on the five form of the Supreme can transform oneself in whatever appearance one likes. These are the 11th and 13th Siddhis. This seeker, by concentrating within his self, can enter into any life form, which constitutes the 12th Siddhi. By concentrating on Sadguru, noble, on Satogun, noble attitude, one can have intercourse with anyone, which is the 14th Siddhi. The devotee who always thinks Mai as the moving spirit of all happenings in the universe and the creator of the world, and with this experience fixes his breath in the center of his head, becomes the seer of the past, present and future. And this is the 15th Siddhi. The 16th Siddhi is accomplished by meditating on the Ahamkar existence form. The 17th is perfected by meditating on the five elements, which is fire, water, air, sky and earth. He can stop the onslaught of fire, food or storm, and he is not affected by any poison too. This is the 18th Siddhi. O son Rameshchandranand, I have revealed only to you this secret, Yog, because now you are my favored disciple. You have been born in Kashyap Gotra, Lodh dynasty. Your family tradition has been even to sacrifice the life at the command of the Guru, but never forsake the vow undertaken. You are, O my son, the flying banner of Suryakul, Sun dynasty. In the same way, in a very happy and pleased mood, Gurudev, great Yogeshwar Ugranand, one day proceeded on to reveal the spiritual knowledge to his young disciple. He himself wanted him to be a great yogi. Gurudev carried on, O son Rameshchandranand, the valley which the pilgrims of immortality have to traverse is very difficult. Look here, O son, for a long period I stood in fire and similarly in water. I meditated in the standing position for a long time, withstood hunger and thirst for 6 months at a stretch. I meditated several times in the mountainous caves. As a consequence, I enjoyed the kingly states of Indraprastha and Brahma. But, O son, I could not acquire peace. I was victim to the feelings of glory and honor. Peace and immortal happiness are achieved only through yoga, which opens the portals of salvation in a moment. On hearing these revealing words of Gurudev, Swami Rameshchandranand felt himself blessed. An ocean of celestial joy began to flow in high tide in his heart. By now he had attained perfect affection of Sri Gurudev, which he had fully deserved. His ebullience rose up and flooded the soul. Many times he was fortunate to have a view of the yoga miracles of Gurudev. Once Ugranandji was at some distance below Rishikesh. The sacred water of the Ganga was flowing over the rocks submerged on the banks. There was a big, dense and very attractive forest nearby. The Mahant monk at Rishikesh got the news of the arrival of Gurudev through a sage. He came running in post haste to Gurudev, who was seated in the lap of the enchanting nature. On viewing Gurudev, he felt overjoyed and elated. For a moment, he stood in a trance and then rushed and laid himself prostrate at the feet of Gurudev. With words overflowing with exquisite joy, he said, O Master, how unfortunate I was to have missed you, holiness, so long. Whenever I hurried to have your darshan view, I came to know that you had already left for an unknown destination. O king of yogis, people like me thrive only with the mercy of holy sages like yourself. Had people endowed with siddhis like you not manifested themselves on this land, we could not even make our both ends meet. On hearing these polite and dedicated words of the Mahant, Gurudev said endearingly, O sage, why don't you express your wish without hesitation or fear? Permitted by Gurudev, the Mahant said, O Yogeshwar, you know all and you are all powerful. The fulfillment of my ambition is a small matter for your grace. O Maharaj, Lord, I desire to arrange a bhandara, general feast, for all matter for all sages in Rishikesh, and to provide each one of them a blanket and rupees 25 each. Accepting this request of the Mahant, at Gurudev, Guru questioned, O fool, will you be able to avoid the police? The Mahant answered straightforward, Maharaj, I take that responsibility. At this, Venerable Gurudev said, All right, then buy copper according to your calculations and keep armed Nagas on guard. On a furnace, put a cauldron. All this arrangement should be complete by 10 tomorrow, when I arrive there exactly at 10. The next day, when Swamiji reached with Guru Maharaj at the appointed time, they found all arrangements complete. Guru Maharaj climbed a nearby high hill, brought a herb and crushing it with his hand, put it in the boiling urn. At once the ebullition stopped. After a short while, there could be seen a gold brick in the pot. Under the instruction of Gurudev, pieces of it were cut and sold. Thus a bhandara was arranged for 3 days and no one was allowed to go without a meal. In this way, Gurudev fulfilled the desire of the Mahant. But he warned him not to reveal the story to anyone lest people should trouble him unnecessarily. With this warning, Gurudev disappeared from there. One day, Gurudev, while preaching him, explained the unsurmountable difficulties to be faced in the valley of yoga. It is like walking on the sharp edge of a sword. A rare equipment of dedication, purification, and knowledge earned through yoga is required to cross it. All of a sudden, Gurudev had an inspiration and he began to narrate an old experience. He said, O son, once during a severe winter, I had taken shelter under a bridge over a nala, through which water flowed only in the month of Chaitra, April. I had closed the outlet on the west and in the night slept on the bed improvised by nature. One day I was accosted by a few robbers who caught me and demanded whatever I had. I told him that I, a naked fakir, had nothing. One of them said that it would not be enough. I should be caught hold of and set on fire. They at once dragged me out from my bridge hut and threw some hay and combustible garbage over me. Just then I began to ponder how I was an unperishable, indestructible, immortal, never born, never to die. The body only was a mortal. The body was only mortal. The body only was mortal. It may be destroyed, if that was the providence, at the hands of these robbers, if it was destined so. O son, when they lit the fire, my yogic power turned up. It threw
me about 10 paces away and brought me in my place. The person who had kindled the fire, he screamed, I'm burning, I'm burning. When the robbers tried standing by, tried to pull him out, the flames caught the belly of one, the arm of another, the leg of the third, and one or two had almost full burns. So, O son, who can assault a yogi? I kept on watching the funny scene quietly. The kindler got burnt to ashes. After some time, I also left off that place. These stories of yogic miracles, fortunately narrated by Gurudev, out of benediction, had a deep influence over his efforts of realization. His faith in yoga grew deeper and deeper, and chanting Guru, Guru, he began to enter in undisturbed and steadfast meditation. One day, attending Gurudev, he passed by Haridwar and Rishikesh and halted at a place about 25 miles ahead of Lakshman Jhula on a hill. He was just about to clean a proper site for Gurudev to be seated when all of a sudden thoughts relating to the power of yogis of old began to hover his mind. He began to imagine how yogis with their supernatural powers reach far off distances in a moment. The seer Gurudev at once saw what was flashing over his mind and in an apparent irritation said, I know what you are thinking. You are testing me. His face reddened. With a flight of passion, he awakened the Kaustubh Mani, the divine light, and asked him to turn about his face. He instantly obeyed Gurudev out of fear. As soon as he turned, he absolutely forgot where he was. After a moment, Gurudev slapped him endearingly and said, would you continue looking that way ever after? He came to his senses and saw that no trace of the previous landscape existed. Everything had changed, but when he felt too much scared by the scene, everything changed, but when he felt too much scared by the scene, Gurudev rebuked. You want to see miracle of yoga power and yet are afraid? See, there is Lanka, which Shankarji, Lord Shiv, built. Ravan's father narrated his Katha epic at this very place. The child Ravan's accumulated 10 powers of yoga had enabled him to conquer the Lanka of gold and many countries, near and far, in the whole world, while his father continued his worship and Katha. On hearing these words of his immortal Gurudev, Swami Rameschandranand, shedding streams of tears, fell at the former's lotus feet. Guru Maharaj reassured the young disciple and said, see, whosoever sees the miracle of yogic power willfully becomes a beggar, in spite of even being an emperor of the world. Relinquishing the throne, place and nymph like beautiful queens, what importance has the throne or crown in comparison with yoga art? After this, Guru Maharaj said, now look at your Sukshma Sharir, finer body, in the sky. When he looked up towards the sky, he saw a white colored body moving high in air. He entirely forgot where he was. But after a moment, Gurudev asked, will you keep on looking up? These words revived his consciousness. He looked on all sides and saw that Gurudev was seated at the original site in the same posture. After viewing this miracle, his quest for yogic miracles grew even stronger. Gurudev's kindness and grace for him remained undiminished as ever. Once Sadgurudev Ugranand Maharaj and he were sitting on a hill in the neighborhood of Lakshman Jhula. Finding it a good opportunity, he asked, Oh Gurudev, why does Bhagwan Shankar keep snakes wrapped around his neck? Don't the snakes bite him? At this seer of the past, present, and future said with irritation, "O naughty boy, you do not yet know anything. Do you know how many kinds of yogis there are in the three worlds?" See, Lord Shankar performed Swar Saroday practice, that is, he suppressed all the four elements and only used water element and the Chandraswar breath through left nostril. That is why even if serpents bit him, it produced no effect. That is why he kept poisonous insects like serpents on his body and even used poisonous herbs like ak, datura, etc., which produced no evil effect on him. After this discourse, Gurudev went away to wander some distance ahead from Lakshman Jhula. Swamiji was very much distressed because of the disappearance of Gurudev, as many of his queries still remained unanswered. As such, with the dust from Gurudev's feet anointed on his forehead, he continued his search, pinning with the thirst to see him once again. Guru Maharaj generally wandered about alone. When he could not see him for long, his anxiety reached the climax. He would often weep bitterly for him. One day he was wandering in the forest on the bank of Ganga in search of Guru Maharaj, when all of a sudden he saw that there was in a calm posture seated alone. There he was in a calm posture seated alone on the bank of Ganga. His delight knew no bounds. With tears of love flowing from his eyes, he fell on the feet of Gurudev in complete dedication. Putting the dust from his feet on his head, he felt himself greatly favored by fortune. After Guru Maharaj's reassurance, he said calmly before him, "The person or disciple is extremely lucky who gets the darshan sight of Guru Maharaj so often." Swamiji was thinking how to ask the questions which were left unanswered. Just then, the Antaryami knower of hearts, Gurudev, knew his desire and said, "O fool, I know what you want to ask." So, Gurudev, the seer of the past, present, future, knew. How could anything be unknown to him? Just then, Gurudev said, "So you want to know how ladies like Sita, Parvati, and Radha achieve such elevated positions that they are worshipped along with Sri Ram, Bhagwan Shankar, and Sri Krishna? Well, see, these holy ladies also were yoginis, female yogis, and tapasvinis, austere women sages of previous births. No one can suppress the power earned by tap, austerity, and yoga. These celebrated souls were in every way, body and mind, dedicated to their gurus in the very age of Sri Ram, Shankar Bhagwan, and Sri Krishna respectively. The gurus, being pleased with their undivided dedication, had initiated them to the knowledge of yoga in Grahastha ashram, married life itself. That is why they had to take birth along with Sarva Sri Ram, Shankar, and Krishna to enjoy the fruits of that spiritual austerity. At last, in their companionship, they also earned immortality. On hearing this discourse from Gurudev, the young Swamiji's spiritual quest was set at rest. That also made him think that how lucky he also was and how it must have really been the fruit of his austerities of the previous births, that he had the great good luck to have the close proximity and contact with such a great holy sage, his grace and blessing. When the great seer Gurudev made a move to go away from him in the dense forests of Kashi, He wept bitterly and caught hold of his feet and requested him to allow him to accompany him. Even after the refusal of Gurudev, he, with an insistence, walked after him for about 10 or 15 places. Just then Gurudev turned back. He again, with folded hands, made a request, "O Gurudev, keep me under your protection to serve you." Guru Maharaj, in apparent rage, kicked him several times. He fell down and wept bitterly. Thereafter, Gurudev disappeared. He took courage, got up, and walked some distance ahead. He was amazed beyond limit when he saw a miracle. Gurudev was freely roaming about on the bank of Ganga in the form of a lion. On seeing this, silently bowed to Gurudev. He silently bowed to Gurudev and returned. Thereafter, he wandered here and there in the groups of saints. Everywhere the holy company was talking highly about the spiritual eminence and yogic achievements of Yogiraj Swami Ugranandji Maharaj. Swami was extremely delighted to hear the praises of his Gurudev. After this, Ugranand, after this, remembering Gurudev and fostering a hope to see him again, he wandered from one forest to another. He was thinking again and again that if he passed away from the world in the shelter of such an immortality, then even without attaining yoga, he would achieve the supreme state. With these thoughts hovering in his mind and absorbed in the constant memory of Gurudev, wandering on the bank of Ganga and having darshan, views of many saints and sages, he reached the dreaded forests of Chitrakoot. All of a sudden, there was blessing from Gurudev, and he saw him again along with a miracle. He saw that his naked body, Guru Maharaj, was lying in the sand of river Saryu. He was delighted beyond words, but he could not dare to go near. Then his conscience gave him courage, and he thought that if nothing else, he should apply the dust from Gurudev's feet on his forehead. With this resolve, he crawled slowly and slowly up to Gurudev's feet. On touching the holy dust, his emotions surged, and weeping bitterly, he lost all consciousness. Out of sheer love, he began to lick the pious souls of his Gurudev. Seeing such a state of his devotion and detachment, Guru Maharaj's heart also melted and kept lying quietly. Swamiji also lay in the dust absolutely motionless at his feet. Gurudev took pity and said, "O son Rameshchandranand, you have even crossed the limits of detachment. You have even bound me in your love. Now listen carefully to what I say. I am today revealing to you a knowledge after which you will not have to search me. You would only have to look inside your own self and you would find me there. I also want to tell you that soon I would proceed to the supreme abode. There is no need to be disappointed. You will find me wherever you want to see me. I am present everywhere. There is no spot on earth which is without my presence. O son, I have already revealed everything to you earlier. You need not wander anywhere now. You are now a complete yogi yourself. I know that now you are not going to accept defeat. I remind you once again to stand firmly on the yoga path. You should not turn back. If you miss this opportunity, you will face 84 lakhs of lives in different species to suffer pain and pleasure. Hence, you are now not to bow down before anybody or any eventuality." Swamiji was gladdened to the soul with these words of Gurudev. After this, the merciful, immortal Guru Maharaj began to say, "See, O son, Rameshchandranand, when the streams of piety, morality, truth, and yoga came together and upsurged, King Gopichand's heart was in ebullience. The speed of his mind accelerated without control or limit. The fire of renunciation began to rage irresistibly. Thinking the throne and palace transitory and perishable, King Gopichand left away everything. Thereafter, he reached his maternal uncle Bhartihari and fell down straight at his feet. On hearing this story, the emotions of our Swamiji also began to surge high, and Gurudev also began to praise King Gopichand. He said, King Gopichand attained immortal state only because of such a high level of renunciation. O son Rameshchandranand, as soon as one takes a leap on the path of yoga, many kinds of prosperities chase the seeker. Yogis have always avoided them and opted for the ascent towards the summit of yoga. After this, Guru Maharaj asked, O son, I have narrated this example to you. What have you decided about yourself? On hearing this question from the enlightened Gurudev, tears began to flow from Swamiji's eyes. He sat quietly, fixing his attention at Gurudev's feet. The seer Gurudev continued, the tradition of our great ancestors and yogis has been that whosoever is crowned by us, he relinquishes all his kingdom and throne and becomes a mendicant. He starts living on alms begged from every door. Kings and emperors, sages and saints all fail instinctively at his feet. The person who is, in spite of being disciple of a yogi guru, falls into the net of kings and emperors. Give up the tradition of alms, start enjoying tasty food, cushions, carpets, and comfortable beds, and involves himself in city programs of conferences, temples, and inaugurations of educational institutions, travels by cars. Such person is thrown into the hellish 84 lakhs of birth cycles in different species, from the high stages of spiritual eminence. Warning with these words, Gurudev paused for a moment and then disappeared. Swamiji was left pondering over Gurudev's words. He understood very well that Gurudev wanted to caution him. After this discourse, Guru Maharaj left him alone in the desolate forests of Chitrakoot. At about 12 in the night, he again began to meditate upon Gurudev. Hardly must he have gone a couple or two furlongs, about half kilometer, on the bank of Ganga in search of Gurudev, when he saw Guru Maharaj was lying on the sand with his body severed into 6 parts. The head was lying separate, both the arms and both legs also separated from the rest of the trunk. Swamiji quietly kept watching this yogic miracle from his hiding behind the bush on the sandy heath. At about 4 in the night, a celestial person with white beard alighted from the sky. His body and clothes too were white. On arrival on the earth, he sprinkled some Gangajal, holy water, on the severed body. At once Gurudev got up in the normal form. The celestial power, after the performance, flew away in the sky and soon disappeared. In this way, for a long time, he kept on observing various yogic miracles of Gurudev from time to time and enjoyed his protection, so luckily granted to him at his feet. Anyone who gets fully satisfied by the darshan, sight and company of Gurudev, in a way he is a wretch who is overwhelmed by the worst sins of his previous births. But Swamiji was always pinning to see Gurudev, and he wandered like a mad person in his search, and to have the dust from his feet, lost in the memory of Gurudev. One day, After a long period, he reached the solitary forests near the holy land of Shukratal on the fascinating bank of river Ganga. His mind was all the more purified because he had nothing to eat since the morning. In the evening, an unprecedented scene appeared. All of a sudden, he saw that a long haired yogi of a child's age was seated in deep meditation with two lions, one on each side. He hid himself quietly and quickly behind a bush. Then there was a bit of sound, and he saw that the yogi Maharaj, in the state of trance, rose about 45 feet above the ground. The two lions on guard stood alert. It was a moon-lit night. Swamiji was watching the spectacle through the openings between the bushes. He was wondering how there were yogis having mastery over the entire world. The seat of the yogi remained static for a long time. As the breath moved downwards into the body in trance, the seat of the yogi also descended down. Then the yogi Maharaj concluded his yoga and, after absorbing the lines into himself, sat calmly for about 20 minutes. After this, taking three handfuls of water, the yogi Maharaj walked on the water of Ganga, just as the wind passes over the waves and reaches the other bank. He realized that the yogi had a Kaustubh jewel of light, under the influence of which the water in the moonlight appeared as if divided into two parts and had become stationary on the two sides. He had been looking at this entire scene from behind the bushes, but could not understand that this great Bal yogi, child yogi, was no one else than his own Gurudev Swami Ugranandji Maharaj. This was so because that at that time he had assumed the form of a young man of 16 with small locks of hair hanging from his head, but he knew that a yogi walks with Kaustubh only when he is in a merry mood. After that, the yogi Maharaj again walked on the waters of Ganga from the other bank to this one. Swamiji was still in the same position, hidden behind the bush. When the yogi Maharaj came just in front of him, he was overjoyed and he rushed forward to touch his feet. As soon as the yogi Maharaj saw him, he chided himself. "Oh, you, how are you there? How are you here?" It was then that he realized that he was his own Mahayogi Gurudev, who was enjoying to practice his yogic art in that solitude. After this, he presented his respectful prostrate salutation and said quietly. Gurudev asked, "What were you observing hidden here? Go, you have been saved, otherwise, you would have met a tragic death or gone mad. In future, do not see the yogic feats of a yogi. Do not know why a yogi lives alone in a solitary forest. Do you not know what he does at a particular time?" On hearing these words, as soon as he fell at the feet of Gurudev, the latter kicked him, and with the kick he disappeared. He regarded himself as extremely fortunate and favored. His words also pacified the anxiety he had been feeling for a long time. He lay there the whole night in a happy mood. Once he was fortunate to be with Gurudev again. When Gurudev was preaching him, he, with folded hands, asked an intermittent question. "O Gurudev, many great yogis with their various spiritual powers manifested themselves on this earth. But how is it that in spite of so much power with them, they were allured by beautiful nymphs who missed them from their path of yoga, misled them from their path of yoga. Why were they swindled? Guru Maharaj said, "You remain a fool as ever. You put one question after another. I do not know why you have come to bother me." On hearing this condemnation, Swamiji began to weep bitterly. Then Gurudev realized his spirit of inquiry and his abject state of helpless surrender, and he felt pity for him. He explained, "Look here, O son Rameshchandranand, these yogis, even after attaining the yogic stage, could not control the sex impulse. Kingdom, prosperity, luxury, and sensual enjoyment remained the keynote of their striving. Their thought resolved around sex. They had their food with kings and rich men and did not adopt the practice of begging for food. Hence, their attitude remained passionate and obscured. That is why, in spite of being graded as yogis, they remained sex intoxicated. Consequently, they fell prey to the allurements of the nymphs. In spite of being with endowed with yogic power, they were entangled in the 84 lakhs of life cycles." Guru Maharaj further explained, "O son Rameshchandranand, this world is like a forest of big dimensions and full of many attractions and temptations. O son, these beautiful sex symbols are just like whirlpools in the freely flowing current. These sex symbols, O my son, as soon as they get a chance, catch the novice yogi in their net and ride over them without any reins. Whosoever aspires to be a great yogi, these temptations come in the way and appear in such alluring forms that even many great seekers are led astray, and they begin to take pleasure dives in the pool of passions. These sex attractions are dominating the entire three worlds. Very few resolute seekers are able to overcome their enticements and get across this abyss of bottomless depth. That is why I am cautioning you again and again not to fall into this vicious cycle of sex attractions. Even now, if you do not have the control of the self confidence over your mind, then put off the crown which I have put on your head. Go home and enjoy the prosperity, luxury, and the pleasures of the 84 lakh of life cycles and the whirlpool. I am again making you understand the truth that I have had to come to this plain infested world only because of you. See, the step to dharma, duty, is 2000 miles away from here. The step to truth is 10,000 miles away. When the yogi traverses 5,000 miles more of other various steps, then at last he attains the stage of the immortality." After this discourse, the immortal Gurudev Ugranandji Maharaj began to wander at leisure, lost in his mood. Seeing his last miracle of yoga, Swamiji fell down unconscious on the ground. After this, the voice of the immortal Guru Maharaj came from high in the sky. "O son Rameshchandranand, I am present every moment, everywhere. I have already explained to you all the processes of yoga efforts. You should now apply all your strength for the achievement of yoga. My blessings are with you." With these immortal words, the echo traveling through the sky got lost in the perfect peace. Swamiji, feeling blessed and with by favored by fortune, left the place soon after. With the pious memories of celestial gurus pulsating in his consciousness, like a yogi par excellence, he began to wander from one forest to another on this land of yoga. After having lived and enjoyed this immortal symphony of self realization, He is now settled, deeply absorbed in his perfect yoga and spiritual austerity in a solitary forest near Putpuri village. He is a unique example of yoga miracles. The stories of his yogic feasts, together with his yogic discourses, find expressions from many admirers and devotees who feel a unique pride. Some say that he sometimes appears near and sometimes far away. He disappears, reappears at will, and with perfect ease and mastery. Some say that he is a yogi who can change his body according to his desire. Sometimes as a lion, sometimes any animal, sometimes changing from at will. He wanders on the Yog Bhumi, land of Yog. Then someone says that he can divide himself into many parts, can float in air or raise himself high in the sky in yoga posture. He is at ease with such and many other yoga performances. Some people say that even his darshan bless people with the fulfillment of all aspirations even before one reaches home. It is matter of great joy and wonder that all people, whether common man or devotee, do not believe such things merely as hearsay but as an experience of actual perception. They all the more regard themselves as the most fortunate is being blessed by the mercy and grace of great yogi Swami Rameshchandranand ji Maharaj. But in the context of these yoga miracles, we also have a restriction, a limitation in describing them in detail. In absence of the permission of Gurudev, our translation is mute. We can only say that whatever is the truth will today or tomorrow be manifest before the readers. The dignity and the magnificence of the ocean and its limitless depth is in its mute calmness. All the same, we regard it a moral duty to tell that whatever we have seen and experienced about Guru Maharaj is not only enough for our dedication, faith, and surrender, but limitless. We are only his ignorant, innocent children, humble seekers. We now have only prayed to Gurudev, most venerable Swami Sri Rameshchandranand ji Maharaj Bankhandi, that the devotion of ours, our Guru family, devotees, and readers may increase day by day, uninterrupted, with ever increasing acceleration, and all the devotees may live at his feet all their lives, blessed by his limitless love, blessings, and mercy. This immortal bliss may bless all devotees. Om.